The altar swayed back and forth, erupting with killing intent that swept out in all directions. It was as if a hurricane swept through this place. The surrounding trees and boulders were all turned into fine powder. A formless domain appeared here that immediately destroyed everything. The three great experts' expressions were deathly pale. Their bodies and minds were all shaking, doing everything they could to escape, but they were still unable to break free. Their spiritual consciousness were sharp, so they could clearly feel that the eyeball had locked onto them. That blood-dyed eye had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years without drying up. Not good. The expert that came from underworld Earth cried out loudly. Behind them, not only was there the problem of the domain, the black light on the altar was also surging. Black ripples diffused outwards, seemingly soft and gentle, but they were actually more terrifying than immortal swords. Almost nothing could stop that ripple. Boulders and mountain peaks were sliced through, and as soon as they made contact with that ripple, they would all turn into ashes. "Don't!" the pangolin shouted loudly. This danger far exceeded its imagination. Not even deities that had their divine flames ignited could do anything, not having the strength to defend themselves at all. During this entire process, its silver tail made contact with the ripple, causing scales to break off and its flesh to become badly mangled. A large portion was hacked off, and the portion that was hacked off vanished like scattered ashes. The pangolin displayed a secret technique. It continuously spat out essence light from its mouth. That was its heart blood that it was burning, dipping into its potential and overdrafting its future. It was using this to increase its speed. Ah! Yang Li also cried out loudly. His back had touched it, making that area dripping with blood. He used a forbidden technique to leave into the distance. His mind was shaken and fearful to the extreme. He was originally a genius from Yin Academy, and his age was not that great. He could be considered a rising expert, yet now he was alarmed and fleeing like a stray dog. This was even more severe than what Hao encountered last time. The altar sensed the greater strength of the offenders, and as if it had a consciousness, it felt that these were the best sacrificial objects. Hao watched everything with great shock. He only made a single motion, and that was to enter the bronze precious case. He held the 10,000 spirit diagram and left everything else to the will of heaven. He was able to live last time entirely due to a fluke. But what about this time? He had no idea. This type of feeling was extremely bad. He could only entrust everything to fate. Nothing was in his control anymore, leaving him in a completely helpless and passive state. He could only silently wait for the result. This was the most powerless decision. How could he hand his own fate to others? However, Hao was at the end of the rope and truly didn't have any other way. As long as he still had the slightest choice, he wouldn't have came here. This was the same as meeting death. When the bronze precious case suffered the attacks of the black ripple, it was naturally damaged, becoming transparent. Everything outside could clearly be seen. Hao held the 10,000 spirit diagram with a calm expression, waiting just like that. If death came, then so be it. He would fall together with the three great experts. If he could live, then he would have made it big. He wanted the three deities dead. The three great experts rushed far into the distance, but it was still too difficult for them to break free. In addition, an object flew from the altar. It tore through the sky, seemingly everlasting as it suppressed them. What? Hao was astonished. This time it was that golden arm bone that rushed out to suppress and kill the intruders. No! The pangolin cried out with great alarm. All of the scales on its body opened and closed, sending out spiritual essence and producing divine patterns to protect itself. However, it was still useless. The golden hand was too fast. Golden multicolored light covered the sky as it quickly descended from the sky and struck down on its lower back. Pooh! Just this strike alone from the descending golden bone palm blasted a large portion of the pangolin's body rotten. Its chest region turned into a bloody paste, and its bones were completely shattered. The divine might was unimaginable. This creature that ignited its divine flame in front of this arm bone was as weak as a little ant, easily suppressed without being able to put up the slightest resistance. The most crucial part was that the golden arm bone was without any fluctuations or symbols. It relied purely on its physical strength and sturdiness to slap the pangolin that was known for its defensive strength into mush. No! The skeleton from underworld Earth cried out loudly. His wings flapped with great speed, truly wishing to rush into the 9 heavens and leave this realm. However, this was all useless. The golden bone palm casually swatted out, and his pair of divine wings exploded on the spot. Hundreds of feathers withered, scattering down from the sky. In addition, after the bone palm descended, his skeleton immediately broke into pieces. Ka-cha sounds continuously sounded as it broke apart. He was completely destroyed by this power. Finally, underworld Earth only had a skeleton that fell into the distance. It still didn't give up on its desire to escape and continued to fly. Protect! On the other side, Xianxia cried out loudly. His head of silver hair danced about as he produced a copper furnace. The surface was full of bumps and many places had already caved in. It was incredibly damaged. It was precisely the void furnace that had all of its symbols destroyed. There weren't any natural laws left on it. However, its natural toughness was still there and it couldn't be destroyed that easily. If not for the fact that he definitely couldn't escape, how could Xianxia decide to produce this damaged artifact? This truly was just a futile last-ditch effort. Underworld Earth skeleton's skull and the small part of the pangolin's body that remained both cried out loudly. They also rushed inside of this furnace. With no way out, this was the only choice they had. Dang! The furnace cover was closed, and the 3 deities hid inside. Their faces were deathly pale, and their hearts were pounding. Their crippled bodies were trembling, a natural reaction produced by the utter fear they were experiencing. After they ignited their divine flames, their identities became astonishing. They were considered experts that were high and mighty in their academy and clans, and it was unknown just how many years it had been since they were this terrified. Dang! The golden hand bone slapped down, striking on that void furnace. A heaven-shaking noise rang through the skies, and the first strike alone made a large part of the cauldron sink in. It had pierced through, allowing light to seep inside. What? Everything in front of these 3 deities' eyes darkened. They powerlessly sat there while filled with fear. How were they supposed to defend against this? The void furnace was known to be undying, and not even deities could break through it, yet right now it couldn't hold up much longer. Exactly what kind of strange thing was that altar to have that type of offering placed on it? It was just too abnormal. They began to feel despair. Dang! The golden hand bone descended a second time. The 5-finger bones pierced through the furnace to tear it apart. The furnace was completely destroyed. The void furnace was pried open like dried-out orange peels and tossed aside. The 3 great experts fell, all of them falling weakly onto the ground, unable to put up any more defenses. However, the golden arm bone unexpectedly retreated, deciding not to kill them. The 3 individuals' eyes shone with brilliance. Hope to continue living appeared. They struggled up, but they quickly fell from heaven to hell. They were left completely disheartened. On the altar, a crystal skull flew over. Its eye sockets were deep, its lower jaw opened, and then it fiercely sucked inwards. A vortex appeared in that area. Xianxia released a miserable cry, rolling on the ground while violently struggling. His body that was originally already weakened was quickly withering away. His flesh dried up and his spiritual essence leaked away from his body. In just a split second, he turned into a skin-on-bone skeleton. His eye sockets sunk, and his pupils grew dim without luster. The pangolin still had everything above its body, and right now it was shivering and continuously backing up. The fear within its heart had reached the limit. When it saw the crystal ball draw closer to it, it opened its mouth and screamed miserably. The whirlpool released light. The pangolin's body was also withering up, and its scales all fell off. Its flesh withered up, turning into a skeleton. It hadn't ended yet. The crystal skull enlarged, and then it opened its mouth, biting down on the underworld expert's skull. With a ka-cha sound, it was directly crushed in half. Please spare me. The underworld race deity howled loudly. The crystal skull didn't pay it any attention and lightly inhaled. A large portion of the underworld clan's expert soul light was sucked in. Its foundational source immediately dimmed. "Don't kill me. Save me. Let me go." Yongli released a weak sound. He was also praying for a chance at survival. He was a genius and couldn't die like this in the lower realm. However, the crystal skull seemed completely indifferent. It held his body between its teeth, and with a slight breath, 90% of its soul essence leaked out, only leaving behind some useless residue. Ah! The pangolin released a weak, miserable cry, struggling and begging for mercy. They couldn't change the conclusion at all. It was also like this, with all of its soul force practically wiped out. The three great experts were ruined. Even if they weren't attacked again, it would still be impossible for them to continue living. Their foundations had been scattered, falling down from heaven down into hell. They lost all of their honor and glory. Regardless of whether it was the golden arm bone or the crystal skull, they both stopped for a moment by the bronze precious case. After hesitating for a moment, they both flew back to the altar and didn't take action. Inside the small world, the 10,000 spirit diagram in Xianxia's hands shone again. 10,000 spirits appeared and symbols covered this place. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, creating an extremely mysterious scene. It was unknown just how much time had passed. This place became peaceful again. Xianxia's expression was complicated. He looked at the warm bone piece. This thing had once again allowed him to escape a disaster. He didn't die. "I lived," Xianxia said to himself. However, this type of feeling wasn't that good. This was gambling, handing his fate over to someone else. There was nothing he could do himself. Soon after, he tossed aside these emotions. He walked forward, lifting up the three withered up and ruined bodies before walking outwards, breaking free from Western Tomb World. In the outside world, lush and green mountains and valleys stretched out before him. This place was full of life force and abundant sunlight. After thinking about his experiences just now, he suddenly felt as if he had been in a dream. How could it be like this? Yang Li's eyes were dim, his eye sockets sunken, and his flesh dried up. He truly couldn't imagine how he ended up in this kind of conclusion. "I can't accept this." The pangolin roared, but it was incomparably weak, so its voice was like that of a mosquito's. Underworld Earth's expert only had half its skull remaining, the soul light that remained about to go out at any moment. It was filled with incomparable grief. It was a deity, yet it was going to die so miserably. The three experts experienced fear, struggles, despair, and even regret. This was truly not worth it. For the sake of killing a small cultivator, they actually tossed away their own lives, coming to such a miserable ending. They should have been able to look down on Xianxia, yet now, they were crawling beneath the other party's feet. This type of scene gave them an extremely miserable feeling that was hard for them to accept. Xianxia smiled, completely tossing aside the complicated feelings he felt while inside Western Tomb World. His smile was brilliant, and the mouthful of shining teeth seemed even more resplendent under the sunlight. "Where did all of your confidence go?" This casual sentence hacked down on these three experts' minds like a blade, making them roar with anger. A large part of their bodies immediately began to crack apart. Bullying and humiliating a country, just how overbearing and domineering were you all? Treating the creatures of the lower realm like ants. Yet look now, all of you are nothing more than bugs yourselves. Xianxia shook his head. Then he stood up while carrying an ice-cold expression in his eyes. When these people came down, they carried out a worldwide blood sacrifice, creating an absolute tragedy. Too many people had died. This debt wouldn't be repaid even if they were killed. Xianxia searched their sea of consciousness, but he found that it had long been damaged with less than a tenth remaining. However, that was still enough. He received a few extremely important pieces of information. Then, 1 foot per person, 3 heads were kicked off, shattering in midair. 7 deities came into the lower realm. The most powerful one was an old servant from Immortal Hall. His individual strength was equal to the joint power of 4 experts with their divine flames lit. Immortal Hall, was extremely ancient and terrifying and related to Supreme Hall. Unfortunately, there was less than 1/10 of the three deities' consciousness remaining, so Sure How couldn't find out everything. The second strongest expert came from Western sect, a deity with the Vajra unbreakable body. He cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body to an extremely high level, and he also grasped several great divine abilities. As for the remaining deities, their power levels were similar. Sure How carefully thought to himself. The situation was grim. The remaining 4 deities were even more terrifying and difficult to deal with. Exactly how was he supposed to fight them? Even if I become a deity and use the imperishable golden body battle clothes to improve my strength, it'll still only be enough to deal with a single deity, and even then it would be hard to say who will come out ahead, he said to himself while frowning. After igniting his divine flame, it was equal to transcending the category of humanity. The power of mortals wasn't enough to oppose them. This type of increase in power was much greater than the difference between the other great cultivation realms. It was obvious that he could only use the Western Tomb World this one time. A similar method wouldn't work. There is no way the remaining 4 deities would repeat this disastrous mistake. What should I do? Is there really no other way? Sure How said softly. How was he supposed to break out from this hopeless situation? His mind was heavy, feeling a type of ominous premonition. Could it be that something unexpected was going to happen to him? He left Western Beast Mountain and flew towards Stone Country capital. In reality, Sure How had just obtained even more valuable information, and that was the results of the higher realms' joint speculations. They deduced the locations of several areas containing natural luck in the lower realm. Even though the exact points couldn't be determined, an approximate range was drawn out. This was definitely a great opportunity. This type of information was priceless, but right now it was useless to Sure How. The most important thing was surviving and somehow ridding himself of this crisis. However, it was just too hard. It was just impossible to do right now. When he descended into Stone Country capital, Sure How stopped for a bit. He descended into a small town to find out a bit about the current imperial capital first. After asking around, he found that no one knew what had happened in Stone Country capital. There were no disturbances, as if there hadn't been any battles, and none of that happened at all. The more he found out that things were like this, the more Sure How frowned. Suddenly he saw a young lady, one that looked extremely familiar. Even though she wore simple and plain clothes, there was an aloof and spiritual aura around her. Inside of that small town, the young lady seemed to have sensed something. She turned around and saw him, revealing a look of shock. She covered her mouth with her hands and said, "It's you!" Sure How recalled that this was Uzimo, someone he had seen in the 100 Shattering Mountains. She was one of the Rain Clan's 2 heroes and had a rare innate spirituality. She could predict a bit of the future. After the Rain Clan was destroyed, Sure How didn't eradicate every last one of their members. Towards a few women, children, and elders, he let them go, allowing them to leave. This girl hadn't been in the clan that day, so she naturally avoided disaster. Uzimo lowered her heads, and after a moment, she suddenly raised her head and walked over. "If you want to kill me, then just do it. You can go." Sure How spoke. He frowned, not paying any attention to this. His mind was on how to deal with the 4 deities. Suddenly, Uzimo staggered backwards, and a crack appeared between her brows. A strand of blood flowed out. When she looked at Sure How, her face became filled with shock and confusion. It was clear that she had encountered a bitter experience. She looked at Sure How and said, "I peered into the future and only saw primal chaos. When I turned around, behind your body was an expanse of nothingness." When they met again, she once again made this type of prediction. It was the same as the time in 100 Shattering Mountains. When Sure How heard this, he raised his head and looked at her. "What do you mean?" This wasn't the first time he heard this. "I don't know." Uzimo wiped away the trace of blood from her forehead and said, "You don't seem to be a part of this collection of ancient history. Perhaps you will completely vanish from this world." If it really was the latter, then Sure How understood, because he could die at any time. As for the former, he was completely confused. He waved his hand and directly left for the distance. He didn't have the time to think too much about this stuff now. Sure Hao returned to Stone Capital silently. The palace hall was cold and cheerless. The spirits of the guards were down, but there were no deities hiding here. Peng Nine. Then Sure Hao saw Peng Nine in an imperial manner outside the city. He was hiding here to recover his injuries. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. Your Majesty, you are still alive. Peng Nine was shocked. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the imperial palace felt that Sure Hao was doomed to die, passing away prematurely. Who would have expected that he was still alive, safely returning? Peng Nine's eyes were opened wide, and he was so excited he didn't know what to say. Then, when the War King, Ming King, and the others received news, they all rushed over. Some of them began to tremble, feeling incomparable joy. Being able to see Sure Hao again was simply a miracle. He led away 3 deities and dealt with them alone, yet he was actually able to live. Could it be that those 3 experts were all dead? When they thought of this possibility, it felt as if their hearts were about to jump out from their throats. Your Majesty, you killed them? They are all dead. Sure Hao smiled and said. These people were all shocked, and then their expressions immediately became brilliant. Several of them were so inspired they began to tremble. Where is Qing Feng? Sure Hao asked. He didn't see him here. When he mentioned this question, several individuals' expressions darkened. Sure Hao didn't care about his own safety and guided the 3 deities away. This made Qingfeng's heart burn with worry and anxiety. Fearing that Sure Hao would die, he departed through the altar to invite experts to rescue him. It was clear that Qingfeng went to Stone Village to invite Harry Ball and Little Red. It was also during this time that 2 things happened. The first was another deity came to see Yang Li, Pangolin, and Underworld deity. They just happened to run into Harry Ball and Little Red, directly leading to a great battle that continued into the Great Wastelands. As for the results, they still didn't know. One other thing was that another deity appeared in the ruins of Heaven Mending Pavilion, destroying everything and searching around for something. It was as if it was trying to open the ancient holy courtyard. When Sure Hao heard this, he felt great alarm. Harry Ball and Little Red still ended up coming. They had just lit their divine flames, so they were still far from being comparable to the 7 deities. If they fought like this, it was quite likely that they would die. However, he didn't blame Qingfeng. That gentle and weak youth was too angry, fearing that he would die, so he did everything he could to save him in spite of the consequences. Which deity appeared in the imperial palace? Sure Hao tried to calm down his breathing as much as he could and spoke calmly. Western sex expert that cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body. The divine flame that burned around him was especially resplendent. Peng Nine replied. What? When Sure Hao heard this, his entire body went cold, and his heart immediately sank. From the 3 deities, he learned that the Western sex expert that lit his divine flame was ranked 2nd. An hour later, Sure Hao rushed towards those mountain depths. He saw collapsed mountain ridges and great earth that had been turned into cooled magma. There was a deathly stillness. When he looked around, he saw scarlet feathers that were dyed in blood everywhere. They belonged to Little Red. Then he saw a snapped iron rod as well as golden fur. They belonged to Harry Ball. Sure Hao felt his eye sockets splitting. His blood surged within him, and his hair flew everywhere. Everything was as he had predicted. The 2 of them had fell. He even saw a piece of a scorched vermilion bird wing, as well as a piece of Harry Ball's bones that carried golden hair and blood. This proved that those 2 powerful individuals had most likely died. Sure Hao howled, crying out like a wounded wild beast. He couldn't accept this result. I don't want you all to die. His eyes were red. He brought Harry Ball back with him when he was young. It accompanied him as he grew up, so the feelings between them were extremely great. Meanwhile, even though Little Red's mouth was rather noisy, its relationship with Stone Village was definitely great, helping out and protecting that place. How could they just die? What kind of miserable thing happened? He found it too hard to accept. You have to understand that after the battle in Western Border, those 2 experts didn't bring the divine magical artifacts with them back to Stone Village. How were they supposed to fight now, especially with Western sect expert being the second most powerful one? He was more powerful than Yongli, Pangolin, and the underworld deity combined. Xianxia seemed to have gone mad as he searched everywhere. He once again saw Harry Ball's broken bones and fur that was stuck together with blood. He noticed the other part of Little Red's broken wing. This made him wish to go insane. He raised his head towards the heavens and roared. Xianxia cried. This was the first time he had ever felt so heartbroken. Ever since he left Stone Village, he had always advanced happily and fearlessly, sweeping through all of his opponents. He had never experienced a disaster like this. In the eyes of this world's people, he was a genius, an unrivaled young supreme being. In the Void God realm, he was the devilish child that angered humans and gods alike. He had always forcefully pushed through his enemies and rarely encountered opponents. No one had seen this weak side of him before. Right now, Xianxia wept and sobbed, crawling on the ground while stroking Harry Ball's ruined bones and fur and carrying Little Red's wing. He was absolutely heartbroken. I didn't want you all to die. I wanted you two to live. He was sad and in pain. Tears continuously tumbled outwards as he screamed and shouted. Only at this moment was he like a 15-year-old youth and not that stunning genius Little Stone that everyone in this world saw. He felt helpless, as well as incomparable grief and indignation. Xianxia searched the entire mountain range. Eventually, he left dejectedly. He directly returned to the Imperial Palace. He carefully opened up a passage, and then he erased all traces. Only then did he rush in, heading towards Stone Village. Normally, he wouldn't go there no matter what in fear that he might bring them some sort of disaster. However, right now he was overwhelmed with grief. He found it hard to breathe right now, and his mind was about to go into flames. As soon as he returned, he heard the sounds of crying. Many children were rubbing their tears, and a few grown men also revealed looks of sadness. All of Stone Village was incomparably depressed. Xianxia made his way down from the altar. He saw Qingfeng kneeling on the ground while crying loudly. There was a coffin there, indicating that things were bad. Harry Ball, Little Red. Xianxia screamed outwards, blood spitting out from his mouth and tears emerging from his eyes. You two have died too miserably. At this moment, the entire village was quiet. Everyone turned around to look at him, and they were immediately stupefied. Qingfeng even more so jumped up and carefully stared at his face. Who the fuck is cursing my death? At this moment, Harry Ball's weak voice sounded. Then Little Red's cry also sounded. Xianxia was immediately stupefied, not daring to believe his ears. He then saw Harry Ball and Little Red. All of his sadness immediately changed to great joy. He immediately cried out loudly. Meanwhile, everyone in Stone Village also began to shout loudly, throwing themselves over. Hower, we thought that you had died. We thought those 3 deities killed you. Little How, you are still alive? This is too great. Everyone threw themselves over, raising him up and carefully touching him all over. They all had enormous grins on their faces, their eyes carrying tears. Xianxia immediately understood that the coffin was prepared for him. They all thought that he had died and that it wasn't for burying Harry Ball and Little Red. Everyone is still alive. This really is a great feeling. Xianxia wiped away the tears from his face and revealed an embarrassed expression. This was the first time he acted so out of character in front of everyone. He saw Harry Ball and Little Red. The two of them suffered severe injuries. Harry Ball was completely missing the lower half of its body, while Little Red's wings had been torn off. They were in extremely miserable conditions. However, as long as these two were alive, none of these injuries were a problem. For creatures with their divine flames lit, their recovery powers were extremely great. Sooner or later, they would be able to grow everything back. I thought that you guys had died, Xianxia said. We really were about to die. That golden body was too powerful. We couldn't fight against it at all, said Harry Ball. It grimaced in pain from the injuries covering its body. Even its foundation had been damaged. It was the same for Little Red. There wasn't a single area that was undamaged, and even its primordial symbol bone had cracks. This was extremely serious. These two wouldn't be able to recover without a year or two at the least. No worries. I have the Sun God Tree's divine liquid here, one for each of you. You'll be fine in half a year, Shurhao said. He brought out a jade container and gave each of them a drop. He only obtained 3 drops in total, and one of them was given to his parents. The remaining 2 were given to these 2 powerful individuals. What about that Western sect expert? Shurhao asked. Dead. We barely killed him, Little Red said. He died. Shurhao didn't dare believe what he heard. This didn't seem to make sense at all. What did Hairy Ball and Little Red have that could fight against the second powerful deity? The disparity between them was too great. We used Stone Village's ancestral artifacts, said Hairy Ball. Stone Village had 2 ancestral artifacts. One was a piece of bone, and the other was a beast's skin. This time, Hairy Ball and Little Red used these 2 ancient artifacts. They broke through the seals on these artifacts, and they ended up being even more powerful than the 2 true divine magical artifacts from Stone Country. Shurhao was stupefied. Even if that is the case, that person should still be extremely difficult to kill, right? You're correct. We had just lit our divine flames, while that Western sect expert had already had his ignited for over 100 years. He was extremely powerful, his strength being far greater than others his level. Little Red nodded. The most important thing was that they brought the other ancient artifact from Stone Village with them, that black cauldron. That medicinal cauldron was extremely mysterious. One couldn't see anything normally, and only when one used the greatest spiritual medicine, archaic vicious beasts' true blood and other materials to refine pills would they see abnormal results. Hairy Ball and Little Red heard Qingfeng's suggestion and brought the cauldron with them. At the crucial moment, the cauldron displayed a miracle. Its defensive strength was astonishing, and hiding within it could avoid more than 90% of the damage. In addition, at the most critical moment when they were about to fall, the cauldron released a streak of pill flame that burned Western sect's expert into ashes. Shurhao was completely stupefied and tongue-tied for words. This cauldron really was mysterious. He always felt that it was unordinary, but he didn't expect that not only could it refine precious medicine, it actually possessed such astonishing offensive strength as well. Shurhao truly didn't think that the number 2 expert of the 7 deities would be dealt with like this. Where is the cauldron? I am going to use it to kill another deity, Shurhao asked. Right now, news still hadn't got around. Regardless of whether it was the 3 deities Shurhao killed or the powerful existence from Western sect that Hairy Ball and Little Red killed, no news of them spread. He wanted to use the cauldron to kill the singled-out deity that went to Heaven-Mending Pavilion and eliminate this disaster. It disappeared. Hairy Ball sighed. It had operated it together with Little Red. That cauldron was extremely mysterious. After releasing the pill flame and easily burning Western sect's expert to death, it then disappeared under fiery light. From great sadness to great joy, unexpected things happened one after another, making Shurhao feel a bit numb. When he heard that the black cauldron vanished, he first felt stunned, but he wasn't too shocked. He only felt quite regretful. I clearly saw that the cauldron cracked apart. It shed its black shell and became spotlessly white like jade, turning into a bone cauldron before then disappearing. Little Red said. It excelled in the Fire Dao divine ability, so when the black cauldron released the pill flame, it was naturally sensitive to it. It could vaguely see the scene of a white bone cauldron disappearing in the fiery light. A sparkling white bone cauldron? Shurhao was stunned. He never expected this type of transformation. Unfortunately, it was too late no matter what they now said, because that cauldron had already disappeared. Stone Clan's ancestral artifacts really were mysterious. They were actually so unordinary, exceeding everyone's expectations. What do I do? There are 3 deities left. How do I deal with them? How can I get rid of this great trouble? Shurhao said to himself. He couldn't think of any methods. Perhaps he could only face them alone. Even if you go, you would only be throwing your life away, said Hairy Ball. It spoke while grimacing in pain. Its body was covered in injuries, and half its body was missing. Its golden fur was dim. Fortunately, after accepting that golden drop, its body's innermost primordial precious bone healed, and all of its essence energy gathered there to nourish it. Don't rashly advance. You cannot treat your fate like a game. Several uncles advised one after another. What choice did he have? What was he to do? Xianxia carefully thought to himself. These deities would definitely be looking for him, because they promised Underworld Lord and demonic Sunflower Garden's supreme beings that they were going to kill him. If he didn't appear, the deities would likely take their anger out on others, bringing disaster to those at his side and destroy Stone Country. He wanted to face them alone and have everything be directed at himself to avoid having those he knew to fall into danger. That was why he was determined to force ahead. Otherwise, who wouldn't cherish their own lives, throwing it away even knowing that it was dangerous? Little big bro, you can't go on your own, Qingfeng said. Not long ago, Xianxia entered the imperial palace without any regard for his own safety, drawing the three deities away to save everyone else. He himself almost died in the process. Little Uncle Hao, you can't die. Yeah. Little Uncle Hao, you can't abandon us. Everyone was so worried just now. You can't be like that. There is still a gleam of hope, said Xianxia, comforting everyone. He had no other choice. He didn't want to bring disaster to the people around him, so he could only continue moving forward. In addition, with one deity on his own, it might be the best opportunity. He wanted to get rid of this disaster now. He brought out the imperishable golden body and caressed it with his hands. It was hard and had a special tactile quality that felt like a lump of iron. When it wasn't in use, it was only the size of a fist and without much luster. It's not enough even if you have the battle clothes. Little Red shook its head. The archaic era treasure, after being passed down all the way until now, became incredibly damaged. Even though it had undergone many repairs, it was still far from being comparable to its most splendid phase. It was still difficult for one to fight against another whose cultivation realm was higher even with this treasure right now. When Yongli, Panglin, and underworld deities saw the imperishable golden body battle clothes, they had also said that this had great research value. The symbols and materials were all incomparably precious, but if they were actually used for combat, then it wasn't as valuable. I have another piece of material that might be able to allow it to transform. Xianxia brought out a piece of rock that was bright red and replete with moisture. It seemed almost translucent in his palm. The stone curled with scarlet multicolored light. There were many patterns on its surface, as if it was the feather of a phoenix, appearing layer after layer, clearly containing many profound meanings and mysteries. Needless to say, this was a piece of a heavenly material. What is this? Phoenix pattern stone, Xianxia replied. This was the rare precious material he obtained from Southern Meteor Divine Mountain earlier, when he wanted to settle a grudge from the elder who called himself Southern Meteor. It was hard to find a piece of this type of rock even after thousands of years, something that was just too hard to obtain. If it was merged into a precious artifact, it might allow it to undergo rebirth, increasing its level by a large amount. Xianxia had always been reluctant to use it, because he was scared of wasting it. He had read many bone books and found out that it had to be used together with many other secret materials for it to display its optimum effects and ensure the success of the upgrade. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to gather everything even after searching through all of Stone Country's treasury. He was still missing 4 types of secret materials, so he hadn't used it all this time. However, he had already made the preparation to fight to the death. With no other routes left, he was going to merge the Phoenix pattern stone into the imperishable golden body battle clothes regardless of whether it would succeed or not. He had no other choice and could only take the risk. If he succeeded, then the imperishable golden body battle clothes would be upgraded. If it failed, then the rare divine material might be wasted. Good stuff. Only doing it like this is a bit wasteful. If it were to fail. Harry Ball and Little Red both spoke like this. How could Xianxia not be aware of this? However, this was all he could do. Hong! A streak of fiery light surged. The phoenix patterns merged with the stone, and several other materials broke down as well, turning into a translucent fluid before entering the imperishable golden body battle clothes. The cry of a phoenix rang through Stone Village. A phoenix rose into the air, burning with raging flames. The black battle clothes rose and fell, releasing caw-caw sounds, as if it was going to crack apart. Not good. Forget about Hairy Ball and Little Red. Even the villagers knew that things weren't looking good. These battle clothes were going to break up into components. We did everything we could. Xianxia was quite calm. He had long made preparations inwardly. The materials weren't all there, so they might have wasted the Phoenix pattern stone. If that happened, there was nothing they could do. He activated his Tao flame and operated his symbols to support it, not allowing the excessively powerful energy to damage it. Despite this being the case, the metal chunk still released a sound before revealing cracks. In summary, it had too many hidden injuries. The Phoenix pattern stone was too tyrannical and was considered a top-grade treasure in this world. When it was merged within, it was too powerful and brought about damage. Ka! It released a sharp and crisp sound. The imperishable golden body broke into components, splitting apart into several pieces in midair, making several people cry out in alarm. They then felt disappointed and regretful. What a pity! Village Chief Shi Yunfeng sighed. Even Xianxia himself, even though he made preparations inwardly, sighed, feeling rather regretful. Suddenly, everyone cried out in alarm. The cry of a phoenix sounded, and a scarlet phoenix emerged. It was less than a foot in length, surrounding the broken fragments and releasing blazing radiance. Everything was concentrated into a sphere of light. Success! Qingfeng cried out in alarm. Everyone else was stupefied as well. This truly was like the rebirth of a phoenix. Scarlet feathers fluttered about as the divine bird cried out. It ultimately condensed into the shape of an egg. It was a brilliant scarlet in color and burning furiously. Hong! A violent quaking sounded. Symbols interweaved between heaven and earth, sending multicolored rays of light flying in all directions. A fist-sized armor appeared that was similar to a black metal little figure. In addition, it would release scarlet multicolored light from time to time. It was full of profound and mysterious meaning. This entire process was extremely brief. The imperishable golden body underwent nirvana, upgrading a level and becoming quite a bit more powerful than before. Dark golden luster flickered about. One could tell that it was a divine object with just a look. There was a secret force swirling about it. Xianxia activated it, and with a tung sound, divine flames appeared around it as if it had ignited a divine flame. It was like a fist-sized deity. The aura it gave off was extremely powerful. Success! This armor can stand off against experts that have ignited their divine flames now. It had transcended itself. Little Red cried out happily. This precious artifact was mysterious after all. One could imagine just how powerful it was back then in the archaic times when it hadn't suffered any damage. No wonder it had brought about a great storm of blood and reeking winds, drawing the jealousy of all the great powers. If I wasn't injured and wore these battle clothes, I would definitely be able to kill a deity or two, said Hairy Ball, eager to give it a try. You should focus on recovering. Xianxia shook his head. He had never planned on having Hairy Ball or Little Red join. These two experts had both recently ignited their divine flames, so if they put this on, they would be able to kill a deity. However, if this item was exposed, they would undoubtedly die. It was because 7 deities descended, so if 2 or 3 of them moved together, then there was no way out. This was even more true when 2 of them were exceptionally powerful and difficult to deal with. If Qingfeng hadn't asked Little Red and Hairy Ball to help, Xianxia wouldn't have allowed them to put themselves in such danger. He would rather take on everything himself and not let those at his side gamble with their lives. Right now, Hairy Ball and Little Red's injuries were severe, and it already made him feel extremely guilty inwardly. This still isn't enough. If we weren't injured, we could kill a deity by merging with these battle clothes, but your cultivation realm is still too low. Little Red said, I have a little rebirth pill that I can take at the critical moment to break into the supreme expert realm, said Xianxia. If he had another choice, he would rather not do this. He wanted to comprehend the 10,000 spirit diagram and use that to raise his cultivation realm. Relying on this type of precious medicine to break through such an important great cultivation realm always made him feel as if it wasn't steady enough. If I go through it again in the future and consolidate my foundation, There shouldn't be any unseen dangers. He said softly to himself. It's still not reliable enough. If you head out on your own like that, then it will still be hard to tell if you will be dead or alive afterwards. Harry Ball and Little Red thought it over and spoke like this. One became different after igniting a divine flame. The increase in strength was extremely terrifying. But there is the rare opportunity where a single one of them appeared in Heaven-Mending Pavilion's former site. If I miss this chance, it is likely that I won't have another chance to kill him, Xianxia said. If he could get rid of one, then that would be one more disaster out of the way. He didn't want to miss this excellent opportunity. Under Harry Ball and Little Red's guidance, Xianxia carved down a few special symbols to hide the imperishable golden cloth's holy aura, making it seem ordinary. Then Xianxia turned around and left. He resolutely departed. Heaven-Mending Pavilion had experienced extraordinary changes. There was a large-scale construction going on here, and all types of palace halls were currently being rebuilt on the old site. Only, due to the deities that arrived recently, another disaster happened. When his foot descended, Heaven-Mending Pavilion's main peak exploded into pieces. The enormous palace was shattered, and many of the mortals that were building this palace had their lives taken from them. This was an indistinct figure that seemed to be blending into the void. However, he was powerful and terrifying. The aura he released immediately made many ordinary people cough out blood while trembling with fear. They were currently rebuilding Heaven-Mending Pavilion, yet they were immediately oppressed. Everyone became absolutely terrified and wanted to flee from this place. Where exactly is the ancient sacred courtyard that is supposed to be here? The indistinct figure said to himself. He took a step outwards, walking from these ruins to a different place. There were mountain peaks and palaces blocking his way. He pointed outwards, and the entire mountain was blasted apart. The buildings and ordinary people there immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His expression was apathetic, ignoring the scene in front of him. He only cared about the ancient sacred courtyard. Finally, he sat down on a mountain and silently sensed around. He could feel the ancient traces hidden in the void, and the space around him became a formless domain. Honglong. Many buildings, mountains, and other things within a range of 1,000 zhang around him all turned into fine powder. The people that couldn't escape in time all disintegrated, turning into a bloody mist. He remained quiet and motionless, his entire body devoted to searching for what he wanted to find. Many hours quickly passed as he sat there. Xianxia appeared, walking over from the distance. He saw this individual. With a schwa sound, this deity opened his eyes, releasing 2 streaks of lightning. He stared at Xianxia like an enormous dragon overlooking an insect. His eyes carried ruthlessness and indifference. He sat on the mountain while releasing a formless domain. All types of crushed rocks and other debris floated into the void, slowly moving about. A powerful aura pervaded the air. Xianxia stopped moving. He was greatly amazed. This deity seemed extremely powerful, even more formidable than Yang Li and Pangolin. He seemed to blend into the void, becoming vague and indistinct. Only his eyes revealed their great power. Black light flickered around Xianxia's body. The imperishable golden body battle clothes covered his body, protecting him underneath. However, there were no powerful divine fluctuations that rippled outwards. After some special methods, these battle clothes looked just like how they did before the rebirth. He was silently enduring, waiting to erupt at the critical moment to take this deity's life. It was because he didn't have many opportunities. He needed to exploit this opportunity to the extent where he needed to create an advantageous factor himself. Unexpectedly, the imperishable golden body, this type of precious artifact passed down from the archaic era. This deity's cold eyes lit up, becoming like a small resplendent sun. They were becoming increasingly intimidating. Moreover, his original body appeared. This was a male that was as brilliant as a heavenly sun. Fine silver scales covered his body, and behind him was a pair of divine wings that looked like they were formed from silver. Yang Li, Pangolin, Underworld Earth's deity went together to Stone Country Imperial Capital to force you out and kill you, but they then chased after you. So this was the reason why. The deity nodded. Even if he was the one that saw this imperishable golden body, he would also have immediately chased after sure how to obtain it. This was just too important. If one could completely comprehend it, then it would be a great natural opportunity. This type of thing would be fought over even if all 7 deities found it at the same time. They wouldn't be able to reach a compromise over who could possess it either. Now that sure how came and those 3 weren't to be seen, it left the deity rather surprised. His eyes became colder, clearly having sensed some kind of premonition. This really left him surprised. He originally thought that the 3 had already killed Sure Hao and were secretly studying his supreme being bone. He never expected that this wasn't the case. His eyes became incomparably deep. He didn't immediately take action and said, "You are just in the formation arrangement realm. For a deity, you are just like pottery dogs and chickens that can't take a single hit." Show. He took action, pointing outwards. The void began to distort, and the formless domain scattered. He wanted to trap that youth. Sure how weaved through the air, traveling several tens of thousands of li with a single step backwards. He retreated from this area of death and confronted his opponent from the distance. His expression was serious, every action he took extremely careful. Who sounded? Crazy winds stirred about. This deity displayed a pair of silver wings, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot before chasing over. As the divine wings moved about, the mountain peaks below all cracked apart. Many enormous boulders were swept up into the skies. One could well imagine how terrifying these wings were. He possessed extreme speed that far surpassed that of the 3 deities before. It was as if a hurricane wreaked havoc through this land. Sure Hao's expression changed. The other party was too fast. He displayed the 72 transformations, turning into a Kuan Pong and also stuck the earth withdrawal talisman onto his body, disappearing into the distance like a streak of light. With a schwa sound, the silver deity stopped in the air. His eyes were cold as he said, "So it turned out to be like this. You possess extreme speed, so those 3 couldn't immediately catch you." Sure Hao also stopped, maintaining his distance. "Your strength isn't enough, so there's no way you could have killed 3 deities. You could only depend on outside strength, using your extreme speed to guide them there, and that was why you were able to return alive while they disappeared." A simple test already allowed the deity to understand everything. He spoke this calmly. Sure Hao's expression congealed. This deity was incredibly sharp. After some simple actions, he immediately found out everything, accurately deducing the conclusion. It seemed like Western Tomb World couldn't be used again. This deity was like a glorious sun, shining resplendently. An archaic treasure successfully drew their greed. They all wanted to obtain it for themselves, so they chased after you. Sigh. Truly lamentable. Sure Hao sighed. This deity was incredibly terrifying. Not only was he sharp, he was also extremely calm. He stood there, unperturbed without making a single mistake. He felt that even if he suddenly erupted with power and used the imperishable golden body to fight against this individual, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. This deity was incredibly formidable. "Who are you? What kind of background do you have?" Sure Hao asked. "Heavenly country. Yi." His reply was extremely simple. Heavenly country, blood sacrifice. When Sure Hao heard this, his eyebrows stood vertically and bloody veins filled his eyes. Blood sacrifice was precisely Heavenly country's ancient technique, leading to this operation of crossing realms. Hong. This male named Yi erupted with radiance, becoming several times more brilliant than a heavenly sun, so blinding that it made others' eyes hurt. It was impossible to stare straight at him. If an ordinary cultivator looked at him face to face under such a close distance, their eyes would have definitely gone blind. Sure Hao withdrew. He was somewhat affected as well. The resplendent light delivered scorching pain to his eyes, affecting his spiritual senses, effectively disrupting them. The most terrifying part was that after the most terrifying radiance erupted, Yi disappeared from the void, vanishing without a trace. His fine hairs all stood on end. Without even thinking, He moved the Kuan Peng wings and fled towards the distance without lingering in that place a second later. The other party came from Heavenly Country and was proficient in assassinations, so he was definitely hiding in the void. As expected, the moment he fled, an indistinct figure struck down on his ruined figure. Terrifying fluctuations erupted. His assassination methods were astonishing. In-E displayed his true body and didn't chase after him. He only coldly and emotionlessly opened his mouth, saying, "You shouldn't count on my following you into that place of danger." Sure how naturally wouldn't guide him into Western Tomb World. He stopped in the void and confronted him. "Come here and fight," In-E said in a flat tone. "You have ignited your divine flame for so many years, yet you still have the nerve to say those words. You want to fight against a little cultivator like me in a decisive battle. Sure how ridiculed." In-E didn't say anything and instead sent a palm slapping down. A large silver hand covered heaven and earth, immediately collapsing one of Heaven Mending Pavilion's mountain peaks. Many of the ordinary people that were building palace halls exploded into a bloody mist. Sure how was furious. Veins bulged on his forehead. "If you try to leave, then I'll sweep this place clean. Regardless of whether it is the ruins or people, everything will turn into ashes. Then, I will go to Stone Country and unleash a massacre, overflowing the heavens with its blood and piling corpses into mountains." In-E was extremely calm, as if what he said was an extremely normal thing. He was cool-headed and unperturbed as he stood in the void. "If you flee, I will destroy everything you care about." Sure how really wanted to hack him apart and then turn him into mincemeat. Those that came from Heavenly Country were cold-blooded after all. For the sake of reaching his objective, he would use any means, fair or foul. Heavenly Country was an assassin organization to begin with, so there weren't any normal experts that came from this power. Cruelty and ruthlessness were characteristics they shared. Yangli, Pangolin, Underworld Clan's deity, the three of them wanted to seize the imperishable golden battle clothes and needed to fight over it, but I don't. I am the only hunter here, and I do not want to chase you, so the fight will take place right here," In-E coldly said. Sure how was so angry he laughed. "Who do you think you are, forcing me like this? Why don't you just tell me to take my own life and offer up the precious clothes? I will give you a fair chance to fight. If you aren't willing to accept it, then I will first destroy this place, and then unleash genocide on Stone Country. You can then feel remorse and despair," In-E coldly said. Sure how's eyes were like lightning. His long hair stood up vertically, and an inferno blazed within him. He truly wanted to immediately kill this deity. This cold-blooded expert from Heavenly Country was definitely not joking. He really was going to do it. Heaven Mending Pavilion can be considered glorious in the ancient era, established by an exiled disciple. If I recall correctly, he was ultimately executed by an extremely powerful expert from my Heavenly Country. In-E said. "What?" Sure how was shocked. Ghost Grandpa's death had always been a mystery for him. But today, he obtained this secret information. It was actually related to Heavenly Country. No wonder this person headed straight here. "What execution? You guys definitely ambushed him," Sure how said. He knew how Heavenly Country did things, so how could they have taken action honorably? Death is death, who cares what method he used? What is unfortunate was that my Heavenly Country's powerful senior also fell as a result. In-E shook his head. He looked at Heaven Mending Pavilion and said, "I originally wanted to personally give him a final send-off and never expected that it had already declined, becoming a thing of the past. Why don't I just give these ruins a final flattening?" He raised his hand to shatter the former location of Heaven Mending Pavilion. The first was to force Sure how to fight against him, and the second was to fulfill an aspiration of his, forever leveling this place. Sure how roared. He could only fight it out. With a chong sound, he pulled out a broken blade that was entirely black. This was precisely what had been left behind by Ghost Grandpa back then. However, he didn't immediately use the imperishable golden body battle clothes and wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill this Heavenly Country's cold-blooded deity, delivering a life-threatening blow at the crucial moment. Only, before that, he could only continuously avoid killing blows. A single mishap could end in his body and soul being wiped out. Sure how hacked out with the sword. Dark light erupted. Ini said, "Once I kill you, this place will fall as well." This type of success is far inferior to the glory of Heavenly Country's powerful senior cutting down heaven-mending sect's first ancestor. It is just too insignificant in comparison. He formed a sword art and hacked outwards, displaying the slaughtering profound mysteries of Heavenly Country. The symbols acted strangely, releasing waves of woo-woo sounds as they filled the void. Dang! Even though Sure How avoided the edge and fled far enough, a streak of sword energy still lightly brushed the broken sword. Symbols erupted and wrapped themselves over. He was greatly shocked. An expert that ignited his divine flame was terrifying after all. Even a casual strike was this formidable. Heavenly Country's symbols were truly tyrannical as well, directly wrapping around his weapon to try and destroy it. Sure How moved his arms to try and scatter it. At this moment, the broken sword shone on its own, erupting like a black sun. A boundless wave of life force descended into this world, leaving all sides shaken. This had never happened before. Ever since Sure How grasped this sword, powerful fluctuations like this had never happened before. It was as if an ancient deity was resurrecting. Hong! A figure walked out from the broken sword. Gray hair scattered about his head, ancient clothes covering his body. This was an elder with eyes as sharp as sword radiance, his gaze directly piercing into the innermost depths of one's heart. It was unexpectedly Ghost Grandpa. He had reappeared in this world. Only this time it was different from the past. His eyes were resplendent without any perplexity or craziness. He was like a deity that descended into this world. The aura he released was powerful and terrifying. In addition, the sword that was inserted into his head was now dissolving away, becoming powerful divine force that entered his body, making him even more powerful. Did my will not scatter all for the sake of settling things with Heavenly Country? What a pity! My final appearance was still not enough to meet the one I was waiting for. Ghost Grandpa spoke. "You are that exiled disciple?" Ini was shocked, backing up a few steps. Sure How was naturally dumbstruck as well. He truly never expected Ghost Grandpa to appear again. Moreover, more powerful than he could have imagined. His aura surged like a boundless sea. "You are already dead, just a remnant will. Back then, my Heavenly Country's great expert came down to the lower realm to kill you, and today, I will wipe out your will." Ini shouted. "Creature that walks in the world of darkness, you only know how to assassinate, but can still be called a powerful individual." Ghost Grandpa calmly said, "After passing away, everything turns into nothingness. No matter how strong you appear today, it is still pointless. I will cut you down." Ini roared. His entire body erupted with radiance, and the sword in his hands became incomparably red, continuously dripping with blood. It was going to release its most powerful attack. Ghost Grandpa reached out his hand and said, "Sword, come!" The broken sword in Sure How's hand flew into Ghost Grandpa's hand. Without any excessive movements, it hacked outwards. The symbols that covered the sky were completely crushed. The sword that was dripping with blood in Ini's hand completely shattered, and that arm began to blast apart inch by inch with pu sounds, turning into a bloody mist. He screamed towards the sky and quickly retreated. "Just a fake deity that has just lit a divine flame. Yet you dare to talk nonsense of wiping out the final traces of this place. Is someone like you capable of doing so?" Ghost Grandpa calmly said. This type of apathy and indifference made Yi's eyes surge with redness. His killing intent madly surged, truly wanting to roar towards the heavens and go berserk. However, in the end, he chose to escape. As someone from Heavenly Country, even though he was cruel and cold-blooded, he knew even more so how to endure silently. He wanted to hide in the void and flee now. "You want to flee, but is someone like you even capable of doing so?" Ghost Grandpa continued to speak without any fluctuations in his voice. With the broken sword in hand, he lightly hacked through everything in the void. With a pu sound, In staggered backwards, revealing his true body. His legs had been hacked through. Blood poured outwards, delivering him so much pain that he screamed miserably. Ghost Grandpa was truly different from before. He wasn't crazy and was instead quite normal. In addition, he became who knew how many times more powerful than before. Ini usually moved about in the world of darkness, so he rarely faced off against an expert head-on. He would always use the most callous and cruel methods to assassinate and eliminate his target. However, right now they were all useless. Both of his feet had been hacked off. His face was warped in pain. Even if he was an existence that had ignited his divine flame, this type of great pain was still difficult to endure. You are clearly dead already. So why do you still have this kind of fighting strength? Inyi's eyes were bloodshot. He truly wasn't willing to be killed here. He was unexpectedly going to die under the hands of a dead person. Ghost Grandpa's expression was indifferent. He didn't treat assassins at this level as anyone important. The broken sword in his hand was raised again, and it began to devour the black sword radiance. Old Ghost, back then, my heavenly country could kill you. And now, I can erase you from this world as well. Ini shouted ferociously. His fingers were like blades as they quickly sliced about in the void, writing down a few scriptures. Those strokes shone brilliantly in the air without scattering. In addition, he brought out a small altar that was 3 foot tall. It was entirely red and had symbols carved all over its surface. He began to chant incantations from his mouth, as if he was trying to summon something. In an instant, the sky darkened, and roaring sounds resounded through the air. Scarlet streaks of lightning hacked across the sky. Kill! Ini staked everything on the line. He ignited his heart blood and carried out a type of bizarre ritual. One could vaguely see countless figures appear. They were all roaring, forming an unimaginable wave of resentment that combined together to form a blood-colored devil. It rushed towards Ghost Grandpa. Sure how shivered inwardly. The bloody fiendish aura was just too strong, making others feel like their souls become unstable. Are these the souls harvested during Heavenly Country's blood sacrifice? Ghost Grandpa's eyes surged with radiance, revealing killing intent. What a pity it was that only a portion of the souls were collected from the Flood region's blood sacrifice. Most of them scattered away. This is a divine altar bestowed to me by my Heavenly Country's predecessors, In-E said. Who sounded? Scarlet feathers swept up into the air. That blood-colored devil became even larger. It thrusted the scarlet spear in its hand towards Ghost Grandpa. Deafening woo-woo sounds tore through the air. Zhang! Ghost Grandpa's sword descended. The scarlet spear continuously cracked apart. Then he brandished his sword again, and that enormous blood-colored devil was immediately sliced apart at the waist. Blood energy scattered everywhere. The demonic god is boundless and immeasurable. Kill! Ini shouted. He seemed to have gone mad. He knew that he couldn't escape, and that only by wiping out Ghost Grandpa would there be a chance for him to preserve his life. As such, he threw caution to the wind and went all out. Blood flowed out from his chest. He ignited his heart blood and activated that altar, sending demonic figures out one after another. Soon after, Ghost Grandpa was caught within. Devils howled all around him and countless departed spirits could be seen. They all turned into blood devils, appearing everywhere and seemingly impossible to completely eradicate. Old Ghost, you should just disappear. Ini shouted loudly. Ghost Grandpa appeared indifferent. He raised up the broken sword high into the air and hacked it downwards. This wasn't sword energy, and was instead a world created by the sword, turned into a world without equal. Hong! Void figures filled the sky. All of the devils were destroyed, completely wiped out by the sword. The surrounding blood lightning, black clouds, and the others all disappeared. The clear and bright world reappeared. World in blood sacrifice. Heavenly Country's deities will reappear. Ini roared loudly. His body had already started to shrivel up. He continued to burn his essence blood to help this altar display its power. Ghost Grandpa walked outwards, pointing his sword forward. That bright red altar released a gotcha sound. It began to crack apart, and then it completely exploded. Ini looked like he was petrified. Such a powerful ancestral magical artifact was destroyed just like that, as if it was as fragile as a ceramic vase, shattered under a single sword strike. This was just too difficult for him to accept. He moved his silver divine wings, raising up great winds to flee as quickly as he could from this place. But it was still completely futile in the end. Dark light flashed past, and sword light surged. His silver wings fell off and blood splashed everywhere. Ini fell downwards, the shriveled state of his body looking like that of a ghoul. How are you so powerful? He was truly unwilling to accept this. He was actually going to die under the hands of a dead person. This just felt too absurd and grievous. I died under a sword that came from above the dome of heaven. The remains of my soul were sealed up by the most powerful will imitation of your heavenly country's killing sword. If I hadn't made contact with your heavenly country mysterious technique, I wouldn't have been able to awaken. Ghost Grandpa spoke, his face full of regret. He wasn't able to wait until those from his past came and only encountered a younger generation individual that only had his divine flame ignited. This was the final time that he could make an appearance. When Shurhao heard this, he trembled inwardly. That rusted sword inserted in Ghost Grandpa's head turned out to have been refined by his most powerful will. Now that it had dissolved, he truly revived, and as a result, he became powerful beyond imagination. Only everything was refined by an empty will. If he was still alive with flesh and blood, just how powerful would he be? Truly unwilling, Ini shouted outwards while clenching his fists tightly. Chi! Ghost Grandpa didn't say much either. A sword hacked out, sending Ini's head flying diagonally. It then exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist. His body and soul were thus wiped out. It was just that easy. A powerful existence with his divine flame ignited couldn't even take a single strike from Ghost Grandpa. Shurhao was in great admiration. This was the definition of a truly powerful expert. The world calmed down. Only two people remained, one old, one young. Shurhao's mind rose and fell, feeling extremely uneasy. The bitter struggle he had anticipated didn't arrive, and in the end, his opponent actually died just like that. I am about to disappear, and it is impossible for me to ever reappear, said Ghost Grandpa. The expression on his face was calm, carrying only a bit of regret. Senior, Shurhao didn't know what was the right thing to say. In the end, he told Ghost Grandpa about how the divine vine had sprouted and once again took root. This is the best news I've heard before my ultimate death. That vine is like my child. Ghost Grandpa's expression became gentle as he recalled fondly of the past. There was joy but also sorrow. Senior, will you go and see it? Shurhao asked. I won't. This is its new life, so it should no longer have any memories of me. Ghost Grandpa shook his head. Then this place became a lot quieter. There were no words, only the sound of wind rushing past. This life of mine. Only after a long time did Ghost Grandpa release a light sigh. He looked at Shurhao and said, Your innate talents are extraordinary. Are you willing to return to heaven-mending sect in my place? He was an abandoned disciple. This was something that had always been gnawing at his mind, as well as an unfinished regret. Shurhao opened his mouth. Even though he respected Ghost Grandpa, there was truly no way of accepting this request of his. It was just too difficult for the grudges between himself and heaven-mending sect to be settled. That's true as well. You are you, I am myself. This is true even if I felt like I've shamed my teacher, so I've always wished to go back to console him. Ghost Grandpa said with a sigh. What exactly happened back then? Shurhao looked at him while full of doubt. Because of a woman from heavenly country, I was cast out from the heaven-mending sect as an exiled disciple. Afterwards, I was then assassinated by her and someone else together in this lower realm. With how exceptional she is definitely still alive. When Shurhao heard this, he became stupefied. These words were extremely simple, but the process was definitely complex and full of resentment and grudges. My teacher should have already passed away. so it would be without meaning even if I returned to heaven-mending sect. That woman, however, is still alive. I want to settle things, but the day we meet again will not come. He came from the higher realms but died in the wasteland region. This life of mine's, just let it end like this. His body began to become indistinct. It gradually became more faint, as if it was about to disappear. Senior, Xianxia cried out. The ancient sacred courtyard has the heaven-mending technique, but seeing how you are most likely at odds against them, it isn't easy for me to pass it down to you either. Ghost Grandpa's figure became more and more indistinct. I'll gift this sword to you. It is held together from a divine mixture of phoenix beak and unicorn horn. Ghost Grandpa said. The black broken sword flew over, landing into Xianxia's hands. He was quite familiar with the broken sword. This portion of the broken sword was damaged, and it was held together by a transparent plaster. And now, Ghost Grandpa said that it was held together by a mixture made of phoenix beak and unicorn horn, giving him quite a bit of shock. Those materials are definitely world-shaking. Ghost Grandpa, there will be a day when I will go into the higher realms. I will bring this broken sword into heavenly country to help you settle things. Xianxia said. Higher realms? I've almost forgotten about that place. However, there should still be some people that still remember me. When speaking these words, Ghost Grandpa's eyes became extremely bright. However, in the end, his body still scattered away, forever disappearing from this world. Xianxia felt disappointed and frustrated. A powerful individual had disappeared just like that, making him sigh with regret. However, he learned from Ghost Grandpa's final words that he definitely had an incomparably splendid past. Perhaps there were still a few places in the higher realms where his legend existed. Only those who the heavens love die young. In the end, he still fell. I really never expected such a thing. The most dazzling human race figure of the ancient era who forcefully pushed back the heavenly talents among his peers actually ended up like this, hee. A voice suddenly sounded. A figure appeared in the distant sky, walking over step by step in midair. An enormous black sun could be seen behind this individual, giving this figure a rather sinister appearance. Xianxia's mind trembled inwardly. There was actually another deity that appeared. Ini truly is miserable, dying here because of a will. He definitely died with remaining grievances. This was a male. The large sun behind him was formed from a black sunflower. You saw him die, but you aren't even going to lend him a hand? Xianxia asked. I came too late and could only see the final scene from the distance. Moreover, if I came a bit closer, I would have been done for two. You know? This male laughed as he spoke, seeming to be taking joy in the misfortune of others. Yi was extremely cold-blooded. Who knows if there will be a day when he makes a move on his own people. Dying a bit earlier isn't too bad either. 5 of the 7 deities died. Now that there are only 2 left, aren't you worried at all? Xianxia said coldly. Isn't it better for the 8 regions to only have a few deities? If we did find those natural opportunities, it would be easy to split them up as well. Who knows, maybe one day, I might be able to become an unsurpassed supreme being as well. The male spoke with a faint smile. It was different this time than in the past. The higher realms sect master fought against the will of heaven, and as a result, these 7 deities could forever stay behind in the lower realms. They could stay here for several thousand years, and if their vitalities were great enough, maybe even greater than 10,000 years. Meanwhile, in the past, they could only use heaven and earth natural laws damage time-limited methods to have a few experts come down for a few months, or 1 or 2 years at the most. If the 7 deities lived, they had more than enough time to do what they wanted. The deities that had accumulated inside the 8 regions, the chess pieces and experts the various sects arranged, had all been killed or captured. If nothing unexpected happened in the lower realms, the 7 deities could definitely control the lower realm. A black sunflower took root in the void. It quickly extended its black roots over to restrict Xianxia. After you killed my demonic sunflower garden's disciple, our clan lord specifically instructed me to personally kill you. It seems like I'll be able to carry out that promise, said this male. He stood on the black sunflower and looked down on Xianxia. Sure Hao avoided those thick roots and quietly placed the little rebirth pill into his mouth. The black-clad male's face carried a cold smile. He reached out a large hand and directly slapped down. Black mists flooded the heavens. It was as if a demonic hand was descending from beyond the region, hiding the sky and covering the earth. Sure Hao shifted sideways and avoided that large hand. In the void, black sunflowers took root stalk after stalk. They covered everything, completely filling up this place to trap him within. Sure Hao's entire body shone, becoming incomparably brilliant. A powerful aura of life surged within him. He broke into the supreme expert realm without any suspense, immediately becoming much more powerful. "Did you come to deliver me sunflower seeds?" he ridiculed. Every single pore on his body surged with spiritual essence. There was no way one could completely absorb all of the medical efficacy. Sure Hao used this chance of breakthrough to turn that portion of medicinal strength that hadn't dissolved into divine might before striking towards that black-clad male. He turned into a human-shaped Kuan-Pong and began to frantically use up this medicinal strength, defying the heavens as he rushed outwards. Even a glimmer of light dares to try and compete against the bright moon. Truly overestimating your capabilities. The male from demonic sunflower garden laughed coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast and mighty hurricane swept outwards. He reached out and grabbed towards the Kuan-Pong. Hong! Sure Hao activated the imperishable golden clothes. Divine flames surged and endless radiance rushed into the heavens. This boundless wave of divine force immediately shattered that male's sleeves, causing his palm to be drenched with blood. The demonic sunflower garden male was immediately alarmed. The other party unexpectedly had the aura of a deity. This was too sudden. Sure Hao erupted to the peak of his power. This first attack had not ended yet. He turned into a human-formed Kuan-Pong and rushed upwards. With wings behind him, he displayed the Kuan-Pong technique. Endless symbols appeared and attacked outwards. Meanwhile, at his side, the broken sword, Stone Country's golden magical sword, Country protecting divine halberd and other weapons rushed up together to attack. Divine radiance erupted endlessly. Pooh! Even though the demonic sunflower garden male reacted quickly and backed up, how could he be faster than the Kuan-Pong technique? Now, equipped with the deity realm and imperishable golden body, it became even faster. Ah! The black-clad male screamed. In his surroundings, endless black sunflowers appeared. They grew frantically to block Sure Hao's attacks. Sure Hao's eyes shone. He grabbed one of the magical artifacts around him. It was the country protecting divine halberd that was dark black to golden in color. It released blazing radiance. It hacked horizontally and vertically, wiping out many of the black sunflowers. This place became chaotic. All types of lights flew about in disorder. "Kill!" Sure Hao shouted loudly. His head of hair stood on end, and his pupils widened angrily. The great halberd in his hands hacked down ferociously. With the Kuan-Peng's power, it erupted with the greatest defensive power. This male roared angrily. He had also become furious. Countless symbols appeared around him, and a great sun erupted behind his body. The demonic sunflower he refined himself appeared to block the divine halberd. Hong! The two parties collided. The great black sun swayed back and forth. Some of its leaves withered, turning into black flames that burned viciously. They surrounded towards Sure Hao. "Get lost!" Sure Hao shouted. A pair of Kuan-Pong wings moved behind him. Endless energy erupted, and both yin and yang energies swirled, scattering the flames. He slaughtered his way forward. The dazzling halberd blade and boundless Kuan-Pong force erupted at the same time, turning into a lightning of destruction. The powerful electricity surged forward. Pong! The black-clad male coughed out blood and quickly retreated. Under this tyrannical type of power, even he would suffer greatly. Sure Hao rushed to face this individual head-on, completely going for broke. He didn't have any route of retreat, and he had to fight and win to break out of this deadly situation. This was the only way to come out alive. Meanwhile, under the sudden changes, the demonic sunflower garden male who was originally confident in his victory and acting high and mighty suddenly began to panic. He didn't want to be wounded, or else how was he supposed to contend for supremacy here in the lower realm and obtain the greatest benefits? He was afraid that after he became weak, he would be eliminated by the other deities. It was precisely this attitude that made Xianxia even more confident. Meanwhile, the black-clad male continuously backed up in retreat. Pu at Xianxia's side. The golden divine magical sword flew out. It turned into a streak of divine rainbow light and pierced through that man's shoulder, causing blood to spill all over the deity's body. Ah! The black-clad male cried out loudly, revealing a look of anger. He was so powerful, yet he was wounded by this glimmer of light. He was completely furious now. He knew that he had to turn this situation around, or else the results would be unthinkable. His entire body shone and divine flame blazed about. He erupted with the most powerful aura. A black sunflower appeared. It turned into a black heavenly sun and surrounded him. He was going to fight a decisive battle against Xianxia. In addition, hundreds to over 1,000 streaks of black light flew towards Xianxia, putting him in extreme danger. They were actually sunflower seeds, every one of them carrying a wave of spiritual essence as they shot out. They then exploded in midair, turning into sword radiance. Injuries appeared on Xianxia's face and neck. He had just been brushed by this attack, yet they almost pierced straight through him. Meanwhile, the black-clad male backed up. He wanted to create a safe enough distance to readjust himself before continuing the fight. Xianxia's eyes shone brilliantly. He was like a shadow following a body, not allowing him to break free from this place. The Kuan-Peng technique was displayed to its limit. Those divine wings moved about, forming yin and yang energies. They both erupted with the most powerful offensive power. Hong! With a flap from the two wings, the sunflower seeds that filled the sky were finally shattered, and then they hacked down on the other party like two heavenly blades. Dang! The black-clad male held a sunflower. That was his main body. Black symbols rippled outwards and quickly diffused. The leaves flying about in chaos continuously withered and sparks flew everywhere. Ah! He roared, displaying his great divine ability. His entire figure began to burn. He was going to fight to the death. Go die! Xianxia shouted loudly. He pressed forward, both wings slamming together, merging yin and yang. There was actually some chaotic energy that scattered outwards. Power surged greatly. This was this technique's greatest defensive skill. Hong! There was no way for this male to dodge this attack. Both wings struck down on his arms, leaving his entire body greatly shaken. The sunflower in front of him withered up, and his arms immediately exploded. The injuries were quickly worsening as well. Half of his body's bones were broken, and there were large patches of mutilated flesh on him. This was precisely the Kuan-Peng technique, a technique with unmatched defensive power. Even though Xianxia wasn't a true deity, he still produced this terrifying result. You have to understand that a creature with their divine flame ignited would be completely different. They would possess power far exceeding that of the mortal realms. The king-level figures and supreme experts could only look up to them and offer their worship. It was also because of the large disparity in strength, the great gap between them, that earned them the title of deities. They were too difficult to defy. This was the difference between God and man. Even though Xianxia was borrowing the power of the imperishable golden body to increase his strength, his understanding towards the natural laws, profound mysteries and symbols was still quite lacking. Being able to produce this type of result was already extremely astonishing. The black-clad male flew outwards, blood continuously flying out from his mouth. He steadied himself, and with a terrifying gaze, he ferociously raised his head and said, "You are definitely going to die." He tossed aside all other ideas and treated this like a life-and-death battle. He began to ignite all of his power, disregarding the prices paid to do so. In that instant, a blazing beam of light descended from the heavens. The sun in the sky released a terrifying streak of divine light. The black-clad male seemed to have blended together with the heavenly sun. He walked over while riding on the raging flames, every inch of his flesh surging with divine flames. Go to hell! This was the taboo technique of the demonic sunflower garden, one that used oneself as the price. It connected to the heavenly sun, borrowing its powerful might to destroy its enemies. At this moment, Shi Hao's Kuan-Peng technique displayed its greatest power. It turned into a streak of flowing light and ferociously surrounded this male. Fiery light surged around this black-clad male. Raging flames blazed, and below, the mountain peaks were turned into ashes and directly burned into nothingness. As for the Great Lake, it quickly disappeared, completely drying up. This place flourished with brilliant radiance. Divine light rushed into the heavens. The sun seemed like it would fall down from the sky and merge with the black-clad male. Terrifying power erupted. This was a shocking great battle that shook all directions. It drew the attention of a few great powers. They were all incredibly shocked. Sure, how is defying a deity? He returned alive. Rumor has it that he was being chased by 3 deities. Yet he unexpectedly reappeared and started a battle against a demonic god. This battle was incredibly intense. Sure, how used the most powerful methods from the very start without using any normal techniques at all. He used everything he had to kill this deity. Hong. When the Kuan-Peng power was slightly exhausted, Sure Hao displayed his own most powerful technique without any hesitation. The instant the distance between the two of them was closed, he used the Reincarnation precious technique. His supreme being bone shone. Large amounts of symbols erupted, forming a sheet of scriptures that engraved itself in the void. It then formed a furnace that surrounded the black-clad male within. Sure Hao was extremely nervous. After all, he still hadn't ignited his divine flame, so his understanding of symbols and natural laws was far from being comparable to the other party. He feared that this bone's profound mysteries would lose effectiveness. Ah! The black-clad male screamed loudly. He was struck by the supreme being symbols and wrapped within. His body quickly aged, and his flesh began to wither up. His vitality began to severely exhaust. Right now, the unmatched solar essence flame was harming even himself. His skin dried up and his body had already half collapsed. His head of hair turned gray. It was just too horrible of a sight. Sure Hao exulted with joy. Even though he didn't ignite his divine flame yet and his understanding of the natural laws was lacking, the supreme being bone grew on its own without needing him to operate it. As long as he had this bone and it accumulated enough divine force, it would be able to display its might. It seemed like his worrying had been unnecessary. Through the support of the imperishable golden body, he successively dealt serious damage to his opponent. Ah! The demonic sunflower garden expert released an angry roar. He never expected there to be this kind of result. He was originally at the prime of his life, yet now he was aging and his vitality was withering away. Sure Hao naturally wouldn't waste any time. The recovery force of creatures that ignited their divine flames was astonishing. So this was an opportunity that might disappear soon. With the country suppressing halberd in hand, he moved forward. Piu sounded, and a head dropped directly onto the ground. Ah! The demonic sunflower garden's expert roared angrily. Even though his head had been removed, his voice continued to reverberate through the skies. Sure Hao didn't stop here. He threw himself over and hacked down with the broken black sword. With a Piu sound, the skull was immediately sliced in half. Blood poured everywhere and divine light illuminated this entire place. It was a good thing that he was fast as well. As soon as he hacked down, the body, as well as the skull halves returned to their youthful state. Spiritual essence roiled and the demonic sunflower garden expert's vitality surged like an ocean. Sure Hao was alarmed. If not for his fast reaction, he might truly not have been able to eliminate this individual. This demonic sunflower garden expert recovered too quickly, worthy of being known as an existence that ignited its divine flame. Even at this moment, Sure Hao didn't stop. His body erupted with light, displaying the swan and eye technique. He brought endless lightning with him and blasted at the skull that had been sliced apart. The primordial spirit inside had long been shaken loose. Sure Hao did everything he could to attack, continuously sending lightning downwards to eradicate this spirit and forever get rid of this potential future disaster. I am unwilling to accept this. I actually died under the hands of a little supreme expert, the black-clad male roared. A hong sounded. His spirit began to burn, and meanwhile, the body that was accompanied by a black sunflower was also ignited. Then, they exploded together, sending divine force exploding high into the sky. He self-destructed. This world was brightly lit and resplendent with radiance, lighting up the entire mountain range. The mountain peaks were like paper as they melted away, disappearing from this place. How terrifying! A deity self-destructed. The little stone is too terrifying. He actually forced a deity to the end of his ropes, causing him to self-destruct. Everyone who saw this scene was astonished. They didn't dare believe what they were seeing. This was just too shocking. Xianxia coughed out blood. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique to quickly escape during the moment of imminent danger, but he was still caught up in the blast radius and was almost blown apart into pieces. He weaved through the skies and backed up over 100 li. He fell down, dropping down into the mountain region. His entire body was covered in blood. He almost died here. The self-destruction of a deity was truly terrifying. If not for Xianxia being fast enough, fleeing from the center of the storm, he would have undoubtedly died. Even with the imperishable golden body, his injuries were still severe. Blood was spat out as soon as he opened his mouth. His body laid on the ground just like that. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Only after an entire hour had passed did Xianxia climb back up with difficulty. He brought out a mouthful of sparkling black jade like sunflower seeds and threw them into his mouth to replenish his divine might. Then he sat here to recover. So dangerous. I was so close to dying. For hours later, Xianxia stood up. Even a body as powerful as his almost broke apart, and he really did just barely survive. He turned into a stream of light and then disappeared into the distance. The news seemed to have grown a pair of wings as it traveled throughout all parts of the world, stirring great shock and alarm wherever it went. The little stone unexpectedly slaughtered a deity. Good. It truly helps us vent a bit of resentment. Those deities, for the sake of coming down into the lower realm, carried out a blood sacrifice in the flood region. Just how many people died miserably as a result? Xianxia is only 15 years old, yet he actually killed a deity? This is a heaven-defying feat. One great enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This is too great. Little Stone is truly a good person, killing that hateful deity. Hearing this information truly makes me joyous. The entire world was clamoring in excitement. Everyone couldn't believe it at first, but once the information was proved, they felt incomparably joyous. The 7 deities came down into the lower realms and did such terrible things to the people of this world. They had unleashed too many bloody disasters and deserved punishment. When Xianxia returned to the village, the entire village was extremely happy. When he left, everyone felt extremely nervous, as if their hearts had been raised to their throats. They feared that he might die in the outside world. This is too great. Little Uncle Hao came back safely. A group of children began to climb all over him like koalas. Everyone was smiling. There was no result better than this. Your parents have just left, said Chief Shi Yunfeng. Ever since Xianxia decided to fight a decisive battle against a deity, Shi Xiling and his wife became filled with worry and uneasiness. They had always chased after his traces, but each time, they would end up empty-handed and a step late. For example, this time, after they received information, they immediately hurried towards the mountain range outside Heaven Mending Sect, but they were a step late. They personally saw the remains of the battle, which left them completely stupefied. This was caused by Hauer. He slaughtered a deity? The husband and wife were indescribably shaken. That day, the little stone's name was transmitted throughout the entire world. This type of magnificent feat had never been heard of since the ancient times. A 15-year-old killing deities. This was something straight out of a fantasy. The most important thing was that there were also 3 deities that went missing before, all of them gone without a trace after chasing after Xianxia. Because of this, there were many wild speculations going around. The little stone stopped the 7 deities, winning the respect of everyone. No matter what, this was an elimination of evil. Apart from the few great sects, there wasn't anyone that wasn't cheering with excitement. The little stone's name quickly resounded through the 8 regions, shaking the world under the sky. Everyone was in admiration. How adjusted his breathing. He ate a few stalks of spiritual medicines and plucked a few leaves from the silver holy peach tree to treat his injuries. He then released a breath of relief. Deities really aren't that easy to kill after all. You cannot put yourself at risk anymore. Surviving is more important than anything. Dazhuang, Pihu, and the others urged. They all returned to the village as well. Child, don't leave anymore. This truly makes us uneasy, a few elders said while tugging on Hao's hand. When he looked at his childhood companions that had grown up and then looked at these seniors, Hao felt extremely warm inside. He smiled and nodded, but he didn't truly make any promises. He brought out the bronze precious case and released Yu Chan's second body. He told Harry Ball and Little Red that if he didn't return this time, then they should escort her out from Stone Village. Yu Chan was stunned. What was Hao going to do? Soon after, she learned a few things from the village and became extremely shocked. He actually slaughtered a deity. It was clear that he still had one final fight. This time, life and death was difficult to say. His actions seemed like funeral arrangements. Are you truly going to go and fight? Yu Chan asked. She was truly amazed. The little stone didn't kill her, and if he was defeated, he would finally leave her with a path of life. Her state of mind immediately became extremely complicated. Hao didn't pay her any attention. He called over Qingfeng and told him about a few special places in the lower realm that might contain great natural opportunities. These were the places deduced by the higher realm's sect masters, so if the country became powerful enough in the future, they could go and explore those areas. Little big bro, don't leave again. Qingfeng shed tears. He couldn't help but choke with sobs. He knew that this final deity was the most powerful and unrivaled. If Hao went and fought him head-on, he would most likely die. Don't go. There's no way to win over the last deity. He came from Immortal Palace, an ancient freak that has cultivated for a long time. You aren't his opponent. Harry Ball also sighed and said, If I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't go. Hao said, Who wouldn't cherish their own life and not care about death? He naturally didn't want to meet death either. He was hoping that the old deity would focus on searching for natural opportunities and roam the world instead of dealing with him. That way, they could both live together in harmony. Little Uncle Hao, you aren't going anymore? Go with us to the mountains to loot some vicious bird nests and catch vicious beasts. A group of children shouted noisily. All right, I'll go with you guys. In the next few days, Hao roamed about the mountains with them, leaving behind many cries of joy and laughter, as if he had returned to his childhood. His smile was extremely brilliant. He truly wanted to stay behind, truly wanted to stop this moment of time. The outside world wasn't calm at all. The world was indignant towards the 7 deities. There were also people discussing the might of the little stone. They were hoping that he would be able to kill the final deity. However, there were no traces of the 7th deity at all. He had not made an appearance this entire time. Hao left the village once, finding the divine striking stone and Emperor Butterfly and bringing them back to Stone Village. He also brought over a few heavenly treasures from Stone Country to prepare for the upcoming battle. This is the old location of Stone Village? A group of children were all curious. They all looked at the deep crater beneath them. Big Pong, Little Green, and Purple Cloud descended, bringing a group of youth and children to their old location. Now, grass had already grown again, and it was no longer as dull and lonely. A blood purge had once been carried out within a range of 50,000 li. For a while, plant life had been sparse here and creatures had been wiped out with skeletal remains everywhere. It seemed like a portion of this place's vitality had finally been restored. Stone Village was completely uprooted, leaving behind an enormous crater in its original location. Apart from this, there wasn't anything else noticeable. Dazhuang, Ermeng, and Pihu were a bit moved. This was the first time they returned after leaving. There's something down there. Big Peng swooped downwards. Right now, its appearance was much different from that of a green-scaled eagle. Its wings were golden yellow, and it truly looked like a Peng. It descended into the valley. Little Green also descended, using its sharp claws to remove the earth. An enormous skeleton appeared that was sparkling with purple-golden luster. There was also an indescribable type of awe to its appearance. Inside of Hao's thick long hair, a bit of golden light appeared. The emperor butterfly danced about, flying over. Soon after, it entered the skeleton hidden underneath the earth. This is a divine skeleton? Everyone was astonished. Big Peng, Little Green, and the others tore apart the earth, revealing that enormous skeleton. It was at least 100 zhang in length. All of the bones were a purple-golden color. The willow deity took root here before, using the divine bones to recover a bit of its divine force. That was why it was able to survive. Hao said to himself. He knew a bit about this. Back then, the willow deity bathed itself in tens of thousands of streaks of lightning before descending from the ninth heaven. All of its vitality was severed. Even though this divine corpse could not compare to the willow deity, for a dying tree, it still had a certain amount of effectiveness. It was precisely because it took root here that the willow deity produced a single willow branch after resting here for over 10 years, recovering a bit of its vitality and thus living. The emperor butterfly danced lightly in the air. It carried a granule of purple gold with it and flew into Hao's hair. It began to chew at this crystal-like substance with ka-chi sounds. What is this? Hao placed it in his palm. It was a fingernail-sized stone that resembled a piece of purple gold. It was slightly transparent and flowing with gentle luster. There was a unique energy rippling about it. The divine striking stone struggled free with an AO sound and began to fight with the emperor butterfly for it. Stop fighting over it. Hao stopped them. Then, both the stone and the butterfly rushed into the giant hole together. They all entered that enormous skeleton to search around. Qingfeng, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others were all curious. They huddled over together to get a look. As for the children, they were all like little monkeys. After giving it a look, they rushed down the valley to look around. This is a deity. What a big body. It's more than 100 zhang long. What did it eat to get so big? A little child that was only a few years old spoke with a tender voice. Hao and the others also appeared in the valley floor, surrounding the enormous skeleton as they looked around. The purple skeleton was extremely solid. When one struck its surface, a metallic sound would ring through the air. There was unexpectedly still some energy rippling about. Exactly what type of rock is it? Hao asked the divine striking stone. He noticed that there were still more than 10 crystals inside of the divine bones, the largest as big as a walnut. The energy rippling out from them was quite impressive. This is a divine crystal that only the highest level of deity can grow. I never expected that there was such a heaven-defying thing here, the divine striking stone said while chewing on it. What a pity it is that the remainder are all leftover residue. Their divine force isn't pure, instead mottled and incredibly messy. After both the emperor butterfly and itself chewed it a few times, it no longer dared to put any into its mouth anymore, because apart from divine force, there was also deathly energy in these crystals. They couldn't absorb everything inside, because there were just too many impurities. It was clear that these were things left over after the willow deity absorbed everything else. The divine energy this thing contains is actually quite terrifying. If it can be taken advantage of, it might be able to be turned into a powerful killing weapon, said the divine striking stone. Can you refine it into a powerful weapon? Give it to little big bro to use, Qingfeng said out of worry for Hao. I was precisely thinking of doing something with all of this. Let me think about it for a bit. This enormous high-level deity's corpse's spiritual essence hadn't scattered after all this time. Its entire body is precious, said the divine striking stone. Finally, the group of children moved away from the enormous crater, not daring to disturb it anymore. They all knew that this was now an extremely important matter. Hao, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others led the others around their old home, guiding the children around this region. They noticed that a few vicious birds and fierce beasts returned and resided here. The final battle was inevitable. That was why Hao revisited this place to recall his beautiful memories of the past out of fear that he would never be able to see these things again. Finally, they brought the enormous purple skeleton back to Stone Village. The divine striking stone asked Hairy Ball and Little Red to help refine and grind it. Using the divine crystal as the origin and purple skeleton as divine materials, we will refine a great weapon. Then, we will apply some formations onto it to make it even more terrifying. The divine striking stone was full of confidence. Several days later, in Stone Country capital, an old man was walking rather slowly. There was a special rhythm and pace to his movement as he entered the city. There were many people on the streets, but even though it was crowded, his body never made contact with anyone else's. He wore an ancient Taoist robe. His skin was wrinkled, and his hair was a grayish color. He looked rather aged, but his eyes were still bright and full of life. After entering the city, he didn't move too quickly or too slowly as he looked around Stone Capital. Soon after, he appeared in the Imperial Palace, immediately leaving a group of Imperial guards shocked. They didn't know how he entered this place. These formations have some noteworthy Tao. He looked at the great formations inside the Imperial Palace and nodded. His eyes narrowed as he carefully studied them a bit. He didn't kill anyone and only said, "Where is your human emperor? I wish to meet with him to discuss a few matters." Even if these Imperial guards knew where Stone Village was, they wouldn't say anything, let alone to someone they didn't know at all. They naturally wouldn't give this old man an answer. So it's like that. The elder didn't take action. He turned around and disappeared in a flash. An hour later, he appeared inside of a secret manor inside the Imperial City and saw Peng 9. "Don't be nervous. I won't take action. I come here in good faith and wish to meet your Stone Emperor." He smiled as he spoke, revealing a gentle expression. Goosebumps broke out all over Peng 9's body. He felt like even if he did everything he could, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on this individual's body. Standing in front of this old man made him feel as if he was a lamb gazing up at a true hoe. The difference between them was just too great. "His Majesty has left. Even I do not know where he is right now." Peng 9 forcefully calmed himself down and said, "Is that so? Then I'll wait for him in Stone Capital." The elder's figure became indistinct, disappearing into thin air. Stone Village. Hao stepped onto the altar. Right now, everyone in the village was here. They all opened up their mouths, but they didn't know how to make him stay. Everything they wanted to say had already been said. "Child, protect your body and don't die. Living is more important than anything else," a clan elder said. "Little Uncle Hao, we are waiting for you. You said you would bring us to steal from the nest of a great golden-winged Peng. So you definitely have to come back alive." A child rubbed at the tears that had welled up in his eyes. Hao didn't want to look at this type of send-off scene. He directly activated the passageway and disappeared inside. "Your Majesty!" An Imperial guard cried out in alarm. As soon as Hao walked down from the Imperial Palace's altar, he felt a powerful energy. There was a wave of energy covering all of Stone Capital. There was one person that was blazing like a golden sun. Ordinary people couldn't see it or feel anything, but he could. He stood at the highest point of the Imperial Palace and gazed outwards. Golden radiance was shooting out in all directions from a restaurant. There was 20 or so li separating the two of them, but they sensed each other at the first moment. This was the reaction experts had towards powerful auras. That altar was bright and glistening. Hao could see everything with his eyes. There was an elder with golden divine flames throbbing about the surface of his body, who shone like a great golden sun. He was currently drinking alone. As if he could see through the void, even with more than 20 li between them. He raised his glass towards Hao and nodded his head in greeting. "Stone Emperor, it's an honor to meet you at last." The elder smiled and downed the glass of wine. With a wave of Hao's hand, a wine bottle and glass appeared in his hands. He sat down at the top of the summit and also raised it in a toast before drinking it. Isn't it better to drink together? What do you think? The elder stood up while carrying a warm smile. Distance brings favorable impressions. Xianxia responded. Stone Emperor, there is no need to act so cautious. The meeting between us might not necessarily be one of life and death, said the elder. He then introduced himself as Huang Yu from Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace was an incredibly mysterious and terrifying ancient inheritance. Xianxia was only able to obtain a small portion of information from the three deities' shattered consciousness, but it was already enough to learn about how terrifying that place was. I do not wish for there to be any conflicts either and hope that everything can be settled with peaceful relations. He nodded and said, Little friend, are you willing to enter my immortal palace? The elder asked. When Xianxia heard this, he was stupefied. He couldn't understand why this elder would say such a thing. Little friend, perhaps you do not know much about my immortal palace? If you join, it will definitely not bring disgrace or humiliation to your natural talents and status. The elder smiled and gave a simple introduction. Immortal Palace would never have more than 5 members. This had been the case generation after generation. However, they were extremely terrifying. Even in the higher realms, no one dared to provoke them. Those that walked out from Immortal Palace all represented undefeatable beings that rarely met worthy opponents. Xianxia was moved. If this information was true, then it was simply unbelievable. It was just too astonishing. He was well aware that there were countless races in the higher realms and that the land there was vast and boundless. Who knew how many times larger than the lower realm? Outstanding talents, heavenly geniuses, and others all rose up together. It was a place where deities struggle for supremacy. If, in this type of world, there really was an inheritance that never had more than 5 members at one time, one that was comparable to great sects and known to be undefeated, one could well imagine just how terrifying a place like this was. What kind of relationship do you all have with Supreme Palace? Xianxia asked. From what he knew, Supreme Palace had even less members, with there only being a single member in each generation. It was an extremely mysterious place. In addition, he learned from the 3 deities that there was some relationship between these 2 powers. Ha ha! The elder chuckled. Finally, he said a single word. Enemies. Xianxia was stunned. Truly was unexpected. He thought that these 2 mysterious organizations might be of a common origin, but he never expected that they had an opposing relationship. Supreme Palace is also in the higher realms. Only, after falling in defeat countless years ago, they fled to the lower realm. The elder smiled. Xianxia was astonished. This was truly hard to believe. Rumors had it that Supreme Palace had a piece of the true primordial record, transcendence. It was known as an undying power, and as long as the inheritor appeared, that person would be unrivaled in the heavens above or earth below. Even a power that was known as the Supreme Palace was defeated. Then exactly what kind of background did Immortal Palace have? Could it be that they had something that rivaled the transcendence piece? I had previously heard that Little Friend claimed to be the sole inheritor of Supreme Palace. Is that really the case? The elder smiled and narrowed his eyes. Xianxia was shocked. Could the elder have said all of this to see whether he really was a disciple from Supreme Palace? If that was the case, he naturally wouldn't join Immortal Palace. I do wish to obtain the transcendence piece, but that opportunity unfortunately never presented itself. He shook his head. Opportunities are always stumbled upon by accident. With Little Friend's natural talents, I do not wish for there to be a day when you become Supreme Palace's inheritor and thus stand against my Immortal Palace. The elder continued to appear rather kind. Elder is joking. Xianxia looked at him, feeling a hidden wave of vicious energy that didn't seem to belong to that of a human. He should be some type of fierce bird or vicious beast. His name was Huang Yu, so could he be an archaic vicious bird? Xianxia thought to himself for a bit. He couldn't see this old man's real body, but he could sense a great golden sun shining brilliantly. Your esteemed self came from Immortal Palace, a place with an outstanding history and great influence. Meanwhile, geniuses in the higher realms emerge in large numbers. So how can someone like myself compare? Xianxia said. There are only 4 great individuals in Immortal Palace. So what can I be counted as? I am just an old servant. How can I have the qualifications of becoming one of Immortal Palace's members? The elder Huang Yu said. I heard your esteemed self invite me to Immortal Palace just now, so how could you act so modest now? Sure Hao was more and more confident that the elder was testing him. Huang Yu laughed and said, as an old servant of Immortal Palace, even though my cultivation is lacking and I don't have great natural talent, I am still capable of seeing potential. If there is an extremely brilliant, exceptional talent or heavenly genius, then I have the authority to make a report, and perhaps have them add you into Immortal Palace. I am a person lacking discipline. If I enter Immortal Palace, I will most likely violate their regulations time and time again. Sure Hao shook his head. This is an opportunity. If I make the report, even though it might not necessarily succeed, there is a chance of success. Little friend, are you really going to give up just like that? Huang Yu asked. I will have to let this chance pass. I only wish to live my life peacefully in the lower realm, Sure Hao said. There was a moment of silence where both sides stopped talking. The elder poured and drank alone, appearing extremely easygoing and composed as he did so. Sure Hao sat on the rooftop of the imperial palace. There was over 20 li between them. When conversing with their divine will, there wasn't much of a difference. No one else was alarmed. What does your esteemed self really want by seeking me out? Sure Hao asked. He felt like a battle was most likely unavoidable. Naturally, just peaceful interaction. I also do not wish to take up arms. The elder nodded and drank a cup of alcohol. It had been a long time since he last walked in the world of mortals, so he was quite fond of ordinary food and drink. I have 3 conditions. As long as you agree to them, you will act as the human emperor, and I will search for my natural opportunities. There wouldn't be any conflicts between us. Huang Yu said. Please speak. Sure Hao knew that he couldn't have come here for no reason. There were definitely some issues. It all depended on what kind of conditions they were. The first is that my original form is a divine bird, so I wish to have a look at your Kuan Peng technique to enhance my Tao. Huang Yu's face carried a smile as he spoke of the first condition. Continue. Sure Hao remained calm and collected. Second, I wish to see your supreme being bone. Rest assured, I will not break it and will just wish to see it on the physical body. Huang Yu's smile was extremely gentle. Sure Hao didn't say anything. He calmly looked at him. The third is that I am going to seal you for 100 years, keeping your cultivation at the supreme being realm and preventing you from breaking through any further, said Huang Yu. He restrained his smile and explained further, saying, your growth is too fast. Even though my intention is to peacefully associate with you, after a few dozen years later, you will surpass me, making it impossible to live together in harmony. Why don't you directly eliminate me? After getting rid of me, that will be the end of all your problems. Why go through so much trouble? Sure Hao said coldly. The conditions were too harsh. Little friend, only like this can we truly peacefully associate with each other and prevent conflicts. I keep my promises. Huang Yu smiled. The wrinkles on his face seemed to disappear with this smile. If we do this, what type of freedom can there be said for me? Having my true body suppressed by your precious technique and being unable to cultivate, I'll lose all control over life and death. How can this be considered peaceful coexistence? Sure Hao shouted. This is the only way to avoid a fierce battle. Believe me, doing things this way will be beneficial for both me and you, Huang Yu said. I do not see how it is beneficial for me. Sure Hao's face fell. I will help you unify the 8 regions and make you the emperor of all of the lower realms. Millions and millions of li full of mountains and rivers will be under your control. The elder smiled. Golden flames began to jump on his body. Then, Sure Hao coldly asked, then you and me will join hands to search for the great natural opportunities of the lower realm together. For example, the supreme hall that you were interested in, we can enter it together, said the elder. It's because you want my blood, right? Sure Hao's face became more and more downcast. He learned from the 3 deities' sea of consciousness that special supreme being blood was needed in order to enter the supreme palace. All of the wrinkles on Huang Yu's face disappeared, as if he immediately became more than 10 years younger. He had a warm smile on his face as he said, "This is a mutually profitable situation. You are leaving me with no choice but to fight with your conditions." Xianxia said with a sigh. He raised his voice and said, "Do you think I'll just resign myself to my fate and let you manipulate me as you wish? Young one should carefully think before acting. There is no medicine for regret in this world. There are some things once done, cannot be undone." The elder calmly said, "You are holding me by the neck and ready to slaughter me. Yet you still tell me to reconsider? If our positions were swapped, what kind of choice would you make?" Xianxia shouted. "This is a world where the strong have the right to speak. There isn't much use in thinking about what-if situations. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not try to fight, or else you won't have the slightest bit of a chance." Huang Yu's smile didn't falter in the slightest, but his tone of speaking became much heavier. "You are that sure of yourself?" Xianxia stood up. Even though there was more than 20 li between them, he was still emitting powerful battle intent. "I'm old already, so I am no longer as courageous as before. I paid Heaven Mending Pavilion a visit, been to the Northern Sea, and even made a trip around the outside of Western Tomb World, understanding a few things as a result. I should be able to capture you." Xianxia was speechless. This elder truly was careful. For the sake of a little cultivator like himself, he was actually this prudent, carefully investigating everything. "You are the strongest of the ones that descended from the higher realms?" Xianxia asked. "There are some more powerful than I, but they have all died while crossing over realms. Even though the sect masters of the higher realms succeeded in defying heaven's will, the extent of their efforts is still limited," said the elder. "However, in the end, he was the most powerful individual of the 7 that survived." Xianxia rose into the air, leaving Stone Capital and rushing towards the distant mountain range. He wasn't willing to accidentally harm this enormous city because of an accident. "Little friend, I still advise you to carefully reconsider. Even if you don't need to reconsider for yourself, you still need to think about the common people of Stone Country," the elder said calmly, following behind him with a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. "You are threatening me?" Xianxia's eyes released divine radiance. He stood above a mountain range. "It can't really be considered a threat. This old one is originally a vicious bird, and in my earlier years, I have unleashed slaughter before to satisfy my desire for good food, devouring quite a few creatures. After all these years, I've always restrained myself, becoming even more mindful after becoming an old servant of Immortal Palace. However, now that I crossed realms, I feel like it might be suitable to release some instincts and feast a bit." The elder spoke. He opened his mouth, and a golden vortex appeared that devoured the spiritual essence from all directions. Cries of alarm and fear immediately sounded from a small town several dozens of li outwards. One could clearly see figures be swept up into the skies one after another, quickly flying here. In the blink of an eye, several hundred figures entered the golden vortex and disappeared into his mouth, disappearing without a trace. "You!" Xianxia was furious. This elder looked soft and weak, but he was actually an extremely fierce and resolute character that acted without any restraint. The taste of human flesh really isn't bad. The taste really is worth pondering over. He wiped away a bit of blood from the corner of his lips in a rather sinister-looking fashion. He was clearly an old man with a Taoist robe covering his body, and on his face was a kind and benevolent smile, but he had just eaten over 100 people. "You are a vicious bird, vile and vicious. Even if I don't get rid of you today, there will be a day when someone will bring judgment upon your existence," Xianxia said, his face becoming downcast. "What are you saying? Are you insisting on fighting against me?" Huang Yu carried a faint smile. His face was also a bit cold as he said, "Youngster, if you act so impetuously, your life will likely end up being quite short. Come over and fight." Xianxia pointed the great halberd at him, and then he flew towards an even farther mountain range, avoiding places with any signs of life to avoid harming the innocent. "Since you are so impatient to get on with it, this old once can only accompany you in a battle. However, you should forget about bringing me into Western Tomb World, and don't try to flee the entire time, or else this old one might directly turn around to Stone Country and eat 1,000 or so people first. Then go to Immortal Mountain to pay your parents and brother a visit. The elder's voice was rather ordinary, as if he was just speaking about some trifling matters. However, there was a bit of bloodiness that could be felt seeping out from him. You are an absolute fiend. Sure how weaved through the skies, quickly speeding through several thousand li, and arriving in a large desolate area before stopping. This mountain region was extremely vast. Mountain ridges appeared in large amounts and tall peaks rested side by side. Ancient trees towered about. Huang Yu arrived in this place with a speed that wasn't fast or slow. He said, "Since you wish to fight, then I guess I'll satisfy the wishes of one of the higher realm's great individuals and cut you down." That old thing from Underworld Earth? Sure how laughed coldly. Huang Yu shook his head and said, "No, my immortal palace have never cared much about other people's thoughts. It is an extremely young great individual from the palace's request. He isn't much older than yourself. I don't recall ever offending anyone from Immortal Palace." Sure how said with a cold voice. He really was a bit confused. This great figure went on a journey outside to sharpen himself. He had once been invited to Heaven-Mending Sect, and under the request of a great figures and others there, he passed on a scroll of ancient text to them. Later on, the scroll of scriptures was secretly passed down into the lower realm and obtained by Fairy Yuchan. She wanted to cultivate a separation of main and second body, and from then on become unkillable. It is unknown whether she succeeded or not. Recently, there was some information transmitted into the higher realms, and it appears that Fairy Yuchan stood against you. These rumors made the young great figure in the palace rather unhappy. Huang Yu said, "That is none of his fucking business." Sure how berated. Heaven-Mending Sect offered to develop friendly relations with us, and Fairy Yuchan's background is extraordinary as well. Someone who produced many irregular phenomenons from her birth. There is definitely a great destiny awaiting her. An existence of great natural luck. In the future, she might become the Tao companion of my clan's great figure. When he heard these rumors, he naturally became quite unhappy, requesting for me to eliminate you along the way. Huang Yu said, his smile gradually becoming more chilly. Becoming unhappy, casually eliminating me, that so-called young great figure really does seem rather careless. He is arrogant to the extreme. Does he truly think Immortal Palace dominates the world? Sure how roared. At the very least, for most people, Immortal Palace is a place that can dominate the world. Huang Yu continued to speak slowly. His voice sounded mild-mannered, and a gentle smile rested on his face. When he reached the great wilderness, sure how no longer retreated or fled. There was only a battle left. There was no way of avoiding it. Now I truly wish that I can become Supreme Hall's sole inheritor. Then, one day, I will fight my way into the higher realms and overturn your so-called tyrannical Immortal Palace. Sure how said. The higher realms creatures bullied others too far. This Immortal Palace was especially arrogant, casually ordering an old servant to come down to the lower realm to kill him. He was just too overbearing. All right, let's just fight here then. If you try to leave, I'll turn around and devour a few million of Stone Country Capital's residents to fill up my stomach a bit, said Huang Yu. His body was covered in an old-fashioned Taoist robe that fluttered about in the wind. His gray-white hair scattered about before him. The smile on his face was turning cold as he stood there with his arms behind his back. He was going to deal with Sure How here. Hand over your life. Sure How roared loudly. He had to defeat this old servant, or else his father, mother, friends, and all of Stone Country Capital would be in danger. Immortal Palace's people acted without the slightest scruple because they were just too powerful, not fearing the retaliation from others. In his hands, the country-suppressing divine halberd shone. Its color scheme was a dark black that transitioned into a golden color. The halberd's blade was dazzling. This was a true deity magical artifact, and right now, divine might was rippling out from its surface. Shwa! He brandished the battle halberd. A terrifying streak of light hacked out. This was a type of revival for this true deity magical artifact. Powerful divine radiance flickered about, pouring down like a stellar river. Then, the old servant that had his arms behind his back only reached out a single palm, and with a light press into the void, all of the killing light that rushed over was immediately obliterated. That palm was extremely rough. There was faint golden light flowing about its surface, as if it was a demonic world plate. All of the country protecting divine halberd's power was scattered. Xianxia shivered inwardly. This old servant was much more powerful than Yangli, Pangolin, underworld deity Ini, and the others. As expected, this single person was equivalent to the joint strength of several deities. Come, let me see how powerful your imperishable golden body battle clothes and your supreme being bone are. Huang Yu said indifferently. Xianxia sighed. The other party even knew about these trump cards, really leaving him a bit helpless. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use the imperishable golden body battle clothes to launch a surprise attack. The black and gold battle clothes covered the surface of his body. A black divine flame throbbed around him. The imperishable golden body battle clothes shone as it was completely activated. Since the enemy already knew about it, hiding it any further would only be digging his own grave. He could only use it at its great power to fight against Huang Yu. Perhaps it would only end in him being covered in blood, because the great enemy on the other side was practically impossible to defeat. Xiao's eyes revealed a firm and persistent expression. His body was covered in symbols, an effect produced by the accumulation of precious techniques. His vitality was blazing furiously, ready to unleash his most powerful might and fight to the death. Interesting, to possess such accomplishments at your age really isn't simple. What a pity it is that you were too rash, young one, and doomed to live a short life. Huang Yu began to walk forward in a seemingly unhurried manner. Kill! Xiao released a light shout. His voice was like the cry of a sword, making even the space here tremble in response. He activated all of his body's spiritual essence, igniting his flesh's power. The true deity magical artifact took to the air and released its most terrifying attack. The great golden halberd seemed to come alive like a vicious beast. An enormous golden body unexpectedly appeared that was covered in flickering scales. The horns on its head were sinister in appearance. It raised its head and roared. "Ho!" The great halberd rushed forward and hacked outwards. Meanwhile, the enormous golden beast roared, swooping down as well. On top of that mountainous body, a pair of horns shone dazzlingly. They matched up with the blade of the halberd as they struck down onto Huang Yu. What a vicious beast! What a vicious halberd! Huang Yu nodded. His figure shifted outwards, avoiding the attack of this true deity magical artifact. He leaned to the side and reached out an arm. Dang! He struck down on the side of the halberd's blade. His fingers were like the most powerful weapons as they landed on the blade, releasing ear-splitting metallic sounds. All types of symbols covered this place densely. It was as if the vast sky was going to be shattered. Xiao felt as if he had been struck by thunder as he staggered backwards. There was actually blood flowing out from his palm and fingers, and the area between his thumb and forefinger split open. The other party had a secret technique that had been transmitted through the great halberd, inflicting damage onto his flesh. If not for the imperishable golden body shining and blocking 90% of this power, he might have been in great danger. Xiao was astonished. This elder couldn't even be considered to be in the same level as the pangolin underworld deity and others anymore. He was just too much stronger than the others. He unexpectedly took on the true deity magical artifact bare-handedly right from the start. How was Xiao even supposed to fight him? And suddenly, he noticed that there was a ring on Huang Yu's thumb. It flowed with radiance just now, bestowing his hand with some type of mysterious luster. You borrowed the power of a magical artifact? Xiao released a pent-up breath of air. If the other party truly took on his true deity magical artifact with his bare hands, then there was no need to continue fighting at all. The disparity between them really would be too great. I'm old already, and no longer as courageous as before. Even if I could use my body to take on a true deity magical artifact, I still wouldn't try it myself. Huang Yu smiled. All of the wrinkles on his face sagged downwards. Immediately afterwards, killing intent surged like an ocean. He erupted with great power, his body turning into a streak of flowing light as he swooped over to attack with full power. The true life and death battle didn't allow any time for either side to take a breather, nor would there be any unnecessary words. Once it began, heaven and earth would collapse. It now began. Shihao released a long roar. A broken sword floated around him, and the golden magical sword rose. They both moved around him. He himself even more so erupted with the greatest power. Green and lush stalks of grass took root in the void one after another. At this moment, they all released heaven overflowing radiance. One stalk of grass was equivalent to a divine sword. They streaked through the sky. Chi! All of the sword energy rushed towards the skies. They were abnormally dazzling. Endless sword energy rushed into the heavens around Shihao, making him look like a reborn true phoenix that was spreading all of its feathers. It was a magnificent and divine sight. Huang Yu slaughtered over. As soon as he entered this area, he was submerged under endless sword energy. However, the old servant that came from Immortal Palace was unimaginably fast. Like a ghost, he flickered in and out of existence several dozen times, continuously changing his position to dodge the sword radiance and slaughter forward. His original form was without a doubt a vicious bird that possessed extreme speed. This was why it was so fast. Obliterate! The old servant released a short shout. He raised his hand and struck forward, forming a large golden claw that was incomparably sharp before grabbing towards Shihao's true body to capture and kill him. It was just like that, fast and incomparably forceful. The old servant's strength was completely unimaginable. Star-splitting sword. Shihao roared, displaying the greatest sword intent he grasped. Around him, green grass covered the sky. Symbols broke apart heaven and earth, releasing an undying brilliance that made the sky appear pale in comparison. A Kuan Pong spread its wings. A swan and eye spat out divine lightning, and sword energy covered the sky. They all merged together, forming the shape of a single stalk of grass, producing a single symbol. Everything exploded in an utterly terrifying manner. Huang Yu was startled. When the sharp golden claw descended and made contact with the grass sword, both sides released endless streaks of blinding symbol light. Shihao coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated backwards. His body continuously trembled. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Even if he displayed all of his power, it was still unable to make up the difference. Huang Yu rushed over like a ghost. His expression was grave as he shouted, "Speak! Did you obtain a beast skin and learn a portion of the grass character sword intent?" "None of your fucking business," Shihao said. However, he was inwardly shocked. "Did you see the 6 Dao secret sheet?" Huang Yu stared at him. Back then, Shihao truly obtained a piece of beast skin in the Void God realm, but each time he tried to open the little world contained inside, he would always fail. He only saw the 2 characters, 6 Dao. "What is the 6 Dao? Why don't you finish up what you are saying?" Shihao said. "You only obtained half of the sword intent. It seems like you most likely haven't opened that beast skin's inner world yet. It doesn't matter. After I kill you today, I'll investigate myself," said the old servant. Huang Yu's figure flickered. He rushed forward, and with a loud sound, golden divine feathers erupted from his body and shot out like 10,000 swords. The great halberd in Shihao's hands spun about, forming a golden storm to block this expanse of golden divine feathers. In addition, he weaved through the skies to dodge them with the Kuan Peng's technique. However, the elder was too fast. He was like a divine rainbow as he rushed over. Energy rippled beneath his foot as he rushed over. In addition, the space between his brows flickered, sending out a streak of scarlet multicolored light. This was an attack of the mind. Shihao dodged. He turned into a swan and eye, and then from his mouth, he spat out symbols to defend himself. Lightning immediately covered the skies. Thunder rolled, destroying the elder's divine will. "Youngster, "You will definitely pay the price for carelessness," the elder said coldly. His arms moved, actually turning into a pair of golden wings. They were like two divine swords as they hacked through the lightning and sliced down on Shurhao. He was a vicious bird. A portion of his true body was revealed. He was incredibly ferocious and possessed outstanding power. The sound of thunder rumbled through the air. It truly was powerful, enough to blast similar level creatures into charred coke. But Huang Yu was just too powerful. He was a level higher and hard to defeat. Divine wings hacked downwards and sword energy rushed towards his body. Shurhao immediately felt as if he had been sliced through. He moved the Kuan Peng wings and directly rushed several dozen li into the heavens. Only then did he avoid this attack. When he turned around, he discovered that the elder was just too fast. He followed closely behind and was about to attack him again. He was truly worthy of being an archaic vicious bird, far surpassing other creatures at his cultivation realm. Shurhao's pupils shone with cold light. He quickly turned his body around, rushing downwards to fight the elder head-on. Perhaps he could only use his supreme being bone now. Huang Yu's eyes released cold radiance. He quickly turned around, and when there was still a set distance between them, he displayed a precious technique. When he opened his mouth and cried out, symbols flew chaotically everywhere, all of them rushing towards Shurhao. He was extremely cautious. The only thing that he felt restraining fear towards was Shurhao's supreme being bone. He didn't want to rashly try to face it. Not good. Huang Yu's eyebrows jumped. He felt a sense of danger descending. His eyes flickered as he looked around. He discovered that there were several pieces of purple symboled bones in the void. They had been hiding in the void before, so when he rushed past, he didn't notice them. Only now did he become aware of their existence. High-level divine crystal condensed into divine bone. It was refined into a great killing weapon. His mind was jumping crazily as he quickly rushed to the side. However, it was clearly too late. This was what Shurhao arranged after he ran away, placing them in the void. They now completely detonated. Hong! This place exploded. Space itself began to distort, and parts of the sky became indistinct. Huang Yu was right at the center of it all, so he naturally suffered the most terrifying attack. Shurhao brought out a dual pupil. He peered through the void, watching the miserable scene of the Taoist robe covering Huang Yu's entire body shatter under the great storm and his body trickle with blood. However, he didn't die at all. Perhaps none of the wounds could be called serious injuries. Just a one-time killing Tao weapon. If you think that could kill me, you are too childish. It can't even severely injure me. Huang Yu's voice was ice-cold. Shurhao sucked in a breath of cold air. Without even waiting a split second, he relied on the dual pupil to see through the energy storm. He rushed in from the side to face Huang Yu. At this moment, his chest shone, using the supreme being bone. This might be the only opportunity. He was going to make his move during the chaos. The storm of energy was everywhere, forming an extremely powerful domain. Fortunately, it was already starting to scatter, and it was no longer as terrifying as it was in the beginning. Shurhao's pupils were like golden lights. His chest shone and bone text emerged. Together with the sound of scriptures, it truly manifested. He used his most powerful precious technique to kill Huang Yu. Huang Yu's body was covered in blood. His face was incredibly downcast, and mangled flesh could be seen all around his shoulders, thighs, and other areas. He could actually survive under this type of terrifying attack. However, his mind was still stable, and his injuries couldn't be considered too severe. One had to admit that he was truly an extremely terrifying existence among existences that had their divine flames lit. He rushed out from the maelstrom and flew over with powerful killing intent. The domain warped the space around them, confusing one's sense of perception. Even though Huang Yu's divine senses were powerful, it was still hard for him to see through the void. He simply wished to break free from this place as fast as possible. Something's wrong. Huang Yu sensed danger. All of his fine hairs stood on end. He quickly moved to the side, disappearing from his original spot. Shurhao rushed over. His supreme being bone shone, and a layer of holy symbols passed through his body. He shouted loudly, "Hand over your life!" In front of him, a creature in rather terrible shape rushed at him with great speed. The outside of his body was swirling with radiance, and countless golden feathers danced around him as if a god was descending. And Shurhao was shocked. He felt like something wasn't right. However, his supreme being bone already shone, and the symbols condensed in the air. It was already activated, so he couldn't retract it now. Hong! This was a collision of great power. This existence surrounded by divine feathers released its most powerful attack, colliding straight into the reincarnation force. Both sides clashed against each other like raging waves, erupting with extraordinary power. Finally, that figure backed up in retreat, struck by the reincarnation force, quickly began to degenerate. The battle clothes on its body scattered away like ashes, and its body was also crumbling apart. However, this wasn't Huang Yu. You are quite good at grasping opportunities, actually owning a divine eye that can even see through this domain. Huang Yu's voice was ice-cold. Shurhao's expression changed. The Supreme Being Bone's power was extraordinary when it displayed its power, but it couldn't hit Huang Yu. What it destroyed was merely a human-shaped puppet. While Huang Yu was speaking, his actual body already silently moved forward to deliver a counterattack towards Shurhao. He wanted to thoroughly eliminate this lower realm geniuses to prevent future grievances. He used the puppet's body to obstruct the Supreme Being Bone's attack. It was clear that he had long made his preparations all for the sake of dealing with this type of sudden situation, which now showed its effectiveness. After all, Shurhao still hadn't fully understood the profound mysteries of the reincarnation power and simply borrowed power from the bone to display it. That was why there was a restriction of use, so he temporarily couldn't display its power again. Hong! Huang Yu's palm descended with hundreds of thousands of gene of force, enough to completely blast a mountain peak into ashes. The most terrifying thing were the large amounts of symbols that followed around that palm. This was the finishing blow. It reached Shurhao's chest. He might be able to avoid a flesh palm, but when these symbols rushed down and landed on his body, it was simply impossible to evade. This counterattack was instead successful. It's about time to end this. Huang Yu released a cold smile. Oh! Suddenly, Shurhao's chest shone again. Bone texts emerged, accompanied with a wave of flourishing light. Terrifying energy pervaded the air. What? Huang Yu was astonished. He had made sure to confirm that the Supreme Being Bone couldn't be used in succession, needing a specific amount of time for preparation before its power could be displayed again. How could it be like this now? Pang! The most powerful wave of energy rippled over. Huang Yu's palm was dissolved. All types of symbols were wiped out. A large explosion erupted between the two of them, and endless light rushed into the heavens. So it turned out that you actually had a true deity beast skin? Huang Yu was astonished. This was a piece of beast skin that had merged together with Shurhao's chest. Right now, it displayed its origin power, neutralizing this palm's power. Powerful energy flourished about. This was one of Stone Village's 2 ancestral artifacts. After their seals were lifted, the divine might they produced was astonishing. A bit more powerful than even Stone Country Imperial Palace's magical artifacts. Kill! The two sides clashed once again, activating all types of precious techniques and displaying many mysterious methods. It was incredibly intense. Shurhao not only used the imperishable golden body battle clothes, he also merged with a piece of beast skin. Its defensive power was astonishing, temporarily allowing him to fight against Huang Yu's power. Their battle was incredibly fierce. The old servant's expression fell. Not long ago, he had been injured by the explosion, making blood flow from his body. Now, he fought intensely again, yet he was unable to immediately seize a younger generation youngster. Shurhao released a long roar and began to fight against the elder. He exhausted a large amount of divine force. All types of light continuously surged between these two. Hong! Suddenly, the elder revealed his original body. He rushed forward with extreme speed, overflowing the heavens with golden radiance to smash into Shurhao. He was actually a golden crane, an archaic vicious bird with a great reputation. Its innate talents were extraordinary. This race was the most difficult once provoked. At this moment, it spread its wings, sending out streak after streak of divine light. These attacks were extremely terrifying. This was his race's great divine ability, one called Immortal Shining Wings. This light left Hao feeling horrified. He quickly moved out of the way. Every streak of light that descended would blast apart a few mountain peaks below, turning them into ashes. Pong! Finally, a wing with golden feathers moved outwards, breaking through the halberd and beast skin symbols and making Hao cough out a large mouthful of blood. The other party's strength was still a bit greater in the end. Hong! However, Hao didn't back up, and instead raised his hands to oppose those immortal crane wings. He charged outwards, actually taking the initiative to fight decisively against Huang Yu. Huang Yu released a snort. It was just a supreme expert, yet he was unable to deal with Hao after all this time. A wave of fury naturally stirred within his heart. And what? He was startled. Hao's hand suddenly erupted with dazzling light and also released a roar that shook one down to their soul. Huang Yu quickly backed up in retreat. He also used the most powerful symbols to repel the enemy's attack. An insignificant supreme expert unexpectedly made him feel danger, forcing him to this state. Huang Yu formed a human body. His palm and fingers became golden. Natural Dao laws swirled about, and with a Hong sound, he sent it towards Hao. Golden multicolored light immediately erupted into the air. As a result, Hao staggered backwards. He was greatly shaken. Meanwhile, Huang Yu released a muffled groan. The area between his thumb and forefinger split apart with his hand bones almost cracking apart and blood flowed outwards. This made him furious. He was actually injured again. Another true deity magical artifact. How many do you have? Huang Yu was completely shocked. If not for the ring on his finger emitting light, he would have suffered greatly just now. On Hao's arm, a bone could vaguely be seen. It merged together with his arm and released an undying divine force. As expected, it was another true deity magical artifact. Back then, Linghu and Feijiao had used this bone and beast skin. Only because their strength weren't great enough, they couldn't break through the ancestral artifact's seal, so they couldn't reveal their true divine might. However, now it was different for Hao. He was powerful enough himself so he could activate them. Meanwhile, these two artifacts were quite primitive and practical. They could merge together with one's flesh to display their terrifying power. Youngster, you are truly angering me. Let's see how much longer you can hold on for. Huang Yu spoke coldly. The smile on his face had already completely vanished. A great battle erupted. Hao exhausted his divine force to the limit, activating several divine artifacts at the same time. However, as a result, he became so tired he coughed out large amounts of blood. Finding it difficult to continue like this, he truly couldn't hold on much longer. After all, regardless of whether it was the country-protecting divine halberd, beast skin, or that bone, they all needed an extremely large amount of spiritual essence to nourish them. Only then could they display their divine might. The opportunity has arrived. Suddenly, Hao was happily surprised. After becoming a supreme being, his supreme being bone's recovery strength was astonishing. After this short period of time, he unexpectedly could use it already. Dao sounds shook the sky. His chest bone shone. A faintly discernible little golden figure was sitting on top of the bone. It erupted with heaven overflowing might. Huang Yu sneered. A pair of golden immortal crane wings appeared on his back, increasing his speed to the limit. He decisively backed up, avoiding the radiance. Do you really think I'll just obediently let you attack me? Hao didn't say a thing. Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him and he followed with great speed. However, Huang Yu didn't flee in a straight line into the distance and instead continuously changed directions, moving about like a specter. It was hard to pinpoint his direction momentarily as he was continuously backing up, stalling until the supreme being bone's symbol scattered. Youngster, you still aren't enough. I've already said that you wouldn't live long if you acted so rashly against me. Huang Yu said indifferently. Hong. Concentrated bone texts suddenly appeared from Xiao's chest. Then, like a heaven-overflowing flood, they all poured outwards. In addition, there was still one person that rushed outwards as well, and as if it didn't seem to obey the laws of space, it immediately rushed out over 10 li and arrived in front of Huang Yu. What? Huang Yu cried out in alarm. The other party's speed was just too fast, and that figure gave off an extremely dangerous aura. This was the little golden figure that sat on top of the Supreme Being Bone. It had left the bone, enlarging its body until it was identical to Xiao to carry out a great decisive battle. In the past, Xiao only used it once when fighting that decisive battle against Fairy Yu Chan's main body. A single attack seized the opportunity and captured the fairy. And now, this was the second time it was displayed, and it was going to destroy the enemy in one strike as well. As expected, when the little figure that sat on top of the Supreme Being Bone rushed outwards, it brought endless symbols with it. It formed incomparable might that made even deities tremble. In addition, its speed was just too fast. It disregarded space and directly attacked Huang Yu. Even if the old servant was a vicious bird that was innately warlike and possessed great speed, right now, he was also shivering inwardly, continuously changing directions to avoid this attack. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. He was completely submerged within the Supreme Being Bone's symbols. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Huang Yu cried out loudly. His body quickly aged. His hair became white, his skin sagged, and his eyes became blurred. He began to decline greatly, his body about to collapse. Old skin began to crack apart and fall off. This aging speed was too horrifying of a sight. It was as if time had been sped up, and his life was about to reach its end. It was as if he was going to breathe his last breath any moment now. The Supreme Being Bone symbols created another Xiao, another divine body. Apart from using symbols to suppress the enemy, it also attacked with the most oppressive methods. Its hands formed a blade imprint before hacking down on Huang Yu. Pooh! It ignored space itself, and because it was formed from the Supreme Being Bone symbols, its offensive power was astonishing. Its hand that was like a blade almost hacked Huang Yu in half, sending blood splashing high into the air. Ah! Huang Yu cried out loudly. That sword blade brushed past his neck and hacked into his shoulder, slicing all the way into his body. There was an enormous gash where blood poured outwards from. It was an incredibly terrifying sight. Pong! The Xiao created from Supreme Being Bone symbols, after kicking out fiercely, struck down on Huang Yu's head, hoping to end his life with a single strike and end this greatest disaster. However, what was rather astonishing was that even though Huang Yu was now extremely aged, he didn't die under this strike. His head was split apart with blood flowing everywhere, but a metallic sound rang through the air. The skull didn't break. This doesn't seem right. Xiao was shocked. Just now, the other party was severely injured by the handblade, yet now he could endure this attack. This old servant looked like he was in his late days, but that wasn't actually the case. His body was still full of life and he did not reach the end of his lifespan at all. That was why he still had a portion of divine might to use. Was the reason it acted passively just now because the attack from the figure created by the Supreme Being Bone was too sudden and violent? Who? Xiao's original body rushed over. With the country protecting divine halberd in hand, he drew out a terrifying streak with it. The blinding halberd blade sliced towards the old servant. Pooh! Blood splashed high into the air. Huang Yu was cleaved through. Meanwhile, the Xiao formed from the Supreme Being Bone symbols took action as well. It swung its arms down, truly causing Huang Yu to cough out a large amount of blood and fly outwards, straight into the dazzling halberd blade the true body held. Dang! Something shocking happened. The old servant reached out his hand to block the attack. His finger struck down on the great halberd, releasing a metallic sound. He then borrowed this force to bounce back far into the sky. Xiao's arm felt a bit numb. The other party's strength was truly extraordinary. What was going on? The old servant's aura became more powerful. The Supreme Being Bone clearly suppressed him, so why did he seem like he was becoming more and more formidable? The effects of the Supreme Being Bone symbols shouldn't have expired yet. The wounds on Huang Yu's body quickly closed. His aura began to flourish with greater and greater power. Even though his appearance was still old and his skin was sagging, his entire being became more dangerous. Ha! Did you think that I was already at the end of the rope? That my life is going to end soon? Wrong, my immortal crane race is one with extremely long lifespans. Moreover, before coming down to the lower realm, Immortal Palace even bestowed a divine pill onto me that can increase my vitality. Thanks to you, I was able to borrow your supreme being symbols to dissolve the final bit of medicinal strength of that divine pill, allowing it to completely merge with myself. Xianxia frowned. He decisively withdrew, pulling back a safe distance. He sighed inwardly. This type of expert was hard to deal with after all. You used my attack to refine your divine pill? I'm old already, so my courage is small and I wouldn't willingly risk such a thing. It was just something I had to do in the most desperate situation. Huang Yu's gaze was indistinct. Xianxia was silent. In reality, the most important reason was that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. The old servant was quite a bit more powerful than normal deities that ignited their divine flame. If Xianxia ignited his divine flame, he would definitely be able to use his supreme being bone to slaughter the enemy. It was precisely at this time that the supreme being symbol scattered and the figure that was produced disappeared. Xianxia turned around and fled. Huang Yu naturally rushed after him in pursuit. Brilliant light seeped out from his eyes when they opened and closed. Where do you think you're going? His arms moved, and a pair of golden wings appeared. It was the true immortal crane wings. It was even more ferocious than before. Countless golden feathers danced about, and together with those wings, they swept out a large expanse of light. Hong! When Xianxia dodged out of the way, many of the mountain peaks below were destroyed. When they were swept by the golden light, they all collapsed. Smoke and dust surged high into the air. By now, Huang Yu naturally recovered to his optimal state. His wounds have disappeared, and his entire body was pulsing with golden light. Youngster, you don't know how high the heaven or how deep the earth is. Why don't you come and have a taste of this old one's magical artifact? He opened his mouth and spat out a small golden hammer. Lightning streaked out towards Xianxia. And Xianxia was astonished. This wasn't a normal attack. The small hammer released the sound of thunder, and there was lightning hacking over with extreme speed. Go! Huang Yu shouted loudly. The lightning hammer shone and rumbled with noise. It collided with the true deity magical artifact in Xianxia's hands, leaving him greatly shaken and coughing blood from his mouth. This small golden hammer wasn't simple. Endless sea! Xianxia shouted. A black wave rose from behind him. A Kuan fish brandished its tail. Its enormous body surged with endless black Great Yin energy to defend against Huang Yu. The black wave released the force of Great Yin, boundless and chilly, a power that surged with a soft force as it attacked the Immortal Palace's old servant. Ear-splitting lightning sounds fell as it collided with the Black Sea. Blinding light erupted between the two sides. It was as if an explosion from outer space took place here. Endless rays of light shot out in all directions, immediately sending Xianxia flying outwards. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great to make up. Xianxia's life was at risk. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. You should just give up. The old servant laughed coldly. He reached out a large hand and grabbed outwards. This was a divine ability that contained a world within the palm. It surrounded heaven and earth, completely covering this place. If it was just someone at the same cultivation level as Xianxia that displayed this attack, then that would be that. However, this was an old monster that was attacking. His cultivation realm was too high. Xianxia's expression changed. It was too hard to escape from this little world. He had to fight with everything he had and stake it all. Open! He released a loud shout. A pair of Kuan Peng wings appeared behind him, one pitch black like ink, one blazing brilliantly with golden light. The two collided together, erupting with yin and yang energies, merging together. There were wisps of chaotic energy seeping out. And Huang Yu was astonished. A crack appeared in the palm world. Hao actually broke out. What a formidable divine ability. If I can successfully cultivate it, my strength will definitely double. The old servant was also of a bird race, so he naturally desired this type of precious technique. His eyes were burning with passion. The two sides fought while moving, their bodies quickly flying above the mountain range. They fought from one battlefield to another. It was incomparably intense. Hao continuously tossed demonic sunflower seeds into his mouth. The sparkling black seeds contained powerful divine might. If not for these, he would have long ran out of energy. This was the most miserable battle Hao had ever fought. His body was covered in hidden injuries, and they were all inflicted by Huang Yu through the battle halberd. His blood vessels, bones, and other areas were all injured. With his powerful build, how many people in the lower realm could injure him? Yet today, he encountered the most dangerous situation where he might die at any time. Huang Yu sent lightning hacking down, and he even supplemented it with a great divine ability, blasting Hao into an enormous city. He landed on an altar. Without batting an eyelid, he opened up a passageway to escape. A moment later, he rushed out from a transport formation. He had entered Fire Nation. Huang Yu naturally chased after him. He wished to beat down Hao miserably and force him to flee back to his ancestral land so he could learn all of Hao's secrets. Wu! Did he really grow up in this type of place? Huang Yu said to himself. He had investigated Hao carefully beforehand. He went missing when he was still young, and when he reappeared, he regrew the Supreme Being bone and displayed outstanding accomplishments. Kill! Hao's eyes shone. The time limit had passed, so he could use the Supreme Being bone again. He erupted with divine might. The little figure flew out from his chest again, once again defying space as it rushed over. This time, the little figure completely erupted with power. When it caught up to Huang Yu, it immediately disintegrated, covering the immortal palace old servant with the Supreme Being symbols to kill him. Huang Yu roared. He wasn't fast enough to avoid this figure formed from symbols, so he was struck once again. Only this time it was completely different. He changed from being aged back to being young. His white hair first turned black, and then his skin developed luster again, no longer sagging. Finally, his eyes became sharper than before. The feeling of being young truly is good, Huang Yu sighed. Hao was dumbstruck. Then he began to curse endlessly. This damn freak. This old servant didn't become small and instead obtained a youthful appearance. His vitality was exuberant, and the state of his body was so good that it drove Hao mad. He recovered the other party's vitality for absolutely no reason. And Hao noticed that even though Huang Yu became younger, his divine force became weaker, not as great as when he was in his aged state. This was the only opportunity he could take advantage of. He threw himself forward and made and did everything he could to kill his enemy. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Even though Huang Yu's current Dao wasn't as great as when he was older, the difference wouldn't be too excessive. He was still a level higher than Hao, making him extremely difficult to kill. This truly left Hao feeling helpless. If he made his opponent older, he still had quite a lifespan left, but if he made him younger, since he was an old man to begin with, he was instead helping him recover his vitality. Hao felt a huge headache. This was the first time he encountered this type of opponent. Even though the Supreme Being symbols were powerful, when facing an opponent who was so much more powerful than himself, he truly felt lacking in strength. If I had ignited my divine flame and had enough divine force, I could kill him with a single blow. What a pity. Hao truly couldn't think of a way. Golden law, suppress and kill. Huang Yu lightly shouted. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen, decisively using the most powerful types of divine abilities. Numerous golden pillars appeared, seemingly supporting the heavens as they scattered the clouds above. Every single one was incomparably thick with symbols engraved on their surfaces. Hao was trapped within. He had encountered great danger. He rushed left and right. With a hong sound, he was blasted until his entire body trembled, causing blood to flow from all parts of his body. Bo! In the end, he clenched his teeth, sacrificing his own blood to several true deity magical artifacts. and only then was he able to blast apart a small opening, allowing him to escape. His entire body was covered in blood. Do you see now? This is the difference in strength between us. It's useless no matter what kind of defensive measures you use. In the end, you will still be defeated, the old servant said coldly. You old thing. As soon as Hao opened his mouth, blood began to continuously trickle out. He hurriedly closed his mouth and nose and fled in a certain direction. Huang Yu was astonished. Magma roiled through this place, and the world was full of spiritual essence. He even saw a group of fish moving within the scarlet liquid, leaving him so surprised he couldn't help but say, "These are flame fish. No, these are a mutation of flame fish, yang fish. They are known to reside in places of great yang force and possess great divine substance." This was, of course, Fire Nation's ancestral land. Even now, Fire Nation was still engaging in internal struggles. They still haven't completely calmed down, so they couldn't tend to this place. Hao originally wanted to guide Huang Yu here, but he found it rather difficult to do so. When he was blasted down towards an altar, he took advantage of the situation and sent himself here. With his current cultivation realm and imperishable golden body battle clothes, he naturally had the power to open up the underground ancient palace. He entered Fire Nation's ancient Holy Emperor Palace. Soon after, Huang Yu appeared, following him inside. His expression was rather strange as he followed Hao past the sea of magma and into an enormous palace. Great flames burned outside the great gates, but for an existence that ignited its divine flame, this couldn't be considered much. Huang Yu directly entered and immediately saw the Pond of Rebirth. Divine Pond! What a pity it is that it had been used by someone already. He felt incomparably regretful. He only found a bit of magma in the pond. The scarlet liquid carried bits of golden yellow color. This is divine liquid left behind after a vermilion bird underwent nirvana? Huang Yu was greatly shaken and left speechless. This was something that he longed for greatly. He collected the bit of divine liquid that remained. Hao fled while fighting. When he reached a wall, he pushed apart the stone doors and rushed inside. Huang Yu's expression became downcast, but he followed Hao inside. Hao was astonished. This fellow was just too daring, actually following him here. He never expected things to go this smoothly. He fled onto the battle arena. There were many gates in the wall of gods and devils. This was one of the paths. There was an arena to fight on here. Hao wanted Huang Yu to follow him inside. With the help of this place, he was going to kill his opponent. Not good. This place restricts one's cultivation realm. Huang Yu's expression changed. All types of creatures rushed out from that wall. They threw themselves at the two of them. Hao had already blocked off the route of retreat a while ago. His face was expressionless. He wanted to deliver the final blow. These creatures naturally couldn't injure Huang Yu. Then, finally, a Zhuyan that was incomparably terrifying jumped out. It rushed murderously towards Hao and Huang Yu. Why is the cultivation level of the three of us the same? Huang Yu's expression fell. He felt as if things were turning extremely bad. He attacked ferociously to make his way out. However, forget about Hao, just that Zhuyan that jumped out was incredibly vicious and terrifying. Its palms slapped downwards, shaking the mountains and moving the earth. It tore off a large chunk of his flesh and devoured it. Hao moved even more so like a powerful dragon. He went berserk, attacking frantically. Every strike was astonishing to the extreme. Huang Yu's couldn't defend himself anymore. His body trembled continuously as he fought intensely against Hao. He coughed out large amount of blood from his mouth, his body seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Kill! Hao released a shout. He avoided an attack from the Zhuyan and rushed towards Huang Yu to continuously clash with him. Finally, the broken sword in his hand pierced through his forehead. Pooh! Blood splashed high into the air. Huang Yu shouted with great fury. How could he die in the hands of this younger generation youth? He roared, setting himself aflame with his own divine flame and quickly turned into ashes. Hao frowned. He was still fighting the Zhuyan. After a final strike, he killed it. He wanted to leave this place first and return to the surface to rest before coming down here again to investigate things more closely. It was because he had exhausted too much during this great battle, almost completely drying himself up. He didn't want to waste energy here, because this place was extremely strange. Who knew if another great battle would erupt again? He arrived at the surface. However, as soon as he did so, all of his fine hairs stood on end. He quickly rushed out to avoid a strike that would have definitely killed him. Huang Yu appeared again. He stood there with a cold smile on his face. Sure Hao's expression changed. He had a feeling that something wasn't right with what happened just now. As expected, there were problems. He had acted too rashly during that desperate situation. When he was in the palace, he unexpectedly failed to carefully examine if that Huang Yu was real. That was just one of my spirit bodies, Huang Yu said indifferently. He was extremely careful and naturally wouldn't carelessly follow Sure Hao inside. Only, he felt that there was a great opportunity here that couldn't be missed, so he sent a spirit body inside to look around. Sure Hao sighed inwardly. This old thing really was careful, not taking any risks at all. After the three deities were killed in a similar fashion, this type of method naturally wouldn't work. Do you still want to flee? If you do so, then I'll immediately return to Stone Country to kill the War King, Peng Nine, and the others. Then, I'll pay your parents back at Immortal Mountain a visit. Finally, I'll unleash a genocide in Stone Country. Huang Yu sneered. He didn't want to delay things any longer. Sure Hao remained silent, but his pupils became more and more deep as he looked at his opponent. He didn't say anything. You seem rather unwilling to accept this. You want to kill me, but you lack the strength, thus resulting in your current sullen mood. Huang Yu laughed and said, if you want to live, then I'll give you a chance. Let me seal you up, and then willingly obey my orders for 100 years. I was actually forced into such a desperate situation. Sure Hao sighed. If you don't bow down, then accept death. Huang Yu's face fell. It's you who will die. Sure Hao fiercely raised his head. He made his decision. His gaze was resolute, and he pointed his sword at his opponent. Child, do you really think you can kill me? Aren't you just saying that out of anger? Huang Yu laughed faintly. He carried a small golden hammer that crackled with lightning in his hand. Sure Hao sighed. He looked into the sky towards the horizon. That was the direction where Stone Village rested. Would he still be able to go back after this battle? Would he be able to see those people again? Then, he looked into the void, wishing he could peer through the world and say a few final sentences to his parents who were in Immortal Mountain. He was silent, feeling rather disappointed and confused. He was actually forced into this situation. After this battle, would there still be a little stone in this world? You are so young, and your natural talents are so unordinary. Having you die here really is quite a pity. I really will give you the option of staying alive, as long as you serve me for 100 years. The corners of Huang Yu's lips revealed a faint smile as he spoke. Today, if it isn't you that dies, then it's me that will. Sure Hao's voice resounded through the air. His gaze was incredibly fierce. Why do you insist on going about things the wrong way? Truly lamentable. Since you wish to die, then I'll carry out your wish. Huang Yu spoke with a ridiculing tone. He then rushed downwards, displaying all types of methods. Even though he looked calm on the outside, he was still extremely careful, fearing that Sure Hao truly had some special methods. He was someone who was naturally careful. Even though his cultivation was extremely high and he possessed great strength, he wasn't willing to show any carelessness towards this younger generation youth Sure Hao. Endless lightning radiance streaked across the sky. When the small golden hammer struck down, it was as if the entire mountain range was submerged in electricity. Kacha! In that instant, it was unknown just how many mountain peaks were blasted apart. Rubble flew through the sky, and all types of mountain bodies continuously collapsed, collapsing into ashes and broken pieces. Endless lightning interweaved into an ocean. The rumbling sounds shook all of Fire Nation. This was an absolutely astonishing scene. This wasn't everything. Huang Yu used all types of divinity abilities. He turned into his original body, spreading his immortal crane wings and filling the sky with golden feathers. They turned into divine arrows, and all of them shot towards Sure-Hao's flesh. Hong! At the same time, golden pillars appeared in the void one after another. These were all formed from the natural laws of gold. There were divine flames burning about on every single pillar. Countless symbols could be seen here. Sure-Hao released a long roar. All types of true deity weapons were activated at the same time to defend against this attack. This place immediately erupted into chaos. The decisive battle between both sides made heaven and earth lose color. The changes that were taking place in this place were absolutely astonishing. One could see the blazing radiance from several hundred li out, almost covering the sun. Pooh! A golden bird claw slashed over, distorting space as it descended. It almost tore apart Sure-Hao's neck. Several terrifying wounds that were dripping with blood were left behind. The imperishable golden body battle clothes lacked protection in areas close to his face. Even this small weakness was taken advantage of by Huang Yu, almost killing the little stone through it. Sure-Hao widened his eyes in anger. He activated the magical sword and used it to continuously strike the golden claws. Thunderous sounds rang through the air. In the distance, many experts were alarmed. They moved closer, witnessing the terrifying divine might that was rippling outwards as well as the chaotic skies for themselves. They were all stupefied and frightened. The little stone came to my Fire Nation and is fighting the last deity. I truly hope he can win. The situation doesn't look too good. He is on the defensive and in danger. Everyone's expressions changed. That deity was too powerful. After igniting his divine flame, his body was resplendent with radiance. With a wave of his hand, the entire world would resonate in response. How was one supposed to fight against this type of power? Pang! Huang Yu brandished his wings to collide with Sure-Hao, striking him until he coughed out blood from his mouth and nose. His ears and eyes also had scarlet liquid trickling out from them. The situation was dire. Sure-Hao was doing everything he could, but he still couldn't contend against this opponent. Hand over your life! Huang Yu shouted. Another magical artifact unexpectedly appeared in his hands. A golden fan made of feathers. With a ferocious fan, a great hurricane emerged. This type of wind was too terrifying. It was golden in color, immediately blasting several dozen mountain peaks into ashes. Anything that made contact with it would inevitably turn into ashes. This really was a scalp-numbing power. Sure-Hao looked like he had been struck by lightning. Even though he had deity-level magical artifacts protecting him, he still flew outwards. His flesh trembled greatly. Blood flowed out from his mouth. This time, he was swept up by the great winds, making him fly out who knew how many li. You still want to escape? You should just die here. Huang Yu cried out. His gaze was cold, and killing intent surged. There was no point in hiding anything now. Sure-Hao really was fleeing. He wanted to get a bit closer to Stone Country, maybe even take one last look at Stone Village if possible. There were too many great memories in that place, and every time he thought about it, he would always feel great warmth. Only, he knew that there was no way he could get close to it. As soon as Huang Yu discovered Stone Village, it would inevitably be placed in danger. Even with the Willow Deity's great formations there, if Huang Yu knew its location, he would definitely act carefully, trapping them inside of the village and carefully plot against that pure land. This vicious bird's thoughts were always meticulous. He was just too careful and difficult to deal with. You wish to die in Stone Country? Huang Yu smiled coldly. He could tell what Sure-Hao was thinking. He was fleeing while coughing blood, wishing to enter Stone Country's borders. Sure-Hao didn't pay him any attention. However, he continuously lost blood, and his injuries worsened greatly. Finally, he found an ancient city. He stepped on the altar, opening a passageway and disappearing from Fire Nation. The Little Stone's great battle affected two countries. The most crucial moment has arrived. Who can offer him a hand? News transmitted outwards from Fire Nation, creating a huge commotion. Everyone knew that when those two were found again, the great battle would have most likely ended. Hong! Sure-Hao appeared within Stone Country's borders, blood trickling out from his body along the way. He continued to fight while retreating. Huang Yu smiled coldly. He wished for sure how to continue fleeing until he ran out of strength to save him some effort. He was naturally mistrustful in nature, fearing that sure how might have some special methods. 3 Life Mountain. I've arrived, Sure How said softly. His body was already dyed red with blood. He unexpectedly returned to this mountain range again. He had previously cultivated for a period of time in isolation here. He looked toward Stone Village, quiet and lost in his thoughts. Then he said to himself, "Father, Mother, I don't know if we can ever see each other again." Finally, he looked towards the heavens and said, "I haven't fought into the higher realms yet, unable to compete against those exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses. I am truly unwilling to accept this fate." At this moment, Huang Yu caught up. He rushed forward murderously, and with a cold smile he said, "You can go on your way. You go on your way first," Sure How said, his voice cold and resolute. In addition, right at this moment, endless fiery light erupted from his entire body, as if he immediately ignited the heavens. It was so brilliant that even the sun became dim in comparison. A mysterious and powerful energy rippled outwards, engulfing all directions. Sure How rushed towards Huang Yu. In his surroundings, 10 heavenly passages burned, linking together. Another abnormal fluctuation rippled outwards, filling the air with a terrifying energy. Live sacrifice. He released a light shout that rumbled like thunder. There was no way. He had to use his life in exchange. While fleeing, he continuously stored up power, amassing strength all for the sake of erupting at this moment. Live sacrifice. When Sure How opened his 10 heavenly passages back then, he had stepped foot into it before in the past. At that time, even the Willow deity was startled, stating that this contained a power that could damage the harmony of heaven. Only, how could it be that easy to live sacrifice a deity? This was especially true when the deity was as powerful as Huang Yu. It would be even more difficult to deal with. Using oneself as a live sacrifice, using that as a primer to then offer the other party as a live sacrifice. Sure How rushed towards Immortal Palace's old servant. A pair of Kuan Peng wings moved about, increasing his speed to the fastest it had ever been his entire life. Huang Yu was horrified. When the 10 great heavenly passages ignited, it was as if they could burn through anything. It made his heavenly passages resonate in response to sacrifice them as well. He naturally had to retreat. The 10 great heavenly passages linked up. After the live sacrifice, they became even more different, forming a domain that surrounded this place. It was unexpectedly merging with the old servant, making it difficult for him to flee. It was as if he had been caught in a swamp. This was still because he was powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have long been confined in place without being able to budge an inch. "Oh!" Huang Yu roared, his gray hair flying about chaotically as he struggled intensely. He didn't want to be sacrificed alive together with another person like this. 10 great heavenly passages linked up together and burned furiously. This was a flaring of life force. After being supported by the imperishable golden body battle clothes, the power of this live sacrifice was terrifying to the extreme. It could definitely set the heavenly passages of a deity aflame. "Suppress!" Huang Yu shouted loudly. He was truly anxious now because right now, some of his heavenly passages had been forced to appear. They were going to be sacrificed together and burned through. Around him, the small golden hammer, golden fan, other weapons, as well as the thumb ring on his hand emerged. They all shone to suppress Sure How. "Rise!" Sure How shouted loudly. The broken sword, country-protecting divine halberd, beast skin, and other true deity magical artifacts also appeared to hold off those weapons. He offered himself as a living sacrifice, and he was going to pull Huang Yu down with him. Once this began, it was incredibly difficult to survive. It would be hard for him to make it out of this alive. There was only a single line of life, and even at the most crucial point, he might not necessarily be able to grab it. After all, the one he was dealing with was a deity. If he didn't offer himself as a living sacrifice, How was he supposed to sacrifice the other party? Huang Yu became anxious. He continuously muttered to himself, chanting incantations. Finally, he shouted, "Immortal Palace descend!" An indistinct void image appeared, originating from his body. There was a majestic and boundless aura being exuded. It suppressed towards sure how to destroy his body and completely wipe out the flames. This type of divine might was utterly terrifying. What is this? Sure Hao was astonished. The void image gradually condensed. It was a bronze immortal palace that was incomparably large and imposing. It carried a terrifying pressure with it, as if the force of the immortal Tao was falling down. This is the void image of my immortal palace. A great one imparted it onto my body. I never expected that I would truly have to use it here. Huang Yu's face became pale as he said in a downcast manner. Sure Hao was astonished. This was Immortal Palace? It actually had substance in the higher realm and wasn't just the name of an organization. It was made of bronze. Even though it was an indistinct void image, it gave off great and boundless profound mysteries. In addition, there were many void figures in its surroundings. They were all bronze palaces and they were linked together. Only they weren't as large or clear as this one. Pooh! Sure Hao not only coughed out blood from his mouth, all of the skin on his body broke apart. He bled from all 7 apertures. His body was on the verge of collapsing. It was originally already a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life, but there was a shred of hope. Now it seems like that shred of hope is going to disappear too. Sure Hao said to himself, "You should just calmly go on your way. There is no shame in dying under the void image of Immortal Palace. This is the Immortal Tao's supreme treasure." Huang Yu sneered. He now calmed down. "Just an insignificant void image, yet you want to suppress me with it? Aren't you ridiculing me a bit too much? If I can live, there will be a day when I go to the higher realms and destroy the real bronze Immortal Palace." Sure Hao said. Huang Yu carried a mocking sneer as he said, "Just with you? No way. You will also never have this chance. Your life can just end right here. Then 10 deaths and no life it shall be." When Sure Hao reached this point, he raised his voice, shaking the heavens with his roar. "However, I will bring you down with me. Keep dreaming." Huang Yu's mind jumped. He took precautions and began to back up. "Supreme Being Bone, open for me," Sure Hao roared. At this moment, his entire body shone, especially his chest area. Endless light drowned out this place. At the final moment before destruction, Sure Hao's expression became calm again. He said softly to himself, "Stone Village, I really want to go back and look at you all one more time, but I can't. Also, Father, Mother, I have just met you too and had a reunion, but in the end we have to part ways again. I am truly unwilling." Blood splashed out, the sparkling and translucent droplets brilliant and clear like blood diamonds. Only they looked a bit bleak. Sure Hao's chest blasted open. He had a smile on his face and he looked calm, but deep down he felt quite sad. Is it all going to end just like this? "Stone Village, goodbye, Father, Mother, goodbye," he said softly. The blood was shockingly red, splashing out in all directions. Meanwhile, his chest bone ruptured, and after blasting apart, a terrifying, heaven-collapsing aura erupted. Endless symbols rushed out, turning into an invincible immortal blade like radiance. The bronze Immortal Palace's void image was blasted through, becoming dim and indistinct. "No!" Huang Yu cried out in alarm. His face was as pale white as snow. This was the first time he felt such fear. He was truly terrified, feeling as if Judgment Day was descending. Even his heart was trembling. He frantically activated magical force. All of his body's vital energy was ignited, turning into the most foundational energy to support the bronze Immortal Palace in an attempt to help it solidify and reemerge. This was the only life-saving symbol he had. If the Immortal Palace was destroyed, then he would undoubtedly die. He would be blasted through and forever die in the lower realm. "Immortal Palace descend!" Huang Yu screamed. After pouring countless endless foundation energy inside, that bronze palace really did become quite a bit more distinct. It displayed its power once again projecting itself into the lower realm. Hao remained calm. His chest sounded again, and the other bones had long ruptured. His supreme being bone was the only one that had only a bit of damage. It was just too firm. This powerful bone had long taken form. It was difficult for external force to destroy it. Only if he wished to destroy it himself would it break apart. Finally, it exploded within his body. Hong! Hao's body trembled violently. His face lacked color, and even his soul was trembling. The supreme being bone completely exploded and flew outwards. This was an absolutely boundless power that made the world go dark and turned the sun and moon dim. It suppressed everything. A little figure sat on top of the shattered supreme being bone. It turned around and gave Hao a look, and then it rushed forward. That was Hao's Tao, the natural laws produced innately within his body. Now, it completely exploded without any chance of going back. It became a light of eradication that could destroy all living things. Kacha. The bronze immortal palace was broken through. It quickly broke down in this world, releasing waves of trembling sounds. It quickly grew dim, and then it scattered away, disappearing into nothingness. Ah! Huang Yu cried out loudly. His face was filled with fear. Who wasn't scared of death? Who could confront this face-to-face calmly? When the end came, many people would feel fear and reluctance. Immortal Palace's old servant came to the lower realm with great ambitions. He originally wanted to start a great campaign to unify the 8 regions. He was going to find all of the legendary natural opportunities and rise to greatness from them. He didn't cross realms just for Immortal Palace, but mainly for himself. He wanted to truly break through the shackles of life and step into a road that belonged to himself. Only, at this moment, all of his aspirations seemed to dwindle down into nothingness. The moment that Supreme Being Bone exploded, his dreams in the lower realm shattered, and his life had reached its end. I am unwilling to accept this. He felt anger, fear, hesitation, grievance, and helplessness, but it was all useless. There was no way for him to defend against this power. Chi! A piece of Supreme Being Bone flew over, blasting through his chest and drawing forth a large amount of blood. A bloody hole was smashed apart. His flesh quickly broke apart. The boundless energy swept over, almost blasting him apart. In that final moment, Huang Yu absent-mindedly saw a youth's body break apart into several pieces. However, his face still carried a peaceful smile. The corners of his lips were stained with blood. He was staring at Huang Yu. Huang Yu felt great regret. It was precisely him who forced this youth into such a desperate situation, ultimately forcing him to throw his own life away either, making him feel this plight with no way out, this hopeless despair, sending him into a bottomless abyss. No, I really don't want to die, he screamed. His face was deathly pale and warped. He struggled with all of his power, but it was too difficult to struggle free. There was no way. The Supreme Being Bone exploded. Endless energy surged over, smashing down like a wave. It slammed Huang Yu onto the ground, making his body split apart into pieces and erasing his life force. Huang Yu screamed miserably with terror and fear. He did everything he could to reach out and claw at the void, wishing for time to go back in reverse so that he could escape this terrifying situation. Pooh! Another piece of Supreme Being Bone flew over, piercing through his forehead. His head was completely blasted apart, shattered into pieces. Then it began to burn. I actually died. The magical artifacts, methods, and everything else Immortal Palace passed down to me will never be used. The primordial spirit inside of his skull was struggling as it teetered on the edge of scattering. 7 deities descended into the lower realm, but all of them died. It truly is a pitiful end. He released a low cry. Then, he activated a piece of green copper rust within his primordial spirit, and with a cold voice he shouted, "With the bronze palace's piece of rust, form the flower of a curse. Blossom for me." He was full of bitter resentment. Even though there was only a broken divine consciousness remaining, he still activated this life-taking great technique, because he feared that Hao might end up surviving through a fluke. Pooh! The final few fragments of the supreme being bone flew over, completely annihilating Huangyu. His flesh and primordial spirit both exploded, turning into ashes. Nothing remained. Hao destroyed his own supreme being bone, so his mood was naturally extremely complicated. His body had long been blasted apart. His chest was completely missing. The area above his chest was in one piece, while everything below was in another. Then, under the terrifying fluctuations and light of destruction, he split up into pieces. Every part of his body began to crumble apart. His bones shattered and his flesh burst forth, sending scorching pain towards his entire body. He wasn't any better off than Huangyu. What he was currently experiencing was a tearing apart of his own body, a self-destruction, a total disintegration of his physical body. In the void, piece after piece of bone blasted outwards. Flesh flew in all directions. The scene was extremely miserable. Hao was on the verge of forever disappearing from this world. Even his skull was cracking apart. Blood flowed out from the space between his brows. His primordial spirit became dim, about to fall apart. Once that portion was destroyed, even if a supreme being descended, it would be too difficult to help someone who lost their head. Losing all imprints was the same as completely erasing one's life from this world. It was clear that Hao had stepped onto the path of extinction. During the final moment, Hao closed his eyes. Many things emerged in his mind, flying past one after another as if they had just happened yesterday. Memories that were emotional, sad, helpless, joyous. There were just too many, leaving him feeling full of reluctance. When he was extremely young, he had his supreme being bone gouged out by his relatives. His small body dripped with blood, curling up alone on the ice-cold bed. He asked his aunt again and again, why did she do this? Soon after, he went to Stone Village, slowly growing up in a naive and innocent manner. Finally, he went into the great wastelands alone to start on his own journey. 100 Shattering Mountains, Northern Sea Kuan-Pung Nest, Stone Capital's Great Battle, battle between two stones. He walked here step by step, ultimately rising to great power. The little stone's name resounded through the world under the heavens. Who in the present world didn't know about him? Who hadn't heard of him yet? He lost his parents when he was young, so he relied on himself, leaving a footprint with each step before arriving where he was today. He killed 7 deities. Unfortunately, he was going to fall as well in the end. The area between Hao's brows cracked apart. Piece after piece of bone exploded. They were going to fall off and fly away. His heart was full of anxiousness. He looked at this world, feeling a longing and great reluctance. He softly said, after walking out from Stone Village, I haven't been with my parents for that long. I truly wish to see them one more time. Only, he knew that he wouldn't have this chance. He was going to disappear from this world. Time seemed to have frozen in place. The little stone was waiting, watching as he walked down the path of death, falling into eternal darkness. His eyes carried tears as well as a mournful expression. It was because at this final moment, he wasn't able to meet anyone. It was just like in the past, just like when he was little, lying alone on that little bed. Blood dripped out from his chest. There was no warmth, no loved ones to protect him. There was only coldness as he waited for death alone. He withered away alone, sad and dejected. He felt just as helpless as in the past. He felt a type of coldness and loss and even more sorrow. Why haven't I died yet? Hao said softly. He was watching himself die, sending himself out of this world and into an eternal sleep. However, for some reason, time seemed to have stopped for an incomparably long time. After his skull cracked, it didn't blast apart in all directions. His mind was still clear. What is this? He saw a green light. Specks of green multicolored light rippled outwards, scattering down onto his skull, stopping his wound from worsening. It repaired the cracks in his skull and made time seemingly freeze. Dense green multicolored light flowed about, binding around his skull. At the same time, the bone fragments, pieces of flesh, and the lower part of his body that had flown in all directions were all pulled back by a mysterious force. A green branch carrying beads of sparkling buds released a gentle radiance. It was precisely this branch that was reuniting all of his flesh and bone fragments, and then reorganizing them. "Willow deity," Xianxia cried out. At this final moment he felt a bit lonely and sad. He thought that he was going to leave this world alone without anyone knowing about it and never expected to sense a familiar aura. At the final moment he saw this branch. He was happy and moved. His mood immediately improved by quite a bit. This wasn't the true willow deity, only a tender branch it left behind. When Xianxia left for the northern sea's Kuanpeng nest, the willow deity gifted him a piece of willow branch and told him to take care of it. If there was any danger, he could call on it, only he never used it. However, now that the willow deity left through the primordial gate, this branch lost its effectiveness. He couldn't use it to call the willow deity anymore. In addition, over the passage of time, this branch grew dimmer, to the point of almost withering up. It was because the willow deity left this world, cutting off its connection with it. Xianxia always carried this on him. Today, he sacrificed his own body, and then blasted apart the supreme being bone. It was a death with no chance of life, but he never expected that at the crucial moment, this branch would revive and radiate sparkling green light, guiding his flesh and bone back. The willow branch shone. Soft buds once again bloomed with life force one after another. They then separated from the branch, and while carrying specks of ripples, they entered Xianxia's broken body and connected his shattered flesh. Reforming flesh and blood was actually an exaggerated phrase, because not even a divine medicine could necessarily do such a thing. And today, the willow branch shed all of its soft shoots, using this to rejoin his flesh. He carried out a revival that restored his vitality. He was like a piece of chinaware that fell onto solid ground. After shattering, it was then pieced together and had its former appearance restored. Only, there were cracks all over his body. This was a temporary binding of his body that might collapse and explode at any moment. Xianxia's face was pale. Blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth as he laid on the mountain ground. He found it hard to believe that his flesh actually merged back together, reappearing in this mountain forest. Only there were pieces of flesh, blood, and bone that already disappeared, so there were quite a few terrifying injuries on his body. His condition was too critical. Soft shoots disappeared one after another. They recovered his injured body and closed the cracks, repairing the large bloody holes. The supreme being bone was also guided back, only now, it had lost a third of its original self. A portion had been burned in that terrifying storm of energy. This was the damaged remains. In addition, what remained of the supreme being bone was pieced together from many small fragments. Kacha! Suddenly, some of the bones in his body split apart again, breaking again. Meanwhile, his body was the same, almost falling apart into pieces on the mountain floor. Xianxia inspected himself, discovering that there were a few unique symbols on his bones and flesh that clashed with the willow branch's vitality. This was a type of natural law that was destroying his body. The scariest thing was that the destructive force of this natural law was incomparably great, even a bit more domineering than the restorative force of the soft branch. His flesh was no longer stable and was on the verge of falling apart again. Immortal Palace's natural law merged with my body? Xianxia carefully inspected himself and unstewed what was happening. His eyes grew dim and he released a sigh. He was still going to die. Willow deity had left. The branch he left behind was almost completely withered up. Even though it radiated with vitality again, it was life force. There weren't any powerful natural laws inside. Meanwhile, the natural laws of Immortal Palace merged together with his flesh, carrying out an all-around destruction to completely kill him. It will still be difficult to escape death in the end. I was given a sliver of hope, leaving me with a damaged body, all to satisfy my final wish to see the ones I wish to see, he said to himself. Xianxia took a deep breath. He knew that his life would end soon. Right now, he could still exist temporarily in this world for a brief period of time. He needed to seize this moment, or else he was truly going to be erased from existence. He stood up. Many cracks appeared on his body as soon as he walked out a few steps, and blood immediately began to flow outwards. Half of his body became red. His injuries were terrifyingly severe. He was just like a broken piece of delicate chinaware. Even though he had been pieced together, the slightest movements might cause the fragments to separate. Shuhao's expression was drab, lacking vitality. Blood was even trickling out from the area between his brows. His body was in an extremely terrible state. How was he supposed to travel this long journey? It was quite likely that he would die along the way. He sat on the ground, holding that willow branch and focusing all of his attention on absorbing and refining it. All of the tender shoots came off, entering his body. The branch was also breaking apart into green light to nourish his flesh and bones. Soon after, the entire willow branch disappeared. A bit of color returned to his face. There is the natural law of life inside this vigorous vitality? He was shocked. He felt a mighty force from this willow branch. There was a natural law after all. Only this ruined natural law was finite, with most of it a type of divine medicine like life essence and not the natural laws and symbols of orderly power. Despite this being the case, Shuhao still felt quite a bit better. Many of his body's injuries closed, and all of his bones merged together, slowly growing again as if they were going to merge back together. He inspected himself again. After remaining silent for a long time, he then released a light sigh. Immortal Palace's natural law was still there, and its destructive force was incessantly battering his body. If this continued, he was still going to fall. There was no way for him to bring it under permanent control. In addition, he discovered that a few special symbols appeared on his flesh and bones. When he carefully inspected them, they were like copper rust, rough and mottled green. This was piece of rust from the bronze Immortal Palace that had been refined into a curse symbol. It was strange and mysterious. Once it made contact with someone, that individual would inevitably fall. If it were not for this branch that was full of life force left behind by the willow deity, he would have died a long time ago. Despite this being the case, this branch could only recombine his flesh and bones. Couldn't cure this curse. As such, if this persisted, he would definitely become weak and die under torment. The entire branch was refined. My vitality has improved a bit temporarily, but I don't have much time. I have to make the most of it. He staggered outwards. He found the bronze precious case nearby, as well as a few damaged and broken weapons. This time, his losses were disastrous. After the desperate battle reached that state, he was truly left with no choice. Even he himself was ruined and his supreme being bone blasted apart, let alone these weapons. Every step he took sent great pain to his chest. Cold sweat poured outwards. The supreme being bone had already broken apart, and even though it had been pieced together, only 2/3 remained. This left him in an extremely critical condition. Back then, he had already lost his supreme being bone once and almost died as a result. This was his foundation, the root of his Tao. If he lost it again, it was the same as losing his origin. The only fortunate thing was that the strand of divine blood was still there, precisely the blood that nourished the supreme being bone. Otherwise, if this was lost too, he could forget about everything else, because his body would have immediately withered away and entered the most terrifying state. He had experienced this before during his youth. Shuhao thought to himself as he walked. Willow deity had said before that once I reach a certain realm, the bone in my body will only become shackles that will hold me back. He was trying to decide whether or not to directly guide the supreme being blood to all parts of his body, no longer having it nourish this bone and instead instilling it into every bone in his body. This was an extremely reckless idea. Doing this was the same as abandoning his supreme being bone. No one knew what would be the result of attempting something like this. However, Shuhao quickly shook his head. He didn't have much time and couldn't afford to torment himself like this. If he did this, he might immediately pass away. After all, the supreme being bone was too important. It was where his foundation rested. If he acted rashly, no longer nourishing it with the divine blood, there would definitely be huge problems. Time to leave. Shuhao staggered forward. Then he flew into the sky, rushing into the distance. Blood continuously flowed out from the corners of his lips. As soon as he used divine force, pain would erupt from all parts of his body. This situation was definitely not good. He doubted whether or not he would even meet his loved ones before his death. He might not reach where he wished to go at all. Who is the one that just left? He looks a lot like Stone Country's emperor. There were news that he carried out a final battle against the seventh deity, fighting from Fire Nation all the way outside to unknown whereabouts. Could it be that he won? There were a few cultivators that passed this place. They were extremely shocked. They descended to 3 Life Mountain. When they entered the mountain range, they were immediately stupefied. The ruins left behind by the great battle were just too terrifying. Many mountains were turned into ashes, and many high peaks shattered. A divine battle clearly took place here. Heavens! Could it be that Xianxia won? Did he kill the last and most powerful deity? Is he trying to defy the heavens? Several individuals were moved. They all revealed expressions of disbelief. Xianxia sped along the entire time. Where exactly was he supposed to go? He had just left Stone Country not long ago and met his close relatives. Right now, he really wished to see his parents one last time. After all, after leaving for so many years, they didn't even stay together that many days. In the end, blood is still thicker than water. Right now, he truly wished to remain by his parents' side for a while. Afterwards, he would leave and find himself a place of final rest. He sped along. His first destination was Stone Country Imperial Capital so he could use its altar. Otherwise, how was he supposed to cross such a huge distance? Your Majesty, you? When they saw Xianxia descend from the sky while covered in blood, the Imperial guards were all stupefied. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What was going on with the human emperor? His entire body was covered in injuries, and he was close to death. Everyone gathered around, calling for medicine masters to treat him. An emperor of a country being injured to this degree was truly a terrifying and shocking sight. Your Majesty, the final deity, the guards asked with doubt. He was killed by me, Xianxia replied. He handed the broken country protecting divine halberd and broken true deity magical sword over to them. He sank into a moment of silence. There was no time left, or else he would have definitely fetched a few divine magical artifacts from Western Sect and the other places to make up for their losses. Those great sects all descended from the higher realms to kill him, so he naturally wanted an explanation. Your Majesty, where are you going? The guards saw that he was going to leave. They were all shocked. I am going on a long journey, Xianxia said. When he stood on the altar, he hesitated again, feeling even a bit indecisive as for what to do. His eyes grew dim. He said to himself, if I go see my parents, even though I can satisfy my wishes, they will definitely be worried and feel pained. Xianxia felt miserable. He truly wished to see his parents, but he felt that if he went to see them now, he would only leave them with sadness, grief, and suffering. He didn't have much time left. When he thought about how his parents would feel, he immediately stopped. His face became incomparably dark and gloomy, and his heart ached. Could it be that he couldn't see his parents anymore? However, he truly wished to see them one last time, even if it was just a glance. I'll just take one last look at them from the distance. I won't let them see me, and then I'll leave, find a quiet place to bury myself so that others won't know of my death, Xianxia said emotionally. His heart was rather sore as he gazed into the horizon. He stood there quietly for a moment. When he thought of his parents, he also thought of his younger brother. He said to himself, I need to pay him a visit. There were some things that couldn't be said to his parents. He couldn't face them, couldn't let them feel broken-hearted. However, he could tell Qin how, entrusting him with the task of taking care of his father and mother in the future. Perhaps I shouldn't see my parents, but I can visit him in Immortal Mountain. He made his decision. Xianxia knew that Xianling and his wife were in the wasteland region, searching for him. They definitely didn't return to Immortal Mountain yet. I wish to see them, yet I am unable to, the little stone said with a soft voice. A wave of sadness swept over him. He activated the altar and rushed into the passageway before disappearing from Stone Country Imperial Capital. Did you know? The little stone defied the heavens. He killed the last deity. Stone Emperor isn't more than 15 or 16 in age, yet he slaughtered a deity. He killed the most powerful Huang Yu and completely stopped a disaster from happening. News spread from Three Life Mountain, Stone Country Imperial Palace, and resounded through the world. Every single cultivator in the wasteland region was left gaping and speechless. A youth unexpectedly slaughtered deities one after another, killing 7 in total, wiping out all of these powerful existences that ignited their divine flames. What kind of accomplishment was this? It was so glorious that it left everyone trembling and in disbelief. The little stone was breathtaking. He left everyone absolutely speechless. He was an existence that shocked both the past and present. How many people could compare to him? The entire world was quickly shaken. Every single country was trembling, and all cultivators were discussing this fervently. News traveled in all directions. Even a portion of people in the other great regions found out. Immortal Mountain was just as imposing as before. Purple energy rose and an everlasting aura pervaded the air. This was an extremely wonderful place. Even though that 5-phase mountain was no longer there, this was still a piece of divine earth, a place known as one of the world's best cultivation lands. His battle robes were stained with blood. His body was covered in cracks and flowing with blood, worsening by the second. It was not easy for him to make it this far. "Who are you?" the expert protecting the mountain gate shouted. Then his eyes quickly widened. He cried out in alarm, "Little stone!" The people here were immediately stupefied, and then they began to back away bit by bit. This youth had left Immortal Mountain with too deep of an impression. Back then, out of anger, he overturned 5-phase mountain, shocking all 8 regions. Information immediately traveled into the depths of the Pure Land, alerting all of the experts here. "It's you, little stone. You dare to come stir up trouble in my Immortal Mountain?" An expert shouted with an overcast face. The others all expressed their agreement, revealing killing intent. They all harbored great hostility against him. Sure wiped away the blood from the corners of his lips and said, "I didn't come here to fight. Please ask my younger brother to come out. I have some words to tell him. Something's not right. He seems to be wounded, and extremely seriously," someone said in a low voice. The young expert revealed a look of shock. He had previously heard that Hao was going to fight against a deity. Could it be that he was injured, damaging his foundation? He could clearly feel that the little stone's aura was weak, and his body covered with cracks, as if he was going to fall at any moment. A few people gave each other a look, and then they walked forward together, releasing powerful divine might. Hong! There was a wave of aura that was especially horrifying that poured over, causing a bloody smell to surge from Hao's throat. Blood had surged up. Even though Immortal Mountain had suffered a disaster, there were still some hiding supreme experts that were alive. Right now, they flourished with power, pressuring him with their auras. "He's wounded. We might be able to get rid of him," someone said softly, revealing a look of excitement. Moreover, that supreme expert already walked out, appearing at the mountain gate and looking over coldly. "I already said that I was not going to fight you all. Do not force me," Hao said with a heavy voice. Right now, his thoughts were complicated. He had just slaughtered deities, yet he was going to be taken advantage of by this group of people? The atmosphere changed, becoming extremely tense. Some of Immortal Mountain's people wished to use this chance to suppress him. They revealed unusual expressions, and their minds were shaking. Quite a few people wanted to give it a try. "Little stone, your situation doesn't look too good. Could it be that you are about to die?" someone said with a sneer. "Even in such a state, you wish to step all over my Immortal Mountain?" Cold intent seeped out from that supreme expert's face. He walked closer step by step, exuding a powerful pressure from his body. He didn't show the slightest bit of goodwill and was ready to attack at any moment. "When a tiger falls, even dogs begin to act domineeringly," Hao said softly. Any other day, these people wouldn't dare act so indiscriminately. His brows stood up straight, and then he said, I already said that I came to see my younger brother. Do not force me. Hang! That supreme expert released a snort. When he thought of the great grudge of Xianxia overturning Immortal Mountain, his face immediately fell even further. A group of people followed behind him. They displayed their might to pressure Xianxia. The tremendous force made blood flow out from the corners of his lips again. He truly can't hold on much longer. His vitality has been completely exhausted, and he might die soon. Someone said softly, seeming extremely excited. Even if I am injured, I am still not someone you all can humiliate. I've even killed several deities, so how can I let you all act so wantonly? Xianxia shouted. He forcefully endured the pain. He activated his supreme being bone. With a hong sound, large amounts of symbols flew out, covering this group of people within. Meanwhile, blood flowed out from his chest, and a light sound sounded. A small piece of the supreme being bone chipped off. Ah! The group of people cried out in alarm, all of them horrified. They directly became unbearably old. Xianxia's body flashed past and arrived in front of this group. He picked up that supreme expert, and with some force from his 5 fingers, he almost twisted his neck apart. Blood flowed out, and he almost fainted on the spot. I even killed deities. Yet a supreme expert like you dare to bully me when I'm weak? When Xianxia spoke up to hear, he took a deep breath. Then, he transmitted a message inside, saying, Younger brother, come out to see me. The mountain region rose and fell. Purple energy pervaded the air. Immortal Mountain was great and majestic. Mist-curled peaks could be seen one after another. One could vaguely see a few ancient trees that were flowing with multicolored light. This place was like a paradise. The sound transmitted far into the distance, resounding through the mountain like thunder. However, Xianxia's reply never came. A dark red line could be seen at the corner of Xianxia's lips. Blood flowed out, and even if he swallowed it back down, it wouldn't help. Just the slightest bit of force caused this, so it could be seen just how severe his injuries were. In the surroundings, everyone revealed looks of surprise. They could tell that the little stone wouldn't last much longer. He had fought a great battle against deities and paid an incredible price. He might die today. There were rumors stating that he went to fight against the most powerful deity. Could it be that he successfully killed the last deity? When they thought of this, the hearts of everyone in Immortal Mountain began to pound, feeling their souls trembling. How terrifying of a result was this? It was too shocking. If this proved to be true, then it would definitely be a miracle. And it was also because of this that they were confident the little stone wouldn't be able to last much longer. Perhaps one more cut would end his life. The group of people gave each other a look. They secretly stored up power. If needed, they would work together to carry out the final fatal attack. Xianxia's expression was cold. His fingers slightly exerted force, and that supreme expert's neck began to release ka-cha sounds. Cracks appeared on the bones, leaving everyone shocked and so terrified their faces changed color. Immortal Mountain couldn't stand this. If the last supreme expert died too, how were they supposed to exert any pressure in the lower realm? They couldn't allow this supreme expert to die. Stone Clan's emperor, do not act too rashly. If there is something to say, we can discuss it. An elder stepped forward in a rush, cupping his hand in apology, telling Xianxia not to take action. The others all collected their auras before backing off. Even though the little stone was gravely injured, if he was truly angered, killing the supreme expert in his hands wasn't a problem. Xianxia pointed outwards. Divine force surged, sealing that supreme expert, temporarily turning his body's power into nothingness. The supreme expert's face became incomparably pale, and his body was lightly trembling. Younger brother, are you here? Come out so we can meet. Xianxia transmitted his voice again, using his foundational divine force. The sound of bone cracking could be heard, clearly cracking again. He was like broken chinaware. Even though he had been put together, the slightest bit of force would cause him to split apart again. He was in an extremely dangerous state. The sound of the sky shattering could be heard. A youngster wearing silver magical clothes appeared. He descended from the sky. His silver battle clothes shone, making him look holy and otherworldly. He was only 12 or 13 years old, so he wasn't old at all. However, he was incomparably quiet. When his eyes opened and closed, divine radiance seeped out. His black hair scattered outwards, making him look brave and heroic. This was precisely Qin Hao. Qin Hao frowned and said, "What happened to you?" Shi Hao suppressed his injuries and said, "Have them all go away. I have things to say to you." Qin Hao nodded and said, "Follow me into Immortal Mountain." Even though these people bore hostility, they all suppressed their emotions and no longer stopped Shi Hao. On top of a mountain peak, a clear spring rippled about. Pine trees could be seen everywhere. The two brothers sat together. Shi Hao didn't hide anything, telling him that his life was going to end soon. Qin Hao looked at him and said, "It cannot be cured? I understand my current situation clearly. Even holy medicines are useless at this point." Shi Hao shook his head. Qin Hao became silent. Then he said, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Take care of mother and father. I don't have anyone else to ask." When Shi Hao finished speaking this sentence, he stood up. He hadn't known this little brother of his for a long time. The other party never liked to talk much, so he didn't want to waste time here. The world is so large. Who knows if there are some ancient methods that can save you? Qin Hao spoke. "I know." Shi Hao nodded. He gave his little brother another look. Qin Hao had to properly look after his mother and father. This was one of his heart's greatest concern, something he felt the most unease towards. "Don't worry, they will definitely live happily. Even if we entered the higher realms, no one would dare provoke us," Qin Hao said. Shi Hao sighed lightly. His eyes contained a bit of reluctance. "Since that is the case, I feel reassured. Don't tell them my things. Just say that I went to cultivate in isolation. You all should head for the higher realms soon." He knew that now that the immortal bone was successfully planted in Qin Hao's body, he was definitely going to leave. Meanwhile, he wasn't willing to let his parents learn of his current situation. Otherwise, he would only leave behind sadness. He wanted to leave for the distance alone and find a peaceful place to finally bury himself. Instead of leaving behind the sorrow of being forever separated by life and death, he would rather leave his parents with a lie, have them think that he was cultivating and temporarily left. Qin Hao looked at him without saying anything. They sank into a period of silence. "All right," Qin Hao nodded. Shi Hao walked out of Immortal Mountain along the Bluestone Road. He didn't turn back. He wanted to find a peaceful place to wait for his final moment to come. Along the way, no one stopped him, allowing him to leave. Outside the mountain gate, the world was incredibly wide. Boundless fields stretched outwards. Shi Hao stood here while watching the mountains and surging rivers. He suddenly felt some indecisiveness, not knowing where to go. Returning to Stone Village isn't a good choice either. He sighed softly. They will feel incredibly broken-hearted. Qin Hao still followed out in the end, standing behind him and saying this. It was clear that he was talking about Shi Xiling and his wife. "It's fine as long as you don't tell them. Either way, you are going to go into the higher realms, so have them go with you." Shi Hao didn't turn around. He stood there for quite some time. He thought back to the things that happened in the past, deciding that it was still best to return to the Great Wastelands where Stone Village was. He would bury himself several tens of li away, but he wouldn't let them see him. He wanted to remain in the place where he grew up. "Goodbye. I'm leaving." He took to the air and headed towards the closest big city in search of an altar to help him travel back. Blackrock City was a rather large-scale city. Because it was created from pitch-black rocks, it received this name. The altar was destroyed? Shi Hao frowned. However, he had no choice. These altars had been worn down by years of improper care and developed some issues. He began to fiddle around with it. With the divine striking stone at his side during these years, he learned a bit about formations too. He wanted to try and fix it so he could open up a path. It was because he truly didn't have time to waste anymore. An hour later, the restoration was successful. His face was as pale as snow. He had become even weaker. He couldn't wait any longer and needed to hurry back to the wasteland region. Our child! Howard! Yelling voices sounded behind him that were full of worry and urgency. Two figures rushed over from midair. It was precisely Xianxia and his wife. They were extremely worried and troubled during these past few days. They were inside the wasteland region this entire time, chasing after Xianxia. They felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on their hearts, fearing that some accident might happen that might cause him to die. However, they were always too late. After every battle, he would always travel far away to a different place. These past few days had left them both mentally and physically exhausted, almost feeling suffocated. They feared that they would never meet their eldest son again and be separated forever. It was because he was fighting against a deity. Deities that ignited their divine flames were extremely powerful, especially when it was 7 of them. It was a situation of inevitable death. They spent these days in distress and worry. Only when they heard that he killed the final deity today did they release a breath of relief and raise their spirits. They didn't know how he was doing. The entire world was in shock. His magnificent feat of slaughtering deities was being discussed everywhere. Meanwhile, Xianxia and his wife became even more worried. Fortunately, they learned a few things from Stone Country Imperial Palace's Imperial Guards and deduced his destination from the symbols left behind on the ancestral altar. Fortunately, when they hurried over to Immortal Mountain, they learned that Xianxia had just left. They hurriedly chased after him. Xianxia felt the urge to open up a passageway and turn around to leave, but he couldn't do it. He had already been discovered, so he probably couldn't hide things any longer. If he turned around now, he would truly leave this life with regrets. Howard! What happened? Xianxia cried out in alarm. Her face was filled with terror. She grabbed his hand. When she saw his body that was cracked from head to toe with blood flowing everywhere from him, she was so horrified her hands and feet went cold. Xianxia had also followed over. He was the one that led the way. Father, mother, Xianxia opened said. He smiled, feeling peaceful inwardly. However, he felt rather dizzy and fell down on the altar. Hurry, hurry! Bring him back to Immortal Mountain and think of every way possible. Use all of the spiritual medicines and holy pills. We have to save Howard. Xianxia roared as he hugged Xianxia. We already lost Howard once. This time we cannot lose him again. He has to survive. Xianxia cried out as tears flowed out from her eyes. They hugged Xianxia and quickly headed towards Immortal Mountain. That day, the entire world was shaken. News finally spreads to the other regions. Xianxia stood against the deities, successfully killing the final member of the 7 deities, completing a heaven-defying feat. To have this type of accomplishments at his age was, without a doubt, something that surpassed the past and dazzled the present. Even if one didn't call him the greatest figure, he wouldn't be far from it. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone found this hard to believe. He actually successfully slaughtered the deities, wiping out all 7 of them. This was even more ridiculous than a legend. It was simply something out of a fantasy. The little stone truly did it. Unbelievable. This will definitely become an important part of history, one that will be recorded forever. This is a miracle, one that is impossible to ever duplicate. The little stone is too astonishing. He will definitely become an unmatched supreme being. His future is limitless, and his accomplishments will be endless. The 8 regions were in great commotion. Everyone was discussing passionately. The little stone's name made the world under heaven tremble. His prestige had reached an inconceivably high level. As the discussions went on, news of his body's serious injuries were also leaked, leaving many people shocked. What? The little stone is about to die? He can't live much longer. That can't be. He only has a few days left to live. When this type of information spread, the world was in shock. The little stone was so brilliant and outstanding, yet his life was reaching its end. This left everyone feeling rather baffled. They didn't know what to say. This is too much of a pity. Someone like the little stone finally appeared after so many years, but he is going to die soon. The natural laws of heaven aren't fair. Sure Hao was gravely injured this time because of fighting 7 deities from the higher realms. Many inheritances were all feeling respect towards him. If he died, they would naturally feel sorrow for him. Those who heaven love die young. He is still so young with astonishing natural talents. How can he fall so prematurely like this? Is this true? Many people didn't want to believe this. This youth rose to greatness like a shooting star, illuminating the great earth with his achievements. However, his time was just too short. How could such a dazzling individual pass away prematurely like this? It made many people sigh deeply. The information shouldn't be wrong. The little stone is truly about to die. It is too much of a pity. There are several elders in Stone Country who are doing everything they can to find all types of precious medicines and medicinal methods. As long as they could save him, they are willing to pay any price. The entire world was in commotion. The little stone fought from one place to the next, killing 6 great deities and eliminating the lower realm's calamity. However, he himself was about to die. Everyone became aware of this, and they were all discussing this matter. One day and 2 nights later, Hao woke up from his coma. He quickly understood that the drop of golden liquid from the sun god tree he gave them earlier had been used on him, temporarily saving his life. However, he was still going to die soon. Hower! Qin Yining cried loudly. She held his head in embrace, tears continuously falling from her face. Now that things had reached this state, what methods were there left? They were simply at their wits' end. According to the collaborative deductions of a few experts, he couldn't be saved even if a true deity came. His body's state was incredibly bad. He only had a few days left at most. During these 2 days, it was unknown just how many medicinal masters came. Some were great doctors that Stone Country asked to come, and even more were individuals that came on their own out of their deep respect for what the little stone did. They all wished to save him, but they were left absolutely helpless. It isn't that there isn't a way, it is just that the price is too great. An old medicine master and a few others spoke to Xianxia and his wife after backing off. Sir, please save Hauer. We are willing to pay the cost, whatever it is. Qin Yining wept. She no longer looked like the intelligent holy woman, instead looking just like an ordinary mother. She was in absolute distress. Tears blurred her eyes. It is hard to say. The old medicine master sighed. He shook his head. I still must ask the great doctor to guide us. Do not have any misgivings. We will definitely do everything we can to help. Xianxia urged and said. I have learned that the second son had an immortal bone implanted inside of him. Perhaps it might be able to save the Stone Emperor. The old medicine master said. What? Qin Yining's face went pale. The medicinal bowl in her hands fell onto the ground, releasing a loud and clear cracking sound. The medicinal soup splashed onto the ground. The medicinal soup was splattered all over the ground. Broken pieces of the bowl were everywhere. It was a mess. Qin Yining's face lost color. This life-saving method made her heart shake. They had to use their second son's bone to save their eldest son. How could this be? Xianxia was also stupefied. He slowly calmed his heart and then asked, Great doctor, are there any other methods apart from this? The Zhangzhong shook his head. Even though he specialized in the art of healing, understanding profound symbols and secret methods, he still couldn't cure Hao's injuries. Then this, wouldn't it bring great problems to the other child? Qin Yining asked with a trembling voice. Zhangzhong didn't say anything. There was perhaps only one way to cure Hao, and that was to put the immortal bone into his body. Great doctor, is there truly no other way? Xianxia frowned. He naturally understood what the other party meant. The so-called drawing support from the immortal bone was definitely a transplantation. The risks involved in doing this were too great. For their second son, it was extremely dangerous. If an accident happened, there might even be fatal danger. This old one's skills are already poor. It was just a random thought. Zhangzhong said. These things were hard for him to speak about too, because the effects were too terrifying. It affected the futures of 2 youths. How could this be? Why is life so cruel? Hauer, Qin Yining cried, feeling incomparably emotional as she hugged the eldest son on the bed. Hao's state was extremely terrible. From time to time he would be clear-headed, and other times he would faint. There were many bronze-stained symbols in his body that brought him intense pain and devoured at his life force. Right now, his spiritual will separated from the outer world again, sinking into a state of unconsciousness. If the primordial true bone inside Stone Emperor's body wasn't damaged, then he might heal on his own. Unfortunately, it has been greatly damaged. Zhang Zhong said. The greatest problem with Hao's body was that there was an extra type of symbols in his body that was terrifyingly powerful. It had already combined with his flesh and bones. There was simply no way to get rid of it. Zhang Zhong and the other doctors weren't the only ones that knew this. Xialing and his wife understood this as well. No one in the lower realm could get rid of those natural law symbols. This curse came from a type of taboo bone text. That bone in Stone Emperor's body is broken up in hundreds to thousands of pieces. Even if it was pieced together, it is still broken. There is less than 2/3 of the original bone left over. Its power is steeply declining and already not enough. Zhang Zhong shook his head. This was reality. That bone in Hao's body had shattered. The symbols it released could not get rid of that curse. In this lower realm, there weren't even deities. So what kind of power could defy the curse of one of Immortal Palace's great figures? Moreover, those symbols densely covered every inch of Hao's flesh and bones. Who dared to try and fix it? Once it exploded, Hao's body might be destroyed along with it. Perhaps that immortal bone was the only way. If it was implanted into Hao's body, allowing it to merge with him, even if it displayed its power, it wouldn't harm his body. Could destroy the curse imprints. Too cruel. Qin Yining's mind was trembling. To gouge out the bone of her second son to save Hao, this was a great risk for both her children. In that instant, she felt incomparable suffering. Why did disaster have to befall them like this? Xialing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. Great doctor, please tell me how high the chances of success are. Exactly how much of a risk would it be? If the immortal bone is implanted into Stone Emperor's body, there is a 60 to 70 chance of success. It could allow him to revive, and in the future, his aptitude will be matchless, his achievements extraordinary. Zhang Zhong gave a serious reply. Only 60 to 70% chance of success? Xialing frowned. His heart rose and fell, finding it difficult to calm down. 60 to 70% chance is already quite high, Zhang Zhong said. It wouldn't be good for him to influence their decision too much, so he could only say this. Qin Yining closed her eyes, calming herself down. Then, she carefully thought to herself before saying, Great doctor, I want to know how great the danger would be towards the second child. When he heard this question, Zhang Zhong could only sigh. If this bone was your second son's to begin with, then I would have certainty in removing it without harming him, and then borrowing it for its power. His senior apprentice had some relationship with Immortal Mountain. When Qin Hao had the bone implanted, that senior apprentice had been invited to carry out protection. He already learned from his senior apprentice that this bone came from the higher realms and that it hadn't been implanted into Qin Hao's body for a long time. Carrying out an operation again like this was a bit dangerous. Zhang Zhong thought carefully. Finally, he raised his head, explaining that if they tried to save Hao under this type of situation, there might really be danger to Qin Hao's life. 30% death, 70% healthy. This was the conclusion he came to after carefully thinking things over. The success rate was already considered quite high. The main thing was that Qin Hao had already grown up. His vital energy was sufficient, and together with his astonishing natural aptitude, that was why there was a certain amount of certainty. However, it was still dangerous. This made Xialing and his wife frown. They couldn't calm down. Father, mother, I don't need this type of rescue. Hao became clear-headed again. When he heard their discussion, he was greatly shaken. With his nature, how could he make others go so far to save him? This wasn't fair for Qin Hao. He did not want this. Even if they tried to persuade him otherwise, he still wouldn't agree. He would rather die. Qin Yining cried. She hugged his arm while soundlessly shedding tears. The older son with which she had been separated for so many years returned. They hadn't even reunited for that long. Yet this type of terrible thing happened. What exactly should they do? How were they supposed to save their eldest son? She was momentarily stumped for what to do, because both her sons were equally important. Soon after, Hao fainted again. His body was just too weak. He had eaten all types of precious medicines and soaked in all types of spiritual liquids, but all of it could only temporarily stop him from dying. Xianxia and Qin Yining looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. They then invited other doctors over to discuss with them. The two individuals were both feeling incredibly worried. They wanted to ascertain what the chances of success really were and whether they could increase it any higher. In the end, the conclusions the doctors came to were practically the same. What were they supposed to do? They didn't want to see Hao die. They had already lost him once before. They grabbed him tightly, not wishing to let his life end. However, this was the same as gambling with their second son's life, which wasn't fair to Qin Hao at all. Not only did he have to lose the power of the immortal bone, he had to risk the chance of dying himself. The group of doctors withdrew. They couldn't provide any biased opinions on this matter, because they couldn't shoulder that type of responsibility. As for what the final decision would be, it was up to Hao's family to decide amongst themselves. Qin Hao silently appeared. He pushed open the door to the room and said, "Father, Mother, I understand. If you all feel that I can save my older brother, then I have already made my preparations." When Qin Yining heard this, she immediately pulled him over. With tears flowing from her eyes, she said, "Mother won't let anything dangerous happen to you. I won't let you become a sacrifice." Xianxia also sighed. During these years, their second son always felt conflicted inwardly, feeling that his sole purpose of being born was to save his older brother, who he had never met before. Now, this type of thing happened, so those weren't just empty words anymore. That was why he also became silent, unable to make a decision. They were both equally important to him. How could he sacrifice his second son? They were both his children. Right now, Xianxia was only a normal father. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen to his children or put them in danger. "Father, Mother, I will listen to everything you guys decide on. I won't resist anything that needs to be done. We can save older brother at any time." After speaking, Qin Hao turned around and left. They looked at their unconscious oldest son, and then they looked at the second son that was walking out. The husband and wife felt extremely conflicted. What exactly were they supposed to do? This was a type of torment. If we use that immortal bone, there is a 60 to 70% chance of being able to save Hao. In addition, our younger son will also have a 70% chance of being unaffected, able to live on without any harm. After remaining silent for a long time, Xianxia spoke like this. "But there is a 30% chance of danger. We might lose our second son." Qin Yining said quietly. Why did they have to make such a difficult decision? Their thoughts were all over the place. They didn't want to lose either one of them. Their older son was going to die. If they didn't make a decision soon, he would only become weaker and weaker. However, using their second son's immortal bone in exchange for their oldest son's life was too dangerous. Moreover, how would Qin Hao himself feel? "Heaven! Why are you so cruel?" Xianxia roared. Qin Yining silently shed tears, gently caressing the unconscious Hao's cheeks while muttering, "Mother wants to save you, but she doesn't want to harm your younger brother either." The sun began to set. They didn't end up making a decision this entire day. This was definitely unfavorable for Hao. He was becoming weaker and weaker. That night, Hao's heart began to beat quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a female who was pointing at the area between his brows. She was trying to kill him. How could it have become like this? His mind shook. Even though he knew that he was definitely going to die, he didn't want to die in this type of shady manner. He released a light shout. Blood flew out from his mouth, striking towards this individual. In addition, while enduring the great pain, his chest shone. Kacha sounded. Another small piece of the supreme being bone chipped off as divine might erupted. Hong! Powerful energy surged. This woman cried out in alarm, immediately becoming much older after being swept through by the supreme being symbols. She turned into an old woman and could not budge an inch. Sure how focused his mind. His entire body was covered in blood as he picked her up and shouted, "Why are you doing this? How?" The sound of space shattering sounded. Someone headed over with extreme speed. In addition, Xianxia and his wife were startled as well. They hadn't left for that long, yet such shocking changes took place. Pooh! The area between the woman's brows split apart. Blood erupted. It was unknown what type of method she used, but she ended her life just like that. Xianxia loosened his hand and laughed self-mockingly. Even though I am about to die, but my spiritual senses instincts are still here, truly worthy of this little stone title of mine. Many figures appeared in this room. Xianxia and his wife also hurried over. There were people crying in alarm. Isn't this Qianlan, a core disciple of my Qin clan? She came over to deliver you medicine out of goodwill. You? How could you kill her? An elder shouted. Xianxia wiped away the blood from the corners of his lips. He didn't say a single word and laid down on the bed. Child, what happened? Qin Yining rushed over to stop that elder. What happened? He killed Qianlan. How could he do this? Even if he is unsatisfied with my Qin clan, he doesn't need to act so cruelly, right? An old woman with a green wooden staff said hatefully. Offending my Qin clan again and again? Do you think none of us dare to touch you? Another person shouted. Father, mother, send me back to Stone Country and let me die calmly and with dignity instead of in such a shady manner. Xianxia said peacefully. When Xianxia and his wife heard what he said, they immediately became furious. Child, you have been wronged. Are you blaming us? Qin Yining stood up. Her eyes were red, and then she glared furiously at those Qin clansmen. All of you better get lost. Xianxia erupted with even greater fury, sending that woman flying with a kick. Her body blasted through the window and exploded in the courtyard. Xianxia and his wife understood that these people definitely heard some news, fearing that the immortal bone would truly be moved to Xiao's body. They wanted to kill him before that happened. Xiling, what is the meaning of this? A king-level figure spoke, his face clearly discontent. Your oldest son killed a core disciple of my clan, yet you still dare to yell at us? You all better get out. Xianxia roared. How could he not know what happened? If not for Xiao's spiritual senses still remaining active and rousing him awake, he would have died in an underhanded manner. Xianxia, don't cross the line. Your eldest son killed a disciple under my clan's direct line of descent. It is bad enough you aren't punishing him, but you still speak like this. You are going too far. The old woman who held the green wooden staff said with an overcast face. Get lost. Xianxia erupted with rage. His eldest son was already close to dying, yet someone still attacked and injured him. In the end, they even falsely accused him. Rage filled his chest. A chong sounded. A golden spear appeared in his hands. Veins appeared on his arms as he gripped it tightly. There was no point in explaining anything else now. He was ready to fight. You even want to use force? Several experts' faces fell. Two individuals even stepped forward to oppose him with equal harshness. Disappear. Get out of here. Qin Yining became angry as well. Her eyebrows stood vertically, and her large eyes were opened wide. She pointed at everyone and shouted, if a single hair on Hauer's head is harmed, Immortal Mountain can forget about their sect in the lower realm. The expressions of these people went cold. Even though they were angry, they all endured it. It was because Qin Yining's identity wasn't ordinary, and her bloodline in the higher realms won. So they were in control over everything. Apart from this, there was Qin Hao who had the immortal bone implanted as well, and he was still her child in the end. He was someone who will reach the realm of supreme being in the future. The house became quiet. Those individuals backed up. The flame within the bronze lamp flickered about, making this room rather dark. Hao went unconscious again. Every time, he could only remain conscious for a moment, and it was getting more and more serious. Xianxia sat beside the bed silently. He felt an extremely great pressure. What were they supposed to do? There's not much time left. We can't drag it on any longer. Hao is becoming weaker and weaker, and his time is running out. Xianxia's voice was hoarse and filled with great pain. His eyes carried bloody lines. He suddenly stood up. What are you going to do? Are you going to gouge out the bone of our other child? How will he feel? There's even a chance of him dying. Are we to use his life in exchange for his older brother's? Qin Yining asked with tears in her eyes. Are we supposed to just watch as Hao dies? With every passing minute, he will become much weaker. We have already dragged things on for an entire day. Xianxia felt dejected. He looked outside the window into the misty night. The stars became dim and dark clouds drifted over, making the mood even more downcast. The candle flame went dim. The face of Hao on the bed was pale. His eyes were closed. His body was becoming weaker and weaker. Xianxia tightened his fists and said, "That won't do. Back then, we already turned our backs on him, not staying by his side. He was so young, forced to experience so many bloody events in the martial imperial manor alone, becoming so weak he nearly died. Later on, we placed him alone in Stone Village and never did what parents ought to do. We never properly took care of him. During these years, all of his accomplishments were earned through his own hard work. From such a young age, he left Stone Village on his own, fighting against all types of vicious birds and ferocious beasts in the great wastelands, fighting his way to power step by step." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "He looks splendid with power that can shake the world, but exactly how much suffering and difficulties has he experienced during all of this? That was the result he fought for alone. Meanwhile, what did we do? We never took care of him, never completing our mission as parents. We haven't done anything for him." Qin Yining wept. She sat in front of the bed while holding Hao's hand, gently caressing it. As she watched his vitality become weaker and weaker, she felt as if she was suffocating. Their eldest son never hated them. He slaughtered his way into the Qin clan alone, all for the sake of freeing them, not hesitating at all to fight a bloody battle against Immortal Mountain, one of the most powerful great sections. Qin Yining's voice trembled as she said, "What exactly should we do? How miserable is Hao's fate? This time, could it be that there's truly no other way but to gouge out the bone of our other child, putting him in danger of death too? How tragic is this? We already lost Hao once. Last time, we didn't properly protect him, didn't carry out our duty as parents. This time, are we supposed to look on helplessly as he departs this world? I will never be able to rest easy for the remainder of my life." Even more bloody veins appeared in Xianxia's eyes. "But what about our other child? How unfair and miserable is this for him?" Qin Yining said, "We can't worry about that. If our second son feels inner turmoil, then so be it. Rescuing Hao is the most important thing, or else he's going to die immediately." Xianxia had no idea what would end up happening after they did this. "Father, are you going to gouge out my bone?" The door pushed open. Qin Hao appeared, his face appearing calm. His eyes were deep as he stood there, no longer stepping forward. Xianxia opened his mouth. However, nothing came out. "That's fine. Father, mother, if you two feel that this can save older brother, then come over and take my bone." Qin Hao said, "Child, you don't need to overthink things. In our hearts, you and your big brother are both equally important. We would never make you a sacrifice." Qin Yining said while shedding tears, appearing incomparably pained. Wasteland Region Stone Country's War King, Ming King, and Peng King have come to pay a visit. "Please open the mountain gate." Right at this moment, a great voice rang through the skies, reaching the depths of Immortal Mountain. It was clear that the ones who came were supreme experts, raising up a great commotion. Reporting, Stone Country's people came. "There are actually 3 supreme experts," someone reported. Many of Immortal Mountain's people's faces changed. This was an era without deities, and even supreme experts were hard to find. Yet Stone Country unexpectedly had 3 supreme experts. This made everyone shiver in fear. Stone Country's kings have arrived. Is this to deal with us? The old woman who held the green wood staff became gloomy. She felt like things weren't looking good. Outside the mountain gate, the Ming King, War King, and Peng Nine stood together, and behind them were many powerful experts as well. They were all king-level figures who wore armor that flickered with cold glint. Every single one of them carried a few wooden cases that contained precious medicines. The so-called Peng King was precisely Peng Nine. This was a title Shi Hao bestowed. Kings, please come in. Eventually, the Qin clan opened the mountain gate, inviting them in. They presumed that they came for Shi Hao, so it was likely that they weren't here to fight. However, Immortal Mountain's people felt alarmed. 3 great supreme experts descended, every single of them carrying diving magical artifacts. This truly exuded an intimidating pressure. If conflict broke out between them, then the results would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, there wasn't a single ordinary soldier behind them. They were all king-level figures. When a group like this showed up, they could definitely wipe out a great sect. When something happened to Shi Hao, the War King, Peng Nine, and the others mobilized all forces to acquire all types of ancient treatments and asked great sects for holy medicines. They disregarded all costs. As long as they could cure Shi Hao, they were willing to pay any price. Today, they brought over large amounts of pill medicines and even obtained a stock of holy medicine. This was to help preserve Shi Hao's life. You have to understand that holy medicines were just too rare in this world. Only specific archaic divine mountains and inheritances like Western sect would have one. One could well imagine the price Peng Nine and the others had to pay before obtaining just one stock. As for other types of spiritual pills, there were too many to count. It had been accumulated into a huge heap, no longer seeming like medicines but instead like pouches of food. Your Majesty, Emperor. When the old kings saw Shi Hao's deathly pale face, their voices all trembled and old tears fell. Was this still the world-shaking little stone? There were injuries all over his body, cracked like a piece of porcelain that might break apart at any moment. There wasn't the slightest trace of blood in him. When compared to his former heroicness, his dominating valiance, it was just too far. Back then, Shi Hao entered the imperial palace alone in spite of the dangers to save Qin Feng and several old kings, letting them live. Then, he continuously fought alone against deities, ultimately falling to this state. Your Majesty, you have to persevere and live, an old king said. The room was full of people. They were all kings from Stone Country. However, Shi Hao's eyes were closed, remaining unconscious. Bring the bowl over and dissolve this half of a holy pill, the War King spoke. Apart from a stock of holy medicine, they also obtained half a pill. This was a holy grade medicine that possessed divine effectiveness. There wasn't much time left. Qin clan's people sent over a jade bowl that scattered out spiritual essence. Multicolored light flickered about. The War King poured a bit of spiritual liquid inside to dissolve this holy pill. He had Shi Hao ingest it. This medicine could slow down organ failure and increase his vitality. And something's not right. This bowl has a bit of spiritual essence stirring chaotically. The War King was quite knowledgeable towards the medicinal Tao, or else he wouldn't be the one to dissolve the holy pill. He quickly removed the spiritual liquid, fixing it in the void and separating it from that bowl. He frowned and carefully looked at it. Soon after, he suddenly erupted with great fury. Who was the one that brought this bowl over? Are you looking to die? His eyes shot up vertically. 2 streaks of divine radiance shot out from his eyes. Not even a normal supreme expert could see through it. If not for the War King acting extremely carefully and having seen one before, not even he would have noticed anything strange. It looks like a spiritual bowl, but it is actually an ill-luck bowl. There are curse patterns carved inside of it. If one continuously uses it, it will bring extremely great harm to the patient. When the War King said this, all of Stone Country's kings erupted with anger. You! Get over here! Peng Nine reached out a large hand and grabbed the neck of the individual that sent over the bowl with one movement, bringing him over. This individual's eyes immediately rolled back and went unconscious. The old kings didn't say much and directly searched his sea of consciousness. However, he was a subordinate and didn't know the true matters. However, they unexpectedly found out another matter. What? There was someone who tried to assassinate Stone Emperor, and it was His Majesty who personally stopped it? The Ming king suddenly stood up and roared in anger. Qin clan, do you all want to die? Do you want to be wiped out? The war king shouted even more loudly. His voice rang into the distance, making this entire palace shake. Who is acting with such insolence? You dare to come to my immortal mountain and still act so unbridled? A reply sounded from the distance. A group of elders appeared. You harmed my Stone clan's emperor, yet you still act so dignified. Are you looking to die? A comparatively younger king-level figure shouted. My clan rescued the little stone out of good intentions. Yet you all haven't repaid us with gratitude, but instead slander. What kind of reasoning is this? The old woman who held the green wood staff said with a downcast face. What dog fart rescuing? Pong Nine roared and directly took action. Just from how you arrogantly call my stone country's emperor little stone, I already know what you are thinking inside. He formed a pung claw that was golden and sharp. It was incredibly large and immediately surrounded that area. You dare! The old woman's status was clearly not ordinary. She brandished her green wooden staff, a precious artifact, to defend herself. Why won't I dare? Pung Nine shouted. The golden pung claw descended, breaking apart that green wood staff and grabbing her up in one go as if she was a little bird, almost ending her life just like that. Impudent! An enormous wave of pressure surged over. Qin clan's supreme expert took action. It is you all who are impudent. The Ming king took action, blasting him back. Immortal Mountain, you all actually dare to injure our emperor, and not only once. What exactly did you do to my Stone clan's emperor? Do you want to be wiped out? The war king was even more domineering. Shi Xiling and his wife guarded Shi Hao's bed, not stopping them. They were also angry. They never expected these people to continuously play dirty tricks, actually daring to do this kind of stuff. Truly unbridled. You dare to threaten to end my immortal mountain, Qin clan's supreme expert said in anger. So what if we wipe you all out? Do you think my stone country is scared of you all? To harm our clan's emperor, it wouldn't be a big deal to completely wipe out this place. The war king roared coldly. Meanwhile, the Ming king and Peng king stepped up as well. They didn't say anything. Divine magical artifacts appeared behind them, ready to release the most powerful attack at any moment. Everyone from Immortal Mountain shivered inwardly. These were three great supreme experts, the highest power in the current world. They could completely annihilate a great sect. Meanwhile, behind the three supreme experts, those king-level figures all pulled out their weapons. Their armors shone one after another. Their precious artifacts were chilly, releasing powerful killing intent. How powerful was this group of experts? Any one of them could be granted the title of king in the present world. They all possessed power at the top of this world. When Immortal Mountain saw them all grouped up like this, Immortal Mountain was completely overshadowed. Bullying my stone country like this and humiliating my stone emperor. All of you deserve to die, a middle-aged king-level figure said. His nature was more violent. In his hands was a heaven-might halberd. With a hong sound, he attacked first, hacking outwards. When they truly reached this point, Immortal Mountain's elders instead felt apprehensive. They quickly moved out of the way. The main reason was because the other party was too powerful. Three great supreme experts were leading this group of king-level figures, so there was truly a chance that they might be wiped. Hong! The great halberd's tip swept out. Those individuals dodged out of the way. An enormous palace exploded, turning into broken pieces. You all have crossed the line, Qin clan's elder roared, but he was clearly not looking as imposing as before. He was unsure what would happen if a battle truly broke out, because Immortal Mountain might not necessarily have the advantage. They only had a single supreme expert. Even though they had formations to use, what level of magical artifacts did other party have? The three great supreme experts' precious artifacts were shining like a resplendent sun. They released the aura of deities. A terrifying wave of energy rippled outwards. Even though the country protecting divine halberd and golden magical sword that Xianxia used in the final battle had been damaged, there were other divine magical artifacts in Stone Country. They were now brought over. Qin clan's supreme experts' faces fell. Even though Immortal Mountain had magical artifacts like these, with only a single person to use them, how could they compare? This was especially true since the formations were broken and in disorder from the previous great battle. Even if they activated all of them, they might not necessarily be able to block three supreme experts who held divine magical artifacts. Humiliating my Stone Clan, today we demand an explanation. If you don't explain yourselves, then what harm is there in wiping out your inheritance today? The War King said coldly. If Stone Emperor wasn't injured, would you all have dared to act like this? Do not forget who it was that overturned your Immortal Mountain back then. Peng Nine coldly exposed an old scar. While speaking, his hands forcefully tightened. That old woman cried out miserably as numerous bones broke. Then she was tossed onto the ground. You all! The old woman's face turned yellow, directly going unconscious. Her cultivation had been ruined. If you all won't give us a satisfactory explanation, then a war it is. Who is my Stone Country scared of? The Ming King spoke. Even though he was already over 100 years old, after breaking into the supreme expert realm, his vitality was still flourishing and he was full of imposing might. You all? A few elders from Qin clan felt conflicted, as well as a bit of regret. Even such a hidden cursed bowl was discovered by a supreme expert. They were truly left helpless. It was because they were truly worried that Xianxia and his wife would put the immortal bone into Xiao's body. As a result, they urgently wished for him to die, not wishing for his parents to make that choice. In the end, they clenched their teeth, pushing out an old servant whose cultivation wasn't normal and saying that it was he who decided to do this without seeking anyone's approval on the matter. Even though this was clearly a scapegoat that no one would believe, it was still enough to make the Qin clansmen's faces become unpleasant. How did they end up being forced to this state? Today, they had to choose their actions carefully, because their fighting strength wasn't comparable to before. This had never happened before. Being forced to endure everything silently and push out the scapegoat was truly the same as taking a slap to the face. Every single individual's face was burning hot. They felt furious inwardly, finding this difficult to accept. It was because they were Immortal Mountain, a sect that previously looked down on the 8 regions for many eras. Today, they were actually given such a blow to the face like this and forced to take it. It was precisely at this time when footsteps sounded. A silver flame appeared on the road, closing in a manner that was neither fast or slow. A powerful and holy aura was being exuded. This was a youth who wore silver armor. He had an incredibly heroic appearance. Divine splendor scattered about him. It was as if a supreme heavenly deity descended into the lower realm. It was precisely Xianxia. In his hands was a silver halberd. He pointed it forward, the weapon full of inviolable divine might. His gaze was incredibly deep. If you want to fight, do you think we are scared? I want to see who will wipe out the inheritance here. Hang. Stone Country's king-level figures released a snort. Would they be scared of a youth? Xianxia wore divine magical clothes. At this moment his chest shone. Symbols erupted in large amounts, also a silver color. They were incomparably holy and pure, releasing terrifying fluctuations. The War King, Peng King, and the others were naturally fearless. However, they already knew that they needed this youth to save Xianxia, so they didn't treat his words as nothing. Xianxia and his wife sighed. Their second son came, so they had no choice but to stand up and try to mediate things. They couldn't let the situation get any worse. Peng Nine took action, blasting that scapegoat to pieces with a single strike. Blood splashed out in all directions. At this moment, Xianxia's expression went rigid. On the other side, the faces of everyone from the Qin clan darkened, and the veins on their foreheads jumped. However, they still endured it in the end. This palm felt as if it landed on everyone's faces. Right at this moment, Xianxia woke up. He widened his eyes and weakly said, "Father, mother, I don't want the immortal bone. If it is like this, I would rather die." He looked at the war king, Peng Nine, and the others and said, "Escort me back to Stone Country." "How?" Qin Yining grabbed his hand. How could they let him leave? Xianxia weakly comforted. "Mother, don't cry. Thank you for nurturing me with such love. But I can't repay you. I truly don't want little brother's bone. I experienced all of this already. So how can I make him go through the same thing?" Qin Yining cried loudly, feeling incomparable sorrow. Xianxia clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. This was an incredibly difficult decision no matter who had to make it. "War King, Peng King, carry me up," Xianxia said. His eyes lacked radiance, no longer appearing heroic and imposing. Right now, his condition was extremely grave. Several kings lifted him up, guarding at his side. "I already saw my father and mother. It was very warm here, so I don't have any regrets left," Xianxia said softly to his parents. A trace of blood could be seen at the corners of his lips. Then, he turned around and looked at the old kings. "I still have two wishes. One is to return to Stone Country to look around, and the second is to bury myself not too far from Stone Village. I want to stay there." "Your Majesty!" The War King and the others felt incomparable sadness. This was originally the world's most astonishing youth, yet he ended up in this kind of state. Truly made others feel sour at heart. He originally should have been extremely magnificent and rushed into the 9 heavens. Yet in the end, he was going to die an untimely death. "Your Majesty, you will definitely get better. We don't know where Stone Village is. That place is isolated from the outside world. However, I believe Qingfeng will appear soon." They didn't know how to console him. Meanwhile, those king-level figures all walked up as well, looking at him with great sadness. Originally, he was definitely going to become a supreme being who no one could match. Why did it end up like this? They were all unwilling to accept this. They felt anger in Xianxia's place, feeling regret. "Let's go, return to Stone Country," Xianxia said softly. Soon after, he went unconscious again because he was too weak. "You cannot bring him away. There is no way that he can travel through the void in his current state. He can't handle that type of torment." Xianxia spoke to stop them. The War King, Ming King, and the others nodded. Xianxia's condition was too terrible. There was no way they could bring him away, or else he might very well die along the way. Finally, the half-holy pill was dissolved into fragrant medicinal liquid and poured into Xianxia's mouth. The supreme experts took action to help him refine the medicinal strength to treat his injured body. Early in the morning, sunlight scattered inside. It was full of vigorous energy. Xianxia woke up. When he saw the morning multicolored light that filled the courtyard, he sighed. He remained silent, not saying anything. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. His condition seemed to have improved a bit. This made the great doctors quite shocked. Reporting. "There are guests who have arrived." Right at this moment, Immortal Mountain's people received more guests. Some people had come to pay a visit. "Who is it?" The Qin clansman frowned, feeling greatly helpless. "Also people from the wasteland region. Let it be, allow them in." Soon after, Xia Yoyu, Shao Tian, Zhou Yuhao, Yan Xian, and the others from Heaven-Mending Pavilion disciples came as a group. Even though their inheritance had been destroyed, quite a few people were still alive. When they heard that Xianxia encountered a disaster, these people were all greatly shaken. The powerful little stone who had splendid and endless prospects was actually going to die. They found this difficult to accept. Heaven-Mending Pavilion could be rebuilt, and it was all because Xianxia rose to power, sweeping through all directions, wiping out Western Tomb Beast Mountain and several other great enemies. Several dozen people came to meet him. "You all came?" Xianxia smiled, but his complexion was extremely weak, causing these people to sigh. The previously high-spirited youth actually fell to this degree. It was clear that he didn't have much life left in him. "You will get better," everyone said softly. They truly couldn't bear to see him die. They were all feeling emotional. Reporting, there are more guests at the gate. Immortal Mountain's higher-level figures received another report. Soon after, the nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, Rainbow Luan, and the others that sure how met in the 100 Shattering Mountains came. Apart from these, the nine-headed lion's ancestral grandfather, Nine Spirit King, also came. They looked incredibly sad, all of them feeling powerless without any way of rescuing Sure Hao. Being able to see you all again already makes me extremely happy, Sure Hao said. Even though his face was lacking color, his smile was still incredibly bright. Fire Nation's prince has arrived to pay a visit. Great Mystery Sect Master's carriage has arrived. Green Feather Race's old sect master has arrived. Spirit Race's king-level figures came to pay a visit. Ocean Clan's Green Flood Dragon Supreme Expert has arrived. For the next half-day, Immortal Mountain's gate seemed to have been trampled flat. People from great powers all over came to meet the little stone one last time to see him off. How many inheritances were there? There might be thousands, maybe even more than 10,000. Not only were there great king-level figures, there were even a few supreme experts. They had just made it past the great calamity and admired Sure Hao's accomplishments. Without him, who knew how chaotic the lower realm would have been? No one would be spending their days well. Apart from the experts on land, Ocean Race's cultivators came as well. That day, guests poured in endlessly. There were just too many people who came. Immortal Mountain's housing almost couldn't accommodate all of them. This was simply a grand occasion. Just how many people could enjoy this type of honor? Everyone was greatly shaken. The little stone's influence was just too extraordinary. Even the Qin clan felt a bit apprehensive. This time, Sure Hao eliminated 7 deities, making many powers grateful. Everyone understood that without him, there would be a great disaster soon after. Every sect would have to obey the orders of the deities. Unfortunately, Sure Hao was going to fall. Even though today was a grand occasion, it wasn't a happy thing. He was in such a critical state and about to die prematurely. Many people sighed. There were just too many people. In the end, Shi Xiling, War King, Peng Nine, and the others couldn't help but stop them. They couldn't let them visit him any longer, or else it would seriously worsen Sure Hao's situation. People hurried over unendingly the entire day. Immortal Mountain was overcrowded. Most of them were here to pay Sure Hao a visit, but of course, there were a few who wanted to know whether he really was going to die. When night fell, Sure Hao's small courtyard became peaceful. Normal people couldn't come close at all. They were all stopped. Stone Emperor, your body carries a sickness. No one knows exactly what will happen. Why don't you take this chance to carve down the Kuan Peng precious technique now to prevent it from dying out? Immortal Mountain's masters could come over to visit, because they were still the owners of this place. However, they were being watched in secret by the War King, Shi Xiling, and the others. It was a Qin clan elder that said this just now. What are you trying to say? Peng Nine immediately stood up to glare at them. The Ming King became furious, saying, Stone Emperor spends most of his time unconscious and only has a bit of time when he is awake. He is always coughing out blood and in such a terrible state. Yet you still dare to scheme against him? To have him waste his energy to carve down such complex and mysterious symbols? Do you want to have him immediately die? Your Qin clan truly are good at plotting. The War King's face fell, his chest filling with anger. He knew that the Qin clan naturally wanted Sure Hao to give the supreme precious technique to Qin Hao. The old kings had always been enduring silently, because they truly needed that immortal bone to treat Sure Hao. Otherwise, they would have acted out a long time ago. When Sure Hao heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. Then, he indicated for them not to get angry. With a sigh, he said, It's my carelessness. I've always been unconscious, and even when I'm awake, I don't have enough energy. He paused for a moment and said, Bring over a precious bone. I am going to carve the Kuan Peng technique on it. Your Majesty! The War King, Peng Nine, and the others were greatly alarmed. How complex and profound was the Kuan Peng technique? It was definitely not something that could be casually carved. You have to understand that back then, When Hao was observing this technique in the northern sea's Kuanping nest, he spent several days of work before remembering the complex imprints that covered the sky like stars. And now, if he tried to carve down a technique like this in this type of state, he would definitely tire himself to death. Hauer, you must not. Xiling and his wife stopped him. They definitely couldn't allow him to do this. I already made the decision. Hao shook his head. He wanted to leave this technique behind for Stone Country. He also had to send a copy back to Stone Village. Even though the Willow deity had cultivated it as well, after entering through those Dao gates, its current whereabouts were completely unknown. He didn't know if it was even still alive. He didn't want the Kuanping technique to be lost in inheritance. He wanted to leave it in this world. The bone had already arrived. No one could stop Hao. That evening, he had everyone leave, and then he began to carefully inscribe the symbols. When Xiling walked in, he noticed that there was blood all over his chest. He immediately cried out to forcefully stop him. Your Majesty! Several old kings trembled inwardly. They all did everything they could to oppose him, not willing for him to continue. My condition isn't too good and would always go unconscious. It seems like even if I do everything, I could only carve out half of the true mysteries. Hao sighed softly. When the sky was completely dark, Immortal Mountain was in a state of panic again, because another group of people came. This time there were over 100. They all made a large racket, shouting as they rushed towards Hao's little courtyard. Grandpa Chief! Hao threw aside the bone piece in his hands. His eyes became blurry, and his nose became sour. Almost everyone from Stone Village hurried over. The old chief Yunfeng led everyone, and behind him were Feijiao, Linghu, Qingfeng, Pihu, Huzi, and the others. There were also many uncles and aunts. This group was incredibly loud. Their eyes were all completely red, filling up the courtyard. Only a small group could enter the house. Child, we've wronged you. Let's go home. The old village chief was trembling as he caressed Hao's head, just like how he did it when he was young. You can't be treated here and will only die. Let's go back to the village. There will definitely be a way to treat you there. Ermeng flipped out, not caring about what couldn't be said here at all. The village chief has said that our village still has many ancestral artifacts. If we put all those old things inside the cauldron, who knows if we might be able to make some immortal pill liquid. Let's go back. We can't stay here. Dazhuang also roared. When Hao heard this, he wanted to smile, but his eyes were already blurry. Warm liquid flowed down. It was clear that after Ermeng, Dazhuang, and the others came to Immortal Mountain, they heard some things from those king-level figures. Let's go home. Child, let's go home. Linhu's eyes were full of tears too as he spoke. Hao wanted to smile, but tears flowed down his face. His heart felt extremely warm, but also filled with unwillingness. Okay. Let's go home. Let's go back to Stone Village. I've missed all of you. Child, don't cry. Uncle will bring you home. We've wronged you. Linhu said with a trembling voice. He was a man that walked out from the great wastelands, a strong and well-built man. But right now, his eyes were red, and he was choking with sobs. Go. Let's go back. Feijiao walked up, preparing to lift up Hao. When he saw the blood on his chest, his eyes widened, feeling incomparably sorrowful. Child, you will become well again. Let's go back to Stone Village. We'll never come out again and forever spend out days in peace, withdrawing from worldly affairs. Village Chief Yunfeng said with a trembling voice. His rough hand caressed Hao's head and face. Hao forcefully nodded. Sincere and honest words, simple actions. This made a stream of heat flow from his heart. His nose felt sore, and hot tears rolled down his face. The villagers didn't think too much, coming over noisily. Their pain and sorrow were all written over their faces. They were simple and honest people, speaking true words that reflected their state of mind. Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others had all become adults already. This group of companions from his childhood surrounded him, tears rushing down from their eyes. They carried him up to go back to Stone Village. Slow down. The War King walked up, His face carried worry as well. He truly wanted to bring Hao back to the wasteland region as well. But the state of Hao's body was too terrible and couldn't handle being tossed from side to side. In addition, he always carried that shred of hope of the immortal bone curing Hao. Right now, he explained to Stone Village's people in a soft voice. Yunfeng's hair was already white. When he heard this, his body trembled lightly and carefully brought out a small jade container. I have something from Undying Spring here. Let's use it first. It will be effective. When something like this was brought out, it immediately left many people shocked. Those that stood here were all stupefied. They even had this kind of divine thing? Exactly what kind of background did Stone Village have? Everyone's mouths were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Immortal Mountain's Qin clansmen became even more dumbstruck, not daring to believe all of this. This group of people looked extremely simple, yet they possessed even this type of heaven-defying divine liquid. This was something Hauer risked his life to bring back. He wanted to leave it for the villagers, so we've held onto it all this time. Today, we can finally put it to good use. The old clan chief sobbed. Back then, Hao obtained 5 drops of the immortal spring from the 100 Shattering Mountains. It possessed life-prolonging characteristics. He wanted to leave it behind for Stone Village to use. Hauer has continuously brought back descendant precious blood, spiritual medicines, and many other things back to the village from the outside world, just like an adult who is providing for his loved ones. When the clan chief said this, his face that was covered in wrinkles was smiling but also crying. He was deeply touched. Several years ago, just how old was Hao? Yet he walked out into the great wastelands, entering the 100 Shattering Mountains, proceeding into the Kuanpeng Nest, and encountering many powerful individuals. However, he back everything from the outside world back to the village. Everyone could deeply sense this youth's pure intentions. He wanted the barren village to spend their days better. This was the other side of the little stone. Everyone saw how he rose to power, how his power inspired awe across the world, but they didn't know that he still had this side to him. When they carefully thought about it, those spiritual medicines, spiritual spring, and other things were all exchanged for with his life on the line. At that age, other children were still being protected by their parents and watched over by the clan. If he was still in good health, then that was one thing, but now, he fell from his previous splendid and awe-inspiring self to this greatly wounded and dying state. When they thought about this, everyone was greatly moved. Every drop from the immortal spring was like a small dragon. It possessed incredible spirituality as it moved about in the jade container. When the drop entered Hao's mouth, his entire body shone. This was a divine liquid that was rarely seen in the entire world. It could slow down aging and return youthfulness to a person. It was priceless. When the drop of divine liquid entered his body, Hao's complexion immediately improved a bit. A bit of rosy color returned to his face. The effects were instantaneous, improving his condition greatly. It was effective. Everyone cried out in astonishment. This immortal spring was truly a life-prolonging precious liquid. Don't leave yet. We constructed a rebirth pool, and we already dissolved many spiritual pills into liquid. We will carry out a baptism for His Majesty to fight this illness. Ming King spoke. This time, Stone Country's kings brought over too many medicinal herbs, and they also had bags of spiritual pills as if they were food. There was so much that it could be made into a large pile. The 3 supreme experts, Xiling, and his wife consulted a few great doctors, and after carefully analyzing the situation, they decided to form a rebirth pond to give it a try. Immortal Mountain had a type of rebirth technique that was known as 5 elements rebirth. They had enough medicinal pills now. Qin Yining personally set it up, because she felt that she could make the perfect rebirth pond to cleanse Hao's flesh and restore his vitality. They were going to try to have him undergo rebirth. Since his condition has improved a bit, he might be truly successful. If we add a few drops of immortal spring, then the effects would be even greater. The War King also spoke. In reality, the supreme experts were still hoping that if they had no choice, that they could still use the immortal bone to save Hao. That was why they didn't want him to leave. Otherwise, with how the Qin clan was acting, the 3 supreme experts would have acted out a long time ago, fighting a great battle before leaving. Stone Village's people were discontent with the Qin clan, but when they heard that doing this was beneficial towards Hao, then they naturally decided to try it out. However, they angrily requested the Qin clansmen's people to stay away. Raising this request in Immortal Mountain was also a type of humiliation towards the Qin clan. However, Stone Village's people were just that simple and straightforward. They didn't have any good impressions of them. They didn't trust Immortal Mountain at all. "Child, we're only going to stay here for one night and leave tomorrow. Let's see if this rebirth pond will have any use," said village chief Shi Yunfeng. Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, Ermeng, Pihu, and Qingfeng walked up as well, surrounding Hao and personally looking after him, not letting any more people closer. Great powers from all around the world came unendingly, making Immortal Mountain an extremely lively place. However, all of the sect masters and powerful individuals were blocked outside. This was an extremely important night, so no one was allowed close. Inside the spiritual pool, auspicious energy rose and multicolored light swirled about. It looked like jade fluid. It was first a milky white, then a grassy green before turning into an earthen yellow. It was continuously changing. "Grandpa Chief, I want to leave the immortal spring with Stone Village. Don't waste it on my body anymore." Hao knew the state of his own body. He really didn't want them to waste it like this. However, how could they agree to this request? They had him bring this drop of divine liquid into the pond of rebirth to carry out the treatment. His body was covered in injuries, and the bones in his body were full of cracks. He was submerged in mist as soon as he entered. A large amount of spiritual essence poured into his body to nourish his injured body. "It is effective." Everyone was happy. They saw that Hao's body was shining. His injuries were wriggling about, and sounds of his bones touching could be heard. They felt like the pond was starting to work. The great doctors frowned. They carefully watched without saying anything. Hao's eyes were closed as he sat there, allowing several supreme experts to help him neutralize the medicinal strength and baptize his flesh. It was unknown just how many spiritual pills were dissolved into this pond of medicinal liquid. Qin Yining and Ji Xiling were protecting this place even more carefully, personally guiding the process. They understood the structure and effects of the rebirth pool. Right now, their expressions were incomparably nervous. Hao sighed inwardly. He then silently operated the technique. Back then, for the sake of rescuing his parents and searching for his grandfather, he had wreaked havoc here and obtained the 5-element rebirth secret passage. He knew that healing here would have its uses, but it wouldn't be able to change his fate. Other people didn't know, but he understood clearly. The green rust curse symbols were becoming more and more concentrated, merging into the depths of his bones, making them incredibly difficult to expel. During that night, Hao went unconscious several times and woke up again several times. He was welcomed with the brilliant multicolored clouds of morning. Many people stood in the distance, watching the pond of rebirth from afar and waiting for the result. They didn't sleep the entire night. "How is he?" Finally, they heard sounds from the pond water. Stone Village's people and Stone Country's nobility all rushed over to ask together. The War King shook his head, revealing a grave expression. The 5-element rebirth pond seemed to improve Hao's state a bit, but it was still unable to completely eliminate those curse symbols. The 3 supreme experts carefully inspected his body, noticing that as time went on, that green rust became more and more dense. "We are going to leave right now," Shi Linhu said. He didn't want to stay here any longer. "Let's wait a bit longer. Several great doctors are discussing to see if they could use divine acupuncture to stimulate his body's vitality. Let's see their final opinions." Peng Nine spoke with an unpleasant expression. In the little courtyard, Hao welcomed the morning multicolored lights while lying down on a soft chair. His head was lowered, currently focusing his attention on carving a bone. That was the Kuan Peng technique. He knew that he didn't have much time left. All of these efforts were futile. There was no way of eliminating the curse power of Immortal Palace's great figure. Kacha. The old chief Shi Yunfeng could clearly hear the sound of bones cracking from Hao's chest, as well as see the strand of blood that flowed out from the corner of his lips. Child! He roared loudly. He was using his life to carve the Kuan Peng technique. His supreme being bone was breaking apart. A small piece had chipped off. The others rushed over as well to stop him. Qin clan, how could you all be so shameless? Giving this type of suggestion? Howard is about to die already, yet you bring up the Kuan Peng technique. You all are doing evil. An uncle roared. Aren't you forcing Howard to die? Shi Feijiao angrily rebuked. De Zhuang, Ermeng, and the others clenched their fists. They truly wanted to tear this place down. Shi Hao wiped away the trace of blood and lightly waved his hands, telling them not to be nervous or angry. This is my own decision. I want to leave this technique behind for Stone Country and Stone Village. We don't want it. You just need to become better, Shi Linhu said. If it wasn't the Qin clan setting their thoughts on this precious technique, how could it be like this? The faces of Stone Village's people became ugly. They were extremely worried. Shi Hao shook his head. He began to earnestly carve down the Kuan Peng technique again, pouring all of his attention into this task. Didn't the Qin clan just want to play the family card and have Qin Hao inherit the technique? Howard's body won't be able to handle it. He will exhaust himself to death. Qin Hao has the immortal bone in his body, so why aren't you all showing any initiative? Of course, Howard is someone from Stone Village, so his natural disposition is the same as us either. He will definitely refuse his younger brother's bone. However, if he really is the younger brother and said something, even if Howard didn't want it, we would at least feel a sense of warmth. Shi Linhu said quietly. He already said that he would listen to what his parents said. If needed, he would take out his own bone to save his older brother. De Zhuang's eyes turned red. If the sides were swapped, little Hao would have definitely offered to save his little brother. We don't really want that bone, we wouldn't ask for it, only we just feel. He couldn't continue speaking. Shi Hao shook his head, not letting them speak anymore. I really don't need it. Several great doctors discussed among themselves. In the end, every single one of them shook their heads, expressing that the final shred of hope wasn't great either. What are we still waiting for? He can only wait for his death here. We are leaving, Ermeng said. Qing Feng cried. He held Shi Hao's arm, not letting him carve anymore. He wanted to immediately bring Shi Hao away from here. The War King, Ming King, and Peng King's faces were ugly as they paced back and forth. They were still disappointed in the end. There was no way. We don't want that bone. Let's go back and leave this place. We aren't going to wait for him to die here. Shi Linhu roared in a low voice. When Shi Xiling and Qin Yining heard this, they felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. This was their child. How could they just watch as he died? Great doctors, if we exchange the bone, is there any way to increase the chances of success? The two asked with trembling voices. Zhang Zhong had always been observing Shi Hao this entire time. When he heard this, he sighed softly and said, Stone Emperor looks like he is getting better, but he has always been exhausting his supreme being blood to prolong his own life. He still has unfulfilled wishes and wants to return home. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. How could it be like this? Their faces all turned incredibly pale. If we transplant the immortal bone now, it is already a bit late. Stone Emperor's supreme being blood's exhaustion is severe, so he is already somewhat below the requirements. It will be difficult for him to nourish that bone. This was Zhang Zhong's final conclusion. What? This was beyond everyone's expectations. Their hands and feet felt ice cold. This was the same as wiping out their final hope. We are leaving, Shi Linhu roared. He didn't care about anything else anymore. Go, we are leaving. Returning to the wasteland region, returning to Stone Country, returning to our village. Chief Shi Yunfeng also shouted. Old tears flew left and right uncontrollably. Great doctors, is there truly no way? Qin Yining felt as if her soul had left her body, as if she was going to go unconscious at any moment. Her face was deathly pale without any color. Zhang Zhong shook his head and said, It's a bit too late. We have waited too long. Ah! Shi Xiling howled. his hair flying chaotically everywhere as if he fell into depravity. His eyes were completely red. In his hands was the golden battle spear, unknown as to where he was going to unleash his slaughter. He held the spear while kneeling on the ground with one knee. His thick head of hair scattered around, covering his face. Powerful domain appeared around him. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips, as well as the fingers that were gripping the spear. He was going to go mad. Go. We are returning to Stone Country, the War King said softly, helping Stone Village's people carry Xianxia, who was already fainted. They silently left this place. The altar in the nearest city was activated. Passageway had already been opened. They stepped onto the path home. The little stone returned. This shook the wasteland region. He returned from Immortal Mountain unconscious. His body was covered in injuries with blood flowing out everywhere. He entered Stone Country Imperial Palace. The world under the heavens was in commotion. A great earthquake shook through the wasteland region. This signified that Xianxia had completely lost hope for life. He didn't have much time left. Even though there were always rumors that he was going to die, it hadn't reached that point yet. At that time, perhaps a miracle could happen and he could stick it through this disaster. However, it now looked like the dust had already fallen. In the end, this young supreme being that had quickly rose to power and shocked the world had reached the end of his life. There was no way to save him. The world was greatly shaken. Everyone was discussing this. Many people felt great pity and incomparable regret. Just how extraordinary was Stone Emperor? He is going to die just like that? It is just too much of a pity. He fought against deities, eliminating a great disaster, but in the end, he himself is going to die and have his Tao scattered. How unfair is this? How sorrowful! All areas were discussing passionately. The great sects of the world all knew about this. Even though they had long speculated this situation, when it was confirmed, it still made them sigh. The little stone is actually quite pitiful. Ever since he was young, he had his supreme being bone gouged out, becoming unbearably feeble, almost dying in his swaddling clothes. Later on, he was left in a remote village without his parents ever since he was young, relying on himself to survive. Finally, he walked into the great wastelands alone, fighting his way to greatness. What a pity! In the end, he still ended up like this. Many people knew about Xianxia's past. After understanding his experiences, they all sighed. This was truly a young supreme being whose life was full of trouble and misfortune. It really was a difficult life. Those that understood his experiences all felt sympathy. The seemingly powerful Stone Emperor, the extraordinary little stone, was actually extremely pitiful. He was still unable to break through the shackles of fate in the end. When he was young, he relied on himself to survive through seemingly inevitable death. However, after growing up, he still had such a tragic end. What a pity! Truly lamentable. The world was sighing. Just how many years had passed since something like this happened? All 8 regions were discussing the matters of a single region. They all shook their heads, feeling regret for him. It was precisely that day that even more powerful individuals from great sects crossed regions to arrive. Quite a few people came to pay a visit. Could be considered a type of sending off, wishing to see him one last time. Everyone knew that after this, there would no longer be a little stone in this world. They recalled his accomplishments fondly, remembering his achievements. The sects were all moved. Most of them carried goodwill and arrived in Stone Country. Stone Capital was quickly packed with people. Most of the people who came were cultivators who wished to see the little stone off. They calmly waited for the sad ending to arrive. Stone Country Imperial Palace. The 3 great supreme experts, Stone Country's kings, as well as Stone Village's people, didn't give up. They were still trying to think of a way. For the sake of saving Xianxia, the War King, Peng 9, and others earnestly requested the villagers to have Xianxia remain in the palace and not bring him away immediately. They spread the news to the rest of the world that as long as they could save Xianxia, as long as there was a way, Stone Country was willing to pay any price. When news of this spread, quite a few great inheritances and powerful sects moved, sending over a few medicinal herbs and old pill formulas. Stone Village's people were also busy. The ancestral altar opened, and these people entered through the passageway to move all of their ancestral artifacts to Stone Country to carry out various methods. One could see them bringing over ancient cauldrons, dark ancient wood, mysterious strange stones, and other old objects. They were all brought over. No one laughed at them. Everyone knew that these simple and honest villagers were doing everything they could in hopes that a miracle can happen. This piece of wood might be blood dragon wood. It is originally a precious tree, but it had dragon blood poured on it. Its value is priceless. The War King was astonished. He studied the medicinal Tao extensively, so he was knowledgeable about plants, spiritual herbs, and other medicinal objects. He noticed that a piece of dark red wood was actually an incredibly precious divine wood. When this type of object was slowly refined into medicinal liquid, it would possess the characteristics of dragon blood. It might possess a certain amount of wondrous effects. This piece of iron, no, this isn't metal. This is the body of a divine bug. The great Dr. Zhang also came here. He browsed through these old objects and picked up a black object. It looked like a piece of iron, and when it was struck, metallic sounds could be heard. He was quite shocked. After carefully identifying it, he discovered that it was a divine bug known as black gold bug. It could be used in medicine, a divine bug that could only be discovered but not sought. It was clear that this bug had already matured. Even though it was only a foot long, its medicinal effects were astonishing. It was curled up like a piece of metal. Everyone couldn't help but become shocked. Back then, Stone Country's ancestral land was truly formidable. A mature divine bug like this possessed divine-level battle strength, but they unexpectedly killed one, leaving it behind in the village. Formidable, truly formidable. Everyone sighed in amazement. If one wants to make a 9 revolutions divine pill, this black gold bug is definitely an essential main medicine. What a pity it is that we are missing too many ingredients, or else we definitely would have tried to refine it. The War King sighed. It was rumored that as long as the 9 revolutions pill was successfully refined, as long as one took it, they could immediately transcend and become a deity. This was an incredibly precious, holy, ancient medicine. Since the ancient times, only a few people successfully refined it. Unfortunately, in order to refine this pill, one needed many divine-level medicinal herbs, or else they could forget about it. It was just too far-fetched to dream. If they really had this pill, sure, how truly might have a chance of surviving. This pill isn't something that will appear if we beg. A single batch is hard to find after tens of thousands of years. Zhang shook his head. Everyone sighed. In the end, it was still too much of a dream. Everyone looked through these old objects. Unfortunately, 2 astonishing items were already beyond their expectations. There weren't any other special medicinal herbs or other objects. However, they discovered an ancestral artifact that was extremely powerful. However, it was just a weapon and could not save one's life. Stone Village's people felt gloomy and frustrated. There weren't any other methods. The ancestral altar shone. Hairy Ball and Little Red appeared. One lost a portion of its body, the other a pair of wings. They were already severely injured and unable to move freely. However, they still came. These were 2 deities. This shocked everyone here. We don't have any way either. The 2 experts became sad. They thought bitterly for some way to cure him. But in the end, they both shook their heads, feeling deeply helpless. This thing might have some use, Hairy Ball said, bringing a praying mat with him. This was something sure how left behind in Stone Village before fighting the great battle. This praying mat came from the Kuanpeng nest. It was made of elder wood, the branches of a world tree. What a pity, after experiencing countless years of time, all of its spiritual essence has practically been exhausted. Otherwise, it would definitely be greatly effective. Zhang sighed and said, "These are the fruits of the silver peach tree. We plucked all of them and brought them over," said Shifeijiao. He carefully brought over a jade case. Peaches flickering with silver light shone. This was the holy medicine how brought back from the 100 Shattering Mountains and planted in Stone Village. It had already become mature, but they never plucked its fruits. It was only put to good use today. There is also a drop of divine wine. It was also obtained from the Kuan Peng nest, said Harry Ball. It had followed Shi Hao into the northern sea back then, so he naturally knew these things. Don't use it. Don't waste anything anymore. Shi Hao shook his head. He deeply understood his own circumstances. He was still carving the Kuan Peng technique. No one could stop him. From time to time, people could hear a light sound from his chest. His supreme being bone was clearly splitting apart. He truly was exhausting his own life. Everyone's expressions became unpleasant to look at, but they couldn't do anything to help him, because this was one of Shi Hao's final wishes. He gave all of the various things inside the precious interspatial case to Stone Village. He still wanted to leave behind this method. Child, Mother is begging you. Don't do this to yourself anymore. Qin Yining grabbed his arm, feeling incomparable pain. There was frustration, confusion, pain, and regret. She wanted to save her oldest son, but she feared that her second son might die. That short period of hesitation caused them to miss the best time for implanting the bone. As a mother, she didn't want to lose any of her children. However, this type of decision was just too difficult. This was only human nature. No matter who it was, they would still have no way out. If possible, she would rather use her own life to exchange for her older son's. Shi Xilin's eyes were so wide they were splitting and trickling out blood. He blamed himself greatly, clenching his fists in pain. The bones of his fingers were about to break from the grip. Father, Mother, do not blame yourselves, or else I'll feel bad. Everyone will die one day. I feel quite fulfilled right now. Shi Hao spoke. He didn't want them to feel bad. That day, people continuously came to Stone Country Imperial Capital wishing to see Shi Hao off. They all knew that he was going to die soon. The amount that came were many times greater than that of Immortal Mountain. It was packed with people, and they were all discussing among themselves. Only 90% of them were stopped outside the palace. Shi Hao needed time to rest and slowly pass his final moments. It would be too noisy with all these people around him. Even though they came with good intentions, they couldn't all be allowed in. Inside the palace, only Shao Tian, Nine-Headed Lion, War King, and Stone Village's people were there. Everyone else was stopped. Finally, an imperial bodyguard reported. The noble ladies from the higher realms Lan Yu, Hong Huang, Shui Yu and the others geniuses come to meet the emperor. Qin Yining stared blankly for a moment, and then she said, "Invite them in." She thought of the precious technique Hong Huang's clan possessed. They also had a rebirth technique that was related to the phoenix and incredibly powerful. She wanted to disregard all costs to obtain it and use it to save Shi Hao. Xian Ming, Bai Gu, Lan Yu, Shui Yu and the others sighed with sorrow. When they saw Shi Hao, they didn't dare believe that the stunning and incomparably powerful little stone actually fell to this state. A pity, truly unfortunate. They shook their heads. Back then, they wanted to rope him in, but this type of thing happened. The little stone fell from the ninth heaven down. These geniuses' thoughts immediately changed. The little stone was definitely going to fall into eternal darkness. Even if he survived through some miracle, it would still be too difficult to reach great heights again. It was because his supreme being bone had been destroyed. Sigh, there's no way out of this. No one has survived after being infected with Immortal Palace's bronze stain curse. Xian Ming shook his head. Qin Yining pulled Hong Huang to the side and began to consult her, telling her that she was willing to pay any price to obtain their clan's rebirth method. Peng Nine was also startled. Fire Nation has the vermilion bird technique. Their flame rebirth method is astonishing. If we can find it, it is worth giving a try. An old king from Fire Nation appeared. He wanted to help the little stone, immediately inviting him into the palace. Now that they reached the critical moments, regardless of whether it would work or not, they wanted to try it. They combined the 5 elements rebirth method, vermilion bird rebirth method, and true phoenix corresponding rebirth method to carry out one last struggle. Fire Nation's old king was quite glad to be of help. He agreed and handed over the rebirth method to Shi Hao. Even though Hong Huang felt some hesitation, because that technique was a secret that couldn't be transmitted out. After Qin Yining's continuous pleas, She agreed to exchange it for the 5 elements rebirth technique. Hao remained quiet. He didn't want to ruin everyone's moods either. He silently remembered everything to cooperate with the treatment. Unfortunately, everything failed again. This signified the very end of Hao's life. There were no other ways left. When dismal clouds weighed down on everyone's minds, Xialing stood up and walked outwards. Qin Yining was somewhat surprised. She turned around to look at him. "Where are you going?" "Divine Furnace Valley," Xiling replied. When everyone heard this, they began to carefully think to themselves, but they didn't know what kind of place this was. Zhang Zhong was the only one whose expression changed. He knew that this was a strange place. That mountain valley was like a divine furnace. It was incomparably sinister with many irregular things inside. When normal people entered, supernatural things would happen. They would only be throwing away their lives. However, a few great individuals tried to look for Divine Furnace Valley, but they didn't find anything. This was definitely a strange place. The strangest thing was that back then, the reason it was found was because there had been an expert who used himself as a blood sacrifice, using the most sincere heart to pray. In the end, he was able to obtain a 9 revolutions divine pill for his companion. However, this had never been proved. It was only a legend. It was because when later generations were forced into desperate situations, they also headed there with incomparably sincere hearts. However, they offered themselves in blood sacrifice without obtaining anything. Not long ago, when Xiling heard the others mention the 9 revolutions divine pill, he was moved, remembering these things. Right now, he was going to risk it all. Zhang Zhong shook his head, begging him not to go. He also explained these secret rumors to everyone, and when everyone heard this, their expressions immediately changed. "I will go together with you." Qin Yining was incomparably resolute. The 2 individuals quickly rushed out without hesitating for a moment. They activated a type of precious technique together and left Stone Capital. "You all definitely have to overtake them. I don't want to have any leftover regrets." Hao asked the War King to take action. "I understand." The War King nodded and chased after them. Hao believed that with the War King's speed, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, he was already a supreme expert. Everyone began to think to themselves. There was truly no other method. Everything that could be done had already been done. There was no way of life left. If there is nothing that can change the result, then let's prepare to send Stone Emperor on his way. An old king sighed and said. That day, Stone Country began to make preparations. They knew that Hao didn't have long to live, so they allowed the experts of various sects in, carrying out a final ceremony for him. When news of this got out, the entire world was shaken. This meant that the little stone might die at any time. His life had reached its critical point. He was going to completely disappear. The 8 regions were shaken. Ocean Clan also learned of this, and many experts hurried over to Stone Capital. This meant that there was no way at all to redeem the situation. The War King stopped Xiling and his wife. They were extremely sad. If not for being forced to this state where they truly had no choice left, why would they even think about believing such an odd legend? Father, Mother, being together with you two in my final moments already makes me extremely happy, said Hao. That night, Zhang Zhong frowned. He predicted that Hao might only be able to live one more day. There wasn't any other hope. Village Chief Yunfeng's voice was trembling. He wanted to bring Hao back to satisfy his final wish. Let's wait a bit more. Let me say my farewells to everyone. After returning to Stone Village, I won't come back out again. Hao said softly. Hao met many people, including the sect masters of various sections. He nodded towards each of them, thanking them for coming here to send their farewells. This night was, without a doubt, a grand occasion. Only everything happened in a silent manner. What was quite rare was that Hao remained awake the entire time. Using Zhang Zhong's words, this was the final radiance of a setting sun. During his final hours, he might not go unconscious. In the dead of the night, Hao and Qin Hao met again. The large palace was spacious. No one else was here. The two of them were the only ones here. Everything that had to be said was already said. Sure Hao had a single requirement for his younger brother, and that was to take care of his parents. Right now, it was somewhat silent between the two of them. Older brother, do you hate me? Qin Hao asked. How could I hate you? We are brothers. Sure Hao calmly said. I want to become stronger, becoming the #1 expert of the heavens. I will properly take care of father and mother. This time, I wasn't able to save you, Qin Hao said softly. It was my own fate that is about to end. How can it be blamed on you? Sure Hao shook his head. If there was still time and I didn't hesitate, instead giving you the immortal bone, this wouldn't have happened. You would have 2 bones, and in the future you would definitely become the most powerful expert in this world. No one would have been your opponent. Qin Hao said softly. When Sure Hao said this, he seemed to have thought of something. He didn't reply to his words and instead said, even though I did everything I could, I was only able to carve out half of the Kuan Peng technique. I will leave it with Stone Clan. Qin Hao didn't say anything and only nodded. For a long time, there was no sound in the spacious great palace. It was extremely quiet. The two sank into a state of silence. Only after a long time had passed did Sure Hao open his mouth and say, do you think that if one person had 2 supreme being bones, they will be able to become #1 under heaven? Who would be able to rival that? Qin Hao asked in response. When you brought up that topic, I remembered the higher realms. There are actually more than a single exceptional talent. Perhaps there are also people who obtain 2 bones. Sure Hao said. Qin Hao was stunned. He had never heard of this before. This was definitely astonishing. In an extremely serious voice, he said, I feel that the number of bones isn't important. That isn't the path to becoming the strongest. If there is a day when you become self-confident, feel that you can abandon your supreme being bone, not needing even a single piece, then you can truly be considered to have stepped onto the path of no equal. Qin Hao didn't agree to this and said, if you have a higher starting point, why would you abandon it? I believe that the one with 2 pieces of bone will be more powerful. That person will become the #1 supreme being. Perhaps there are already people like that in the higher realms. Sure Hao said softly. He then stared at his own little brother and said, if you feel that you can become the strongest expert like this, then let me give you a chance. Let you soar to the very top. However, you have to properly think it through. He didn't know whether his younger brother was interested or not when he mentioned these things. However, it wasn't important anymore because he didn't care about his supreme being bone anymore. He was gonna die already, so what was the point in keeping it? Since this younger brother felt that having 2 bones would make him #1 in the higher realms, then he'll give his to him. Sure Hao felt that regardless of what his younger brother was thinking, they were born from the same parents. In the future, Sure Hao still had to rely on him to take care of his father and mother. War King, Peng King, Zhang Doctor. Sure Hao called over these people. Your Majesty. Several old kings all looked at him. I am going to give my supreme being bone to my younger brother. Please protect us during this process. Sure Hao said. He feared that others would misunderstand, so he called them over to explain. What? Your Majesty, you cannot. These people were all shocked. Older brother. Qin Hao also opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. You don't need to say too much. Sure Hao was always a decisive person. Even in his weakest state, he was also like this. Divine radiance shot out from his pupils, making it hard for everyone here to speak. His body was full of cracks to begin with. Right now, he forcefully struggled, and his chest directly exploded. Sure Hao resolutely and decisively removed the 2/3 of the bone that remained. This bone was still sparkling white, but it was full of cracks. It was forcefully pieced together. Auspicious multicolored light was being released. Even though it left his body, it still looked like it was burning with immortal light. Your Majesty! The War King and Peng King's hearts were shaking. How powerful was the little stone? Even before his end, he actually made this kind of action, making tears pour down from their old eyes. Great Dr. Zhang, please help my younger brother accept this bone, Sure Hao said. He calmly sat there, using his own strength to close his chest. Even though blood flowed out, he still didn't move too much. Stone Emperor. Zhang Zhong was astonished. He never thought that this type of result would happen. Sure Hao instead gave his own supreme being bone to his younger brother. The Ming King, Peng Nine, War King, and the others rushed over to help Sure Hao stop the bleeding and help him. They all felt as if they were suffocating. Soon after, Stone Village's people received news. Sure Xiling and Qin Yining also heard what happened. They rushed into the palace, all of them trembling. Don't rely excessively on these two bones. If there is a day you can transform them and use the supreme blood to nourish your entire body, allowing all of your bones to transform, that might be another path to the path of no equal. Sure Hao said.